Chapter 1 Brandish and Number 039, Scaling Magic. Chapter 1 Fairy Tale World, Western Continent. On a beautiful subtropical island, a graceful girl is eating ice cream. Yayu looked at the beautiful girl with short emerald green hair, and his eyes suddenly burst into flames. Found you, Brandish. The beautiful girl in front of Yayu is named Brandish, and she is one of the 12 holy shields of the Alvarez Empire in the Western Continent. It is also Yayu's prey today. Of course, Brandish's youthful body wasn't what Yayu was looking for. What he fancy is Brandish's magic, a magic that can make any object bigger or smaller. And Yayu wanted to get the magic of zooming in and out from Brandish. Yayu is not from this world. He is a time traveler. 2 years ago, he traveled to this world. When Yayu learned that he had traveled to the world of fairy tale, he was not very happy. Because this world is a high-risk world. And when Yayu first came, he was still in the terrifying Western Continent. Here, without strength, one can only be reduced to cannon fodder. Fortunately, like most traversers, Yayu also obtained his own exclusive gold finger, the attribute picking system, after coming to this world. As long as the Magister casts magic, the system will drop magic power and magic attributes. Yayu can permanently increase his own magic power after collecting the magic power attribute dropped by the system. After collecting the magic attributes dropped by the system, Yayu can use the magic. Of course, in addition to dropping magic power and magic attributes, the Magister will also drop combat power attributes when performing physical combat. The so-called combat power attribute is actually a combination of the 3 attributes of strength, speed, and defense in order to simplify the system. The higher the combat power attribute value, the higher the corresponding 3 attribute values of strength, speed, and defense. In the fairy tale world, determining the strength of a Magister is nothing more than magical power, magic, physical skills, and combat experience. However, in the face of powerful magic, combat experience and physical skills are somewhat inconspicuous. After all, some powerful magic can destroy a city in an instant. And then some lost magic that stops time. In the face of these heaven-defying magic, even if you have thousands of combat experience, it will be useless. Therefore, after turning on the attribute picking system, Yayu set his target on those Magisters who possessed heaven-defying magic. The 12 holy shields of the Alvarez Empire are Yayu's best target. August's instant copy magic. Irene's additional magic and Holy Dragon Slayer magic. DeMaria's time magic. Neonheart's embodying magic. Yayu wants all these magics. However, before he has the ability to protect himself, Yayu will not easily approach the 12 holy shields. After all, these people are all powerful monsters. Even the Jura of the Holy 10 is not good enough in front of these people. Therefore, Yayu just found a weak Magister to start with. After improving his strength through the attribute picking system, Yayu searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the 12 holy shields. However, the area of the Western Continent far exceeds Yayu's imagination. In nearly 2 years, Yayu only found Irene, Invel, and Neonheart among the 12 holy shields. There has been no news of the other 9 people. Fortunately, through various means, Yayu successfully obtained Invel's ice magic attribute, Neonheart's embodied magic attribute, and Irene's additional magic attribute. Yayu also wanted Irene's Holy Dragon Slayer magic attribute. It's just that Irene's strength is too terrifying. She doesn't need to use the Holy Dragon Slayer magic at all to blast the opponent into scum. As for the additional magic attribute, when Irene was hardening a piece of wood, the system happened to drop the additional magic attribute, which was then collected by Yayu. This woman Irene is too scary, and Yayu dare not rush to follow her before she has no strength. However, Yayu is quite satisfied with the additional magical attributes. After all, this additional magic is very against the sky. Irene uses additional magic, not only can strengthen the strength of others, but also can turn the sword into a thinking loli by adding personality. In addition, Irene, who has become a dragon, can also drop meteorites from the sky through additional magic. Although it's a pity that Irene didn't get the Holy Dragon Slayer magic, what Yayu thought was that he would go to Ishgar in the future to get Natsu's Flame Dragon Slayer magic attribute. Yayu is confident that when he transforms into a dragon, he can also drop meteorites from the sky with additional magic. After acquiring Irene's additional magical properties, Yayu started looking for the other 12 holy shields. But nothing. At this time, Yayu was going to go to Ishgar first. After all, many years later, when Zeref attacks Fairy Tail, the 12 holy shield will gather in Ishgar. At that time, it will be more convenient to collect the magical attributes of August and others. However, when Yayu went to Ishgar and passed an island, he encountered Brandish of the 12 holy shields. This is really nowhere to be found, and it takes no effort to get it. Naturally, Yayu would not let go of this great opportunity. Brandish, your shrinking magic, I want it. Yayu looked at Brandish over there, his fists clenched tightly. After that, Yayu walked towards Brandish. Chapter 2 Obtain the magic attribute of zooming in and out. Chapter 2. Brandish was 25 years old when the 12 shields invaded Ishgar. But Brandish right now is only 17 years old. After all, in the era Yayu lives in, the Sirius Island incident has not happened yet. Although Brandish looks young at this time, she is one of the 12 holy shields after all, and her strength should not be underestimated. In addition, her magic of shrinking and shrinking is almost unsolvable. Once it is reduced by Brandish, it is quite troublesome. However, if you want to collect Brandish's transformation magic attribute, you don't have to do it yourself. Just force Brandish to use transformation magic, and then the system will drop the transformation magic attribute. Thinking about it, Yayu's eyes fell on a virtual screen in front of him. This virtual screen is naturally the system screen. Of course, only Yayu can see this virtual screen. At this time, various attributes of Yayu are displayed on the screen. Host, Yayu. Mana, 14,311. Combat Strength, 324. Magic, A History of Applied Magic, Ice Magic, Embodying Magical Corpses. The magic power of 14,311 is neither high nor low. If it is placed in Ishgar, it will be considered a relatively large magic power. After all, the magic power of Jura during the Daimo Do Yanmu period was only more than 8,500. However, if the magic power of 14,311 is placed in the Western continent, then it is nothing. Each of the 12 holy shields is much higher than this value. But Yayu has only been in this world for 2 years. Yayu is confident, as long as he is given a certain amount of time to collect the magic power attribute, surpassing the magic power of the Magic King August, it will be a matter of time. As for the combat power of 324, it is easy to crush Natsu of this period in physical skills. Yayu directly skipped the attributes of magic power and combat power, and set his sights on the embodied magic attribute of the magic bar. Embodying the history of magical corpses, the magic of Neinhart of the 12 shields. Through the corpse's history magic, Neinhart can peek into the opponent's mind, and then manifest the powerful enemy the opponent has fought against or the mage who can cast a psychological shadow on him. The realized person has all the original memory and combat ability. In the original show, Neinhart used this trick, simultaneously manifesting Turtledove, Azuma, and Kyoka to severely damage Urza. But this magic can only manifest the dead. According to Yayu's plan, after he received the embodied magic attribute of Rusty Rose, one of the 7 subordinates of the Devil's Heart, to see if he could improve the magic. After all, Rusty Rose's manifesting magic, whether dead or alive, can manifest as long as one imagines it. If it can be improved to manifest a real dragon, it is not impossible. Of course, these are things for later. What Yayu needs to do now is, through the history of the corpse, manifest some dead people to come out to fight Brandish. As long as Brandish uses the transformation magic, the system may drop the transformation magic attribute. Yayu looked at Brandish not far away. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated History of Corpse. In the next second, a lot of memories appeared in Yayu's mind. These memories are naturally Brandish's memories. Soon, under Yayu's control, people who had fought against Brandish but died appeared out of nowhere. Do it! Following Yayu's order, those who manifested all rushed towards Brandish. Brandish, who was eating ice cream, saw a group of people rushing up suddenly. A little puzzled expression appeared on her lazy pretty face. After those manifested people approached Brandish, Brandish directly launched the transformation magic. In just an instant, the bodies of those embodied people disappeared into the air. To be precise, it didn't disappear, but was shrunk down to the size of an ant by Brandish's transformation magic, and it looked like it disappeared. As expected of the 12 holy shields. Seeing that Brandish didn't make a move, and those who manifested were all killed, Yayu also secretly praised in his heart. At the same time, a mechanical notification sound came from Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +3. When the Magister releases magic, the more magic power used, the higher the magic power attribute value dropped by the system. Obviously, when Brandish used the transformation magic just now, he didn't use much magic power. If Brandish uses transformation magic to shrink an island down to the size of a fist, then the system may drop hundreds of magic points. At the same time as the notification sound came from the system, a golden attribute the size of a tadpole dropped from under Brandish. This golden attribute is naturally a magic attribute. Just like the virtual screen, this golden magic attribute can only be seen by Yayu. May I ask if the host collects magic attributes? Soon, the system beeped again. But Yayu didn't respond to the system immediately, but was waiting for something. He is waiting for the system to drop Brandish's transformation magic attribute. After all, after the Magister casts magic, the system will drop magic power and magic attributes. The magic attribute has been dropped, but the magic attribute has not yet been dropped. But Yayu waited for a few breaths, and the system did not send a notification sound for a long time. Regarding this, Yayu also sighed in his heart. However, he was not surprised. Because according to the introduction of the system, the drop magic attribute and combat power attribute are 100%, but the probability of drop magic attribute is only 1/5. The last time the system dropped Irene's additional magic attribute, it was Yayu's Huang possession. In most cases, it takes several times to drop the magic attribute. Therefore, it is quite normal that the system does not drop the transformation magic attribute of Brandish. Since it didn't drop once, just ask Brandish to cast the transformation magic a few more times. Thinking about it, Yayu activated the corpse's history magic attribute again. As before, when the manifested people approached Brandish, Brandish performed another transformation magic, shrinking those manifested people to the size of ants. The moment Brandish activated the transformation magic, a system notification sounded in Yayu's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the attribute of transformation magic. Hearing the notification tone at the back of the system, Yayu was overjoyed. Then, under Yayu's gaze, 2 golden attributes instantly dropped from under Brandish over there. May I ask if the host charges the transformation magic attribute? Collect. This time, Yayu replied to the system without any hesitation. Following Yayu's order, the 3 golden attributes under Brandish's body over there gathered towards Yayu as if attracted by some gravitational force. After the 3 golden attribute pieces entered Yayu's body, the data on the virtual screen in front of Yayu changed. I saw that the magic attribute directly changed from the previous 14,311 to 14,317. On the magic attribute bar, there is also an additional transformation magic attribute. Looking at the property of transformation magic on the system screen, Yayu clenched his fists. Finally got it, transformation magic. With the property of shape-shifting magic, Yayu can also have the ability to make any object larger or smaller just like brandish. Even a certain organ of the human body can be enlarged or shrunk. Thinking of this, Yayu subconsciously looked down. Are you the mastermind behind the scenes? How dare you attack Master Brandish? You're unqualified. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came from behind Yayu. Hearing the sound, Yayu immediately turned around and saw a man in purple clothes with goggles walking towards him. Seeing this man, Yayu's heart was overjoyed. This man is none other than Brandish's subordinate, Marin Hollow. According to what Yayu knows, Marin possesses space magic. In the original play, he made Urza unable to transform by manipulating space. In addition, his space magic can also carry out teleportation. It's a pretty handy magic trick. Just received Brandish scaling magic, and now there is another space magic. Yayu was naturally happy. It's just a matter of using you to try the power of transformation magic. Yayu looked at the transformation magic attribute on the system screen, and he thought to himself. About update. During the new book period, 4 updates are guaranteed every day. Brother who likes this book, collections, flowers, and monthly tickets support a wave. In addition, there are many versions of fairy tale, and there are various translations of character names. Such as Natsu, Xia, Gray, Gray, Myra Jane, Myra Jane, Ziref, Ziref. These are actually the same person. The names of the people in this book are based on Baidu Encyclopedia. Please forgive me if there are differences in the names of the characters. Chapter 3 Obtaining Space Magic Attributes. Third Watch. Chapter 3. Brandish naturally also noticed Yayu. It's just that she rather hates trouble. Seeing Marin walking towards Yayu, she looked back and turned to leave. After Brandish left, the fake smile on Marin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by annoyance. All men are not qualified. After all, Marin's figure disappeared in place out of thin air. At this moment, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came from Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +2. Obviously, Marin used space magic to disappear in place. At this moment, Yayu also ignored the magic attribute falling over there, and his attention was all on the surrounding space. Yayu knew that the disappeared Marin would suddenly jump out from somewhere in the space around him, and then launch a surprise attack on him. As Yayu expected, after a few breaths, the mechanical notification sound of the system sounded again in Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +2. Hearing the beep, Yayu's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, Marin appeared behind Yayu out of thin air, raised his foot and kicked Yayu's back fiercely. Just when Marin's attack was about to hit Yayu, Yayu suddenly turned around and grabbed Marin's kicked leg firmly. Seeing that his surprise attack had been seen through, Marin was startled. You know, he rarely misses this move. Except for the 12 holy shields. Ordinary people simply cannot resist. But the guy in front of him saw through his surprise attack. How did Marin know that when he used space magic to jump out, there would be a notification sound of magic attribute drop in Yayu's mind? Although usually this notification sound is used to remind the magic attribute of falling. But at this time, Yayu took it as an early warning. Therefore, Yayu knew that Marin was going to make a surprise attack the moment the system prompt sounded. And this can be regarded as a usage of the system prompt tone. Before Marin had time to make the next move, Yayu charged up and threw Marin's body out. Of course, if Yayu wanted to kill Marin, it would be very simple. He can use the shape-shifting magic he just acquired to make Marin smaller. You can also use Invel's ice magic to freeze Marin. It's just that Marin's space magic attribute has not been obtained yet, and Yayu doesn't want to kill Marin. The moment Yayu let go, Marin's body flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. However, just when Marin's body was about to hit a rock, he immediately activated the space magic, and his figure disappeared on the spot. At this moment, the system's notification sound came from Yayu's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +2. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the attribute of space magic. Yayu was overjoyed when he heard the system beep. He looked up and saw 2 golden attributes falling from the place where the rock was. Soon, the system beeped again. May I ask if the host collects space magic attributes? Collect. Yayu replied immediately without any hesitation. Following Yayu's order, the space magic attributes over there, together with the 3 magic attributes that fell before, directly gathered towards Yayu. After the 4 tadpole-like golden attributes fell into Yayu's body, Yayu's magic power increased from 14,317 to 14,323. And on the magic attribute column, there are also 4 words space magic. Looking at the magical attribute of space, the corner of Yayu's mouth curled up suddenly. Without any hesitation, he directly activated the space magic attribute. Like Marin, Yayu's figure instantly disappeared in place. At this moment, Marin is in a different space. His face was full of unwillingness. How did that unqualified guy see through my space magic? Not long after Marin finished speaking, Yayu's figure appeared in his vision. Seeing Yayu who suddenly appeared, Marin's expression changed drastically. This guy, how did you come in? This is my space. Yes, this different space is Marin's personal space. It stands to reason that other than him, no one else can enter at all. Seeing that Yayu broke into his space, he was naturally taken aback. From now on, this space is mine. After all, before Marin had time to use space magic to escape, Yayu directly activated Brandish's transformation magic. In just an instant, Marin over there turned into the size of an ant. This is Lord Brandish's magic. Marin, who was as big as an ant, looked at Yayu who was like a mountain, and his mind was startled suddenly. He couldn't understand why this guy in front of him was using Brandish's transfiguration magic. For Marin's questions, no one will answer him. In order to prevent Marin from escaping, Yayu activated Invel's ice magic again. In just an instant, the ant-sized Marin was frozen into an ice sculpture by the cold. Ding! Afterwards, the ice crystal instantly turned into powder and disappeared into this different space. Disappearing with the ice crystals is Marin. At this moment, Yayu discovered that Marin's magic power had completely disappeared. After finishing Marin, Yayu activated space magic again and returned to the original island from the different space. Yayu first glanced in the direction of Brandish, and then shifted his gaze to the sea in front of him. At the end of that sea is the land of Ishgar. Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale, and other guilds are all on that continent. At the same time, on that continent, there are many magical attributes that Yayu wants to obtain. The magic attributes of Brandish and Marin have already been obtained, and there is no need for Yayu to stay on this island any longer. It's almost time to move on. The new book asks for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day. Thank you guys. Chapter 4 First Meeting Myra Jane. Chapter 4 First Meeting Myra Jane. Kingdom of Fiori, Magnolia Town. This is a commercial magic city with a long history. Seen from the sky, a large number of houses and buildings are neatly arranged together. And on the streets all over the town, people come and go. The whole town is filled with a harmonious atmosphere. Looking closer to the main road in the town, a black-haired man in a black cloak was walking towards the town facing the crowd. This black-haired man was none other than Yayu, who rushed over from the western continent. When Yayu walked to the middle of the street, a church-like building appeared in his vision. And above the building, there is a sign that looks like an animal's tail. Here we go, Fairy tale. Looking at the familiar sign, Yayu raised his head and said aloud. Yes, this building is the Guild of Fairy Tale. Yayu came here, naturally to collect Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute. Just as Yayu was approaching the Fairy Tale Guild, bursts of loud noises came from the facade of the building. Although Yayu couldn't see the situation inside clearly, but one can imagine the chaotic picture. And this is the daily life of the Fairy Tale Guild. When Yayu walked into the guild, as expected, it was a mess. Drying racks for drying racks. Drink the drink. Those people didn't seem to see anyone coming in. Welcome, is this a commissioned mission? Soon, a pleasant voice came from Yayu's ear. Following the sound, he saw a beautiful girl with long white hair holding a wine tray standing in front of him. The girl looked about 18 or 19 years old, with fair skin and delicate face. She was wearing a red gothic dress, which could hardly conceal her curvy figure. Although the girl looks young, she has a generous temperament that embraces everything. This girl is none other than Fairy Tale's signature girl, Myra Jane. When Yayu looked at Myra Jane tilted her head and smiled. I'm looking for someone. Hearing Yayu's words, Myra Jane put a glass of wine on the wine tray on the table beside her, then turned around again, looked up at Yayu, and said with a smile, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Natsu. The moment Yayu said the name, the originally noisy hall fell silent. As if the name Natsu is taboo in this guild. At this time, the smile on Marajana's face also disappeared, replaced by a dignified look. This is very sorry. Natsu, they're on a mission. Myra Jane tried to keep smiling and replied to Yayu. Not normal, very abnormal. According to what Yayu knows, Natsu is a core existence in this guild. Why is Natsu mentioned today? Everyone's face is unnatural. Could it be that Natsu stole something big? Although Yayu wanted to ask where Myra Jane Natsu went to perform the mission. But to this guild, Yayu is just a passing stranger. No matter how good Marajana's character is, he probably won't reveal Natsu's whereabouts casually. But even so, Yayu wants to know where Natsu went. It is still very simple. History of the corpse. Without any hesitation, Yayu immediately cast the corpse history magic on a man next to him. History of corpses. In addition to being able to embody the dead, you can also peek at other people's memories. After Yayu activated the corpse's history attribute, a lot of memories appeared in Yayu's mind. Soon, Yayu saw that Natsu, Lucy, and Happy went to Galuna Island. At this moment, Yayu already understood everything. Galuna Island is known as the Cursed Island. The task on this island is S rank. According to the rules of the Fairy Tale Guild, Natsu and others are not qualified to accept S-level tasks at all. And according to the rules of the guild, if you secretly perform S-level tasks without the consent of the guild leader, you will be expelled from the guild. So when Yayu mentioned the name Natsu, Myra Jane, and others would show that expression. In addition, Yayu also knew a very important thing, the current specific time in this world. In the original play, when Natsu and his team were carrying out the mission of Galuna Island, Urza had just returned to the guild, Spectre had not yet attacked Fairy Tale, and Jalal had not rebelled against the Senate. The subsequent guild civil war and oration cease did not even happen. Thinking of Galuna Island, the image of a woman appeared in Yayu's mind. This woman is none other than Altair, one of the Demon Heart 7 kin of Purgatory. Galuna Island? Altair is on that island, just in time to collect her Arc of Time magic attributes. Altair's Arc of Time magic is a sky-defying magic that can manipulate time. It can not only make time go backwards, but also make time speed up. When he was in the Alvarez Empire, Yayu always wanted to obtain the time magic attribute of Di Maria, one of the 12 holy shields. It's just a pity that Yayu never met Di Maria. Right now, Altair's Arc of Time magic attribute can be collected to temporarily replace time magic. If it's convenient, you can leave your name. When Natsu comes back, I will help pass the message. Just as Yayu was thinking to himself, Myra Jane over there said aloud, "No, thank you." Hearing Mirajana's words, Yayu withdrew his mind and glanced at Myra Jane. After saying that, Yayu turned around and left Fairy Tales Guild. After Yayu left, everyone in the guild fell silent. "That guy Natsu, play big this time." A person who usually has a good relationship with Natsu said with a look of hatred. And Mirajana's pretty face was also full of worry. "I ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day, thank you guys." The support of the old buddies is the motivation for the author to update the fungus. Chapter 5 Fire Dragon Slayer Magister, Natsu. Chapter 5. Before, the cursed island is in front of you. On the ship, a man walked up to Yayu and reported in fear. Hearing these words, Yayu stood up and walked to the side of the boat. Looking around, I saw an isolated island standing in the sea. "Very well, let's go like this." As soon as Yayu said this, several men on board turned pale with fright. "Please spare us, that is a cursed island, as long as humans get close to it, they will definitely die." Seeing the terrified expressions on the faces of several crew members, Yayu also sighed inwardly. Rumors kill people. According to Yayu's knowledge, Galuna Island is not cursed at all, it's just a rumor. Yayu didn't intend to explain anything to these crew members, and then even activated the space magic attribute, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. Disappeared. This island is indeed cursed. Quickly withdraw. When the crew saw Yayu disappear out of thin air, they all seemed to see a ghost, and immediately drove the boat away from Galuna Island. While the crew members were talking, Yayu's figure had already appeared on Galuna Island. After surveying the surrounding terrain, Yayu chose a road to go directly to the center of the island. However, when Yayu was halfway up the mountain, a black shadow rolled towards him from the top of the mountain like a rolling stone. Seeing the rolling stone, Yayu's expression changed. Just when Yayu was about to avoid the rolling stone, he heard a cry. "Oh, can't stop, Gray you bastard, remember? Gray?" Hearing this familiar name, Yayu's heart skipped a beat. Looking closely, I saw that the thing that rolled down, where there was a rolling stone, was clearly a person. A person whose body is frozen in ice, with only his head and feet exposed. This person is none other than Natsu. Originally, Yayu came to Galuna Island to find Natsu. Seeing Natsu right in front of him, Yayu raised his eyebrows. Just when Natsu rolled in front of Yayu, Yayu raised his foot and directly blocked Natsu. "Stop!" Natsu, who was wrapped in ice, was stunned when he saw that he had stabilized his figure. Soon, he saw a man about 18 or 19 years old standing in front of him. "Did you stop it for me?" "Thank you." Natsu looked at Yayu and grinned. While speaking, Natsu stood up. "Next, I'm going to the top of the mountain to find a guy to settle accounts, see you next time." After the frozen Natsu said something to Yayu, he walked slowly towards the top of the mountain with his hands tied like a weight. "I'll help you one more time." Yayu looked at Natsu's funny look, and then pointed his finger at Natsu. In the next second, a piercing chill emanated from Yayu's fingers. At this moment, the hard ice on Natsu's body disappeared without a trace. "Is the ice gone?" Natsu was overjoyed when he was freed from the ice. Then, he rushed to Yayu in an instant, and said gratefully, "It's amazing, this ice cube can't even be melted by fire, how did you do it?" "How did you do it?" "Naturally, it was lifted by using Invel's ice magic." Invel, one of the 12 holy shields, is known as General Winter. His ice magic is stronger than the ice magic. The ice on Natsu right now is Lion's magic. Invel's ice magic, undoing Lion's ice magic, that's not an easy task. "I can use ice magic." "Hey? I know a guy who can use ice magic too." While speaking, Yayu and Natsu walked directly towards the top of the mountain. "Gray, you bastard, you did that to me just now. After Natsu came to a dilapidated palace on the top of the mountain, he shouted loudly. At this time, in the palace, there were two people fighting with ice magic. Those two were none other than Gray and Lion. Natsu? Why are you back here? Just now Natsu was frozen by Leo's ice magic. Gray then kicked Natsu away in order not to be hurt by Lion. Seeing that Natsu actually turned back right now, he suddenly felt that his good intentions were in vain. Soon, under Gray's watchful eye, Natsu rushed into the hall. But there was another strange man who came in with Natsu. Gray, when you were fighting me, you still had the mood to control other people. When Gray was looking at Yayu, Lion over there swung his palm suddenly. Ice shape, sharp sword. SHHHHHH. In an instant, a large number of ice swords fell from the sky like arrows, directly hitting Gray. After Gray sensed the danger, he moved his feet, and his figure exploded backward in an instant. Although Gray avoids most of the ice swords. But one of the icy swords hit Gray anyway, slicing his arm open. Gray. Seeing Gray injured, Natsu flew into a rage. You bastard, unexpectedly attacked. With a roar, a cluster of flames was created out of thin air under Natsu's feet. Then, under the propulsion of the flames, his body was like a cannonball, directly impacting on Lion. After getting close to Lion, Natsu clenched his hands into a fist, and a cluster of crimson violent flames instantly rose from the fist. At this moment, the temperature of the air in the entire hall seemed to have risen slightly because of the flame. At the same time, because of Lion and Natsu's use of magic, the mechanical sound of the system also came from Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the magic attribute of Fire Dragon Slayer. Hearing the last notification sound from the system, Yayu was overjoyed. At the end of this chapter, ask for daily flowers, monthly tickets, and various supports. Chapter 6 Altair appears. Chapter 6. Originally, Yayu planned to ask Natsu to release the dragon-slaying magic a few more times. After all, the probability of the system dropping magic attributes is only 1 in 5. But what Yayu didn't expect was that Natsu just released the dragon-slaying magic once, and the system dropped the dragon-slaying magic attribute. It's rare for a situation like this to get into the soul. May I ask if the host receives the Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute? Soon, the system beeped again. Without any hesitation, Yayu immediately responded, charge. Following Yayu's order, the Dragon Slayer magic attribute and magic attribute under Natsu, together with the magic attribute under Lion, all converged towards Yayu. After the 3 golden tadpole runes were all submerged in Yayu's body, a series of changes took place in the data on the virtual screen in front of Yayu. I saw that the magic power has risen from the previous 14,323 to 14,331. On the magic attribute bar, there is also a Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute. Finally got the Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute, so I can also use Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Yayu looked at the magic attribute of Fire Dragon Slayer on the system screen, and immediately clenched his fists. At the same time that Yayu was collecting the magic attribute of Fire Dragon Slayer, Natsu's attack over there had already bullied Lion in front of him. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. But Lion wasn't slow to respond either. Just as Natsu's flaming fist was about to hit Lion, Lion swung his palm. The shape of ice, the ice wall. Just in the blink of an eye, a thick wall of ice appeared in front of Natsu. In the next second, Natsu's fire fist hit the ice wall. Click! The moment Natsu's fist hit the ice wall, a crack appeared on the ice wall. At this time, Natsu's fierce offensive also stopped. But Natsu didn't give up. While Natsu was roaring, 2 flames burst out from under his feet. Pushed by the flames, Natsu's fists went deeper. Ka ka ka. Soon, the cracks on the ice wall spread out in all directions like spider webs. After one breath, the thick ice wall instantly shattered. After losing the barrier of the ice wall, Natsu's fist bombarded Lion without hindrance. This guy. Lion saw that Natsu could destroy the ice wall, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Surprise is surprise. Lion isn't going to sit still. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised his arm and prepared to cast the magic again. However, before Lion's magic had time to activate, Natsu's fist rushed over. Boom! Natsu's fist landed firmly on Lion's cheek. Although most of the power of Fire Dragon's iron fist was blocked by the ice wall. But Natsu's punch still sent Lion flying. I saw Lion's figure draw an arc above the sky, and finally wiped a trace on the ground, and then stopped. Just as Natsu and Lion were fighting, the system's notification sounded again in Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining combat power attribute +0.2. Yayu's system drops combat power attributes in addition to magic power and magic attributes. It's just that most magisters use magic to fight, so in the past 2 years, Yayu has collected more than 14,000 magic power attributes, and the combat power attribute is only 324. Of course, the combat power attribute value dropped by the system is also directly proportional to the combat ability of the magister. Right now, Natsu's strength is not very strong, so the combat power attribute value dropped by the system when he attacks is not very high. If Natsu uses Flame Dragon King's collapsing fist to attack the enemy, then the combat power attribute value dropped by the system may reach double digits. May I ask if the host collects attributes? Collect. Following Yayu's order, the 2 golden attributes over there converged towards Yayu. Soon, the data on the virtual screen in front of Yayu changed again. What a mess, 0 Emperor Lion. Just after Yayu collected the attributes, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the hall. After hearing the voice, both Natsu and Gray were startled. Following the sound, I saw a short man with a ghost mask walking out of the hall. Maybe Natsu and Gray didn't know the masked man. But Yayu knew each other. This person is none other than Altair. Altair in disguise, to be precise. Finally Altair. Yayu looked at the disguised Altair in front of him, his eyes lit up immediately. Originally, Yayu came to Galuna Island to obtain Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute and Altair's Arc of Time attribute. Right now, Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute is in hand. In the end, only Altair's Arc of Time attribute remained. Chapter 7 The True Face of Altair. Chapter 7. Just as Yayu, Natsu, and others were staring at Altair, Lion over there stood up from the ground. He first wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and then looked at Natsu with a murderous look on his face. I was just careless for a while, and it is not easy to deal with this kind of guy. After saying that, Lion waved his palm at Natsu. Ice-shaped big eagle. In the next second, the ice bird formed by the condensation of a large amount of ice directly charged towards the place where Natsu was. When the ice vultures swept towards Natsu, Gray rushed in front of the ice vultures in an instant, blocking Natsu behind him. Ice shape, ice wall. I saw Gray put his palms together, and a thick wall of ice appeared in front of him instantly. Judging from its posture, it seems that it intends to use this ice wall to fend off Lion's ice vultures. But just when those ice vultures were about to hit the ice wall, the corner of Lion's mouth curved into a playful arc. Gray, have you forgotten that my modeling magic can move? As soon as Lion finished speaking, those ice vultures, like living creatures, adjusted their direction around the ice wall created by Gray, and converged towards Natsu and Gray behind the ice wall. Seeing those ice vultures rushing towards them, Natsu swung his fist and crushed 2 of them one by one. But because those ice vultures were flying too fast, all the remaining ones hit Gray and Natsu. Just as Gray and Lion were using modeling magic to fight, a system prompt sounded in Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Ice Modeling Magic Attribute. Ice Shape Magic Attribute? Hearing the notification sound from the system, Yayu frowned suddenly. For Yayu, who has the attribute of Invel Ice Magic, this ice modeling magic is not of much use. After all, Lion and Gray's ice modeling magic is not enough for Invel's ice magic. But now that the system has dropped this attribute, Yayu naturally won't refuse. Hey! When Yayu was collecting the magic attribute of Ice Shape, Altair saw Lion suppressing Gray and Natsu. Her expression moved slightly, and then she said in a hoarse voice, "Then I will leave it to you, I'm going to prepare for the ceremony of resurrecting Lionra." After all, Altair's figure rushed out of the hall. "Resurrect Die Lion." After Gray heard this sentence, his face suddenly changed. You know, Gray's master Ulu gave his life to freeze Die Lionla. How could Gray have brought Lion back to life, and made his master's sacrifice in vain? "Natsu, leave this to me, you go after that guy." Hearing Gray's words, Natsu didn't hesitate, and directly chased after Altair. It's just yet to be seen how far Natsu has run. Lion over there waved his palm. "How can I let you get in the way?" The shape of ice, the mace. A thorny ice hammer made of condensed ice rushed towards Natsu like an arrow leaving the string. When the ice hammer was about to hit Natsu, Natsu's feet moved, and his figure rushed out. Boom! In the next second, the huge ice hammer landed on the ground where Natsu had been before. Suddenly, there was a huge crash in the air. The whole hall shook, and the rock fragments above the head were scattered one after another, showing a tendency to collapse. On the other side, after Yayu collected the magic attributes dropped by the system, he activated the space magic and disappeared into the hall. Even if you stay here, you can collect the magical attributes that Lion and Gray drop when they fight. But for Yayu, the most important thing right now is Altair's Arc of Time attribute. SHHHHHH. Altair in disguise, jumped up and came to the innermost hall. Looking up, I saw a huge ice sculpture in the hall. Inside the ice sculpture, there is a huge monster frozen in ice. This monster is none other than the demon Die Lionra. In addition, there is a purple beam of light above the sky, through the big hole in the ceiling, just shining on the ice sculpture. Because of the irradiation of the purple light beam, the thick layer of ice on Die Lion's body was slowly melting. Soon the seal will be lifted, Die Lion. Altair looked at Lion, who was frozen in front of him, and a frenzy burst into her eyes. However, at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the air. Altair turned his head and saw a man walking towards him. It's that person. Looking at the person in front of him, the image of seeing Yayu in the main hall immediately appeared in Altair's mind. Yayu, who walked into the main hall, first glanced at the huge ice sculpture over there, and then shifted his gaze from Die Lion to Altair. "Show your true colors, Altair." As soon as Yayu said this, Altair over there was startled. This guy actually recognized me? Altair is very confident in his transformation magic. Even people who know her may find it difficult to recognize her transformation. But right now on this inaccessible island, it is recognized by people. Altair was naturally quite surprised. But now that his identity has been found out, there is no need for Altair to hide it anymore. Then under Yayu's gaze, Altair tore off the mask on his face. In the next second, her body and appearance changed drastically. "Since you recognized me, I can't let you go." With a black and beautiful Altair, with one hand on his waist, he said to Yayu in a clear female voice. "I ask for flowers every day, ask for monthly tickets, ask for all kinds of support, thank you guys. Chapter 8 Obtaining the Magic Attribute of the Arc of Time. Chapter 8. In a dilapidated palace on Galuna Island, Yayu and Altair in white faced each other far away. And the ice on Dai Lion's body was also melted layer by layer under the effect of the moon's drop. As the ice continued to melt, a thin layer of mist shrouded the palace. Altair flicked the long black hair on the back casually, and said to Yayu with a smile on the corner of his mouth, Dai Lionla is about to lift the seal, let's get rid of you as soon as possible. After that, she waved her white palm at Yayu. The crystal ball suspended behind Altair, like a cannonball, directly impacted towards Yayu. Yayu's purpose is to collect Altair's Arc of Time attribute. The most important thing right now is to force Altair to cast the Arc of Time magic. Just when the crystal ball was about to hit Yayu, Yayu punched out. Boom! In the next second, Yayu's fist landed on the crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball shattered. Hey! Altair saw that Yayu smashed her crystal ball so easily, a playful smile appeared on her pretty face. Arc of Time. As Yayu expected, after he shattered the crystal ball, Altair immediately activated the Arc of Time magic. The fragments of the crystal ball that splashed around returned along the original trajectory, finally gathered together, and condensed into an intact crystal ball. Is this the Arc of Time magic? Although Yayu has long known that Altair's Arc of Time magic can make time go backwards. But seeing that scene with his own eyes like a movie reversed, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. While Yayu was secretly praising, the system's notification sound also came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +4. At the same time as the notification sound came from the system, a golden magic attribute dropped from under Altair over there. For this magical attribute, Yayu was not in a hurry to collect it. He was going to charge it together with Altair's Arc of Time magic attribute for a while. Just as Yayu was amazed, Altair over there saw the expression on Yayu's face. She thought Yayu was shocked by her Arc of Time magic, and then said with a happy face, "This is the lost magic Arc of Time. No matter how many times you smash my crystal ball, I can restore it. Let's talk." Altair's white fingers draw a graceful arc in the air again. At the same time, under Altair's control, the recovered crystal ball charged towards Yayu again. Yayu, with a combat power of 324.2, doesn't care about attacks at this speed at all. Same as before, when the crystal ball was about to approach Yayu, Yayu punched him casually. Boom! With a loud noise, the crystal ball shattered. However, before the fragments of the crystal ball fell to the ground, Altair used the Arc of Time magic to restore the shattered crystal ball. For the next period of time, Altair continued to manipulate the crystal ball to attack Yayu. And Yayu smashed the crystal ball again and again. When Altair used Arc of Time magic to restore the crystal ball for the 6th time, the prompt sound he wanted to hear finally sounded in Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the magical attribute of the Arc of Time. Here it comes, finally here it comes. Hearing the system's notification tone, Yayu was overjoyed. May I ask if the host receives the Arc of Time attribute? Collect. Yayu replied to the system immediately without any hesitation. Following Yayu's order, the Arc of Time attribute under Altair, together with the magic attribute, directly gathered towards Yayu. As those golden attributes continued to sink into Yayu's body, the magical attributes on the virtual screen in front of him also continued to rise. 14,350. 14,354. 14,374. In the end, Yayu's magic power stabilized at 14,374. In addition, there is an additional Arc of Time attribute on the magic attribute bar. Yayu looked at the Arc of Time attribute on the virtual screen, and a fiery look burst into his eyes. The Arc of Time attribute is also quite against the sky. Don't look now, Altair is just restoring the shattered crystal ball. Later, Altair turned back the time of the whole world, making those who were originally dead resurrected. Of course, the price is also quite high. But what Yayu thinks is, if only the time of a specific space is reversed, can the people in this space be brought back to life, and the cost is quite small. For example, Miss Minerva of Swordbite Tiger, her space magic can create a not very large spherical space. At this time, if you use the arc of time to reverse the time in this sphere space, let the person who just died return to the state before death. Since this sphere space is not as big as the world, the side effect is not as big as Altair reversing the world time. Of course, these are all unknowns, and Yayu needs to experiment. If it is really successful, Yayu can use this arc of time attribute to cooperate with Minerva's space attribute to resurrect the dead and regenerate limbs. By the way, the attribute of the arc of time cannot be directly used by humans. Just when Yayu charged the arc of time attribute, the Altair over there also stopped attacking Yayu. It seems that I underestimated you, I'll be a little more serious next time. Altair looked at Yayu, and after she said something lightly, she activated the arc of time magic again. But this time Altair isn't turning time backwards, she's speeding it up. Call out. At the moment when the time of the crystal ball was accelerated, the flying speed of the crystal ball also accelerated by more than 10 times. In just the blink of an eye, the crystal ball rushed in front of Yayu. At the moment when the crystal ball was about to hit Yayu, Yayu activated Invel's ice magic attribute. I ask for flowers every day, and I ask for a monthly pass in the new month. Thank you guys. Chapter 9 Stamped Lion to Death. Chapter 9 Condensation. The moment Yayu activated Invel's ice magic attribute, a bone-piercing chill emanated from Yayu's body. And the crystal ball rushing towards Yayu was frozen the moment it came into contact with the cold air, and finally stopped an inch away from Yayu. Is this your magic? Altair looked at the coldness emanating from Yayu's body, and a look of understanding appeared on her pretty face. Immediately, he moved his palm. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he wanted to take back the frozen crystal ball. But after Altair waved his hand, the frozen crystal remained motionless, without any response. It's not ordinary ice magic. Altair itself also uses ice magic. If it was Lion and Grey's level of ice modeling magic, she waved just now, and the crystal ball would definitely break out of the ice. But right now, she is unable to manipulate the crystal ball. Obviously, Yayu's magic is much more difficult than she imagined. Although ordinary means cannot break Yayu's ice magic, Altair is not an ordinary person either. Arc of Time. Without any hesitation, she immediately activated the arc of time magic. Under the action of time going backwards, the crystal ball frozen by the ice disappeared into the ice out of thin air. The next second, when the crystal ball reappeared, it was already outside the ice. Altair, who deflected Yayu's ice magic, raised a happy arc at the corner of his mouth. Although she didn't speak, the expression on her face seemed to say, "It's my magic that is better." Flash of the future. After freeing the crystal ball from its icy freeze, Altair activated the arc of time magic again. Immediately, crystal balls appeared one after another out of thin air near Yayu's body. It depends on how you block this move. After finishing speaking, Altair's palm grabbed Yayu in the air. And the large number of crystal balls suspended around Yayu all gathered towards Yayu at an astonishing speed. Back in time. Just when those crystal balls were about to hit Yayu, Yayu immediately activated the arc of time attribute just collected from Altair. The moment Yayu started to reverse time, the crystal balls that were rushing towards Yayu all returned along the original path. This is. Altair itself uses the arc of time. Seeing Yayu cast the arc of time magic right now, she recognized it at a glance. This arc of time magic is lost magic. Logically speaking, it is impossible for ordinary people to use this trick. But this strange man in front of him can use it. This has greatly exceeded Altair's expectations. Who are you? Why did it appear on this island? Altair looked at Yayu, the playfulness on his face completely disappeared, replaced by a seriousness towards the powerful enemy. Just when Yayu was about to say something, there was a loud roar in the air. Following the sound, I saw that Dai Lionla, whose huge upper body had been frozen, had been lifted from the ice under the action of the moon drop. Altair saw that Dai Lion was about to lift the seal, and on her pretty face, there was an expression of success. At the same time, Natsu, Gray, and Lion above the main hall all heard the roar. What happened? Natsu released Lion from under him, looked up at the ceiling and said. Maybe Natsu didn't know what the sound was, but both Lion and Gray did. It's Dai Lionla, it's finally done. At this time Lion has been defeated by Natsu and Gray. But when he heard Dai Lion's roar, there was a smile on his face. But Gray's complexion was very ugly. Dai Lion pulls but the shadow in his heart. He knew that once Dai Lion was resurrected, the consequences would be disastrous. Natsu. Gray greeted Natsu, and then, together with Natsu, ran towards the place where Lion was. At this time, Yayu just glanced at Dai Lion for a while, and then set his sights on Altair. It's almost time to end this battle. Yayu looked at Altair and said. Ah, that's exactly what I mean. After all, Altair leaned forward slightly. All gods shine. After Altair launched the magic, the sky above the huge palace was densely covered with cone-shaped crystals. And the sharp parts of those conical crystals are aimed at Yayu below. With a wave of Altair's arms, the cone-shaped crystals above the sky, like a hail of bullets, swept towards Yayu on the ground overwhelmingly. Ice magic. Seeing those crystals rushing towards him, Yayu mobilized a huge amount of magic power, and immediately activated the ice magic attribute. In the next second, a violent cold air swept across the entire hall like a whirlwind. At this moment, the hall was overwhelmed by the biting air conditioning. The air conditioning came and went quickly. After a breath, when the cold air dissipated, the entire hall was almost completely frozen. Those crystals that swept towards Yayu, as well as Altair himself, were also frozen in the ice, unable to move. This guy. Altair in the ice stared at Yayu, his eyes flickering constantly. Although she urged the arc of time to crack the ice, but after consuming a lot of magic power, the ice frozen on her body only disappeared a little bit. At this moment, ripples appeared in Altair's heart. When did such a powerful ice mage appear in the kingdom of Fiori? While Altair is constantly melting the ice, Yayu is collecting the magic power attribute that Altair dropped when he used magic before. With the entry of 3 magic attributes, Yayu's magic attributes rose from 14,374 to 14,392. After collecting the magic attributes, Yayu glanced at Altair in the ice, and then he was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Dai Lion over there also completely lifted the seal. Roar! I saw the huge Dai Lion Liangtian roared angrily. At this moment, the entire island trembled. After the dilapidated palace, a large number of rocks continued to fall. Danger! Gray, who rushed over from the outer hall, saw Dai Lion pulling up that huge claw, ready to attack Yayu. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately reminded Yayu loudly. In fact, without Gray's reminder, Yayu has already noticed Dai Lion. Originally, Yayu didn't want to pay attention to this demon. After all, he knew that Uru seal had taken away an absolute part of Dy Lion's life. Dai Lionla at the moment is probably just a flashback before the oil is exhausted. However, Yayu couldn't ignore Dai Lion's death blow. Transformation magic. Without any hesitation, Yayu immediately activated Brandish's transformation magic. In just the blink of an eye, Dai Lion, who was originally like a mountain, instantly became the size of a grasshopper. Then, under the astonished gaze of Gray and Natsu, Yayu raised his foot, directly pulled Dai Lion and trampled him to death. At this moment, the astonished voices of Natsu and Gray sounded in the hall. At the end of this chapter, ask for daily flowers, monthly tickets, and various supports. Chapter 10 Fairy Queen Urza. Chapter 10. At this moment, Gray and Natsu's eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open, as if they saw a ghost. Actually, you actually stomped Dai Lion to death. At this time, Gray's heart was filled with a huge wave, full of horror. Who is Dai Lion? The so-called Calamity Demon. At that time, his master Ulu couldn't kill Dai Lion, and finally used forbidden magic, absolutely frozen, and at the cost of sacrificing his life, Dai Lion was frozen. But right now, this man stomped Dai Lion to death. How could Gray accept such absurd thing all of a sudden? At the same time, Natsu on the side agreed and was extremely surprised. But he is different from Gray. He was not surprised that Yayu stomped Dai Lion to death, but he was surprised that Yayu stomped Dai Lion to death to pull this strength. Good, so amazing. Yayu, what kind of magic was that just now? It turned such a big monster into such a small one. On the way to the palace, Natsu already knew Yayu's name. He rushed in front of Yayu in an instant, clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Yayu glanced at Natsu and Gray, and then activated the transformation magic attribute again. In the next second, Natsu and Gray shrank to the size of ants. Good, so big. Natsu looked at Yayu, who was as big as a mountain in front of him, and he was incomparably amazed. While Gray was amazed, he was also incomparably terrified. At this time, Altair, who was frozen by Yayu, also saw everything in her eyes. Seeing that Yayu, besides ice magic and arc of time, also has the kind of magic that can shrink the target, she was also extremely surprised. At this moment, in Altair's eyes, Yayu's sense of mystery is even stronger. During the conversation between Yayu and Natsu and others, Altair has already used the arc of time to break free from the ice. Call out! With a leap, Altair landed on top of the hole where Del Lion had been. After Yayu, Natsu, and Gray noticed the movement, they immediately looked up. I saw Altair with long black hair, with one hand on his hip, looking at everyone. Who is that woman? Natsu has seen Altair wearing a mask. But he didn't know the real face of Altair. Looking at Altair right now, Natsu said with a puzzled face. But Gray on the side seemed to see a ghost, and his face changed drastically. You are you. Altair and you are you look very much alike. The moment he saw Altair, Gray thought that Altair in front of him was Ulu himself. But Altair didn't care about Gray and Natsu, her eyes were on Yayu from beginning to end. Yayu, I remember this name. See you next time, I will never lose to you. After all, Altair's figure turned into a white shadow and disappeared into the air. Ulu. Seeing Altair disappear, Gray immediately chased after him. But after Gray came to the entrance of the cave, where can I see half a figure? Ulu, is that really you? You are still alive. At this moment, Gray glanced down, once frozen Dai Lion, but the ice that has melted into water, he said with a lonely face. Gray. Natsu below, seeing Gray's expression like that, his face also straightened. Yayu, have you joined the guild yet? If you don't join the guild, how about coming to our fairy tale? No, as powerful as you, please come to our fairy tale. During the time when Dai Lion came out of the hall, Natsu had been talking enthusiastically. Leave him alone, this guy wants you to join our guild, he definitely wants to fight you. Hearing Natsu's words, Gray on the side reminded Yayu helplessly. At this time, Natsu also showed a hint of being sad on his face. Join fairy tale. At this time, Yayu was also thinking in his mind whether to join the fairy tale guild. You two are really relaxing. Just as Yayu was weighing, an extremely domineering female voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Hearing this voice, Gray and Natsu on the side looked like they saw a cat and a mouse, the hairs on their bodies stood up in fright, and the expressions on their faces were also extremely frightened. Looking up, I saw a woman standing at the entrance of the palace. I saw the woman with long red hair, wearing a silver-white battle armor, and a long sword on her waist. The woman looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old, but the expression on her face at this moment was extremely terrifying. The moment he saw this woman, Yayu recognized her. This person is none other than Urza, known as the Fairy Queen. Behind Urza, stood a girl and a blue cat. The girl had long golden hair tied into a ponytail. A simple miniskirt also looks extremely youthful and beautiful. The girl and the cat are naturally Lucy and Happy. Because Natsu and his team came here privately to perform S-level missions. So the moment Natsu saw Urza appear, he knew that Urza was here to catch him. Urza, there is a huge monster on this island, we are here. Natsu pointed to the palace behind him and tried to explain to Urza. Before Natsu finished speaking, Urza interrupted Natsu's words. Then he sighed and said, I've already heard about the specific situation from Lucy. Seeing that Urza's tone has eased a lot, Natsu also heaved a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, who is this? Urza looked up, and Yayu, who was taller than both Gray and Natsu, asked aloud. His name is Yayu, we met on this island. Seeing Urza asking about Yayu, Natsu introduced him impatiently. Urza. Natsu and Gray greet you. After hearing Natsu's explanation, Urza stretched out her palm to Yayu like a big sister. Yayu. After Yayu stretched out his hand to shake Urza, he introduced himself again. Hey, Lucy, come out and get to know each other. You, hello, my name is Lucy. I am Happy. Chapter 11 Yayu and number 039, S Target, Legal Attributes of Goblins. Chapter 11. Affected by the drops of the moon, there is a huge disc-like layer of exhaust gas above Galuna Island. It is precisely because of this exhaust gas layer that the demons on the island have memory impairment. After Urza removed the exhaust gas layer, the demons on the island all recovered their memories. The task of Natsu and others can be regarded as a successful completion. To express their gratitude, the demons on the island sent a huge ship to Yayu and others. Afterwards, Yayu, Natsu, Urza and his party took the huge ship and returned along the original road. Yayu, come back to the guild with us. After seeing the harmonious atmosphere of our guild, maybe you want to join our guild. Natsu said to Yayu again. Harmony? Hearing Natsu's words, Urza had a headache, while Lucy was speechless. Is that a harmonious atmosphere? That's obviously messing around. And every day is so chaotic. For Natsu's invitation, Yayu did not refuse. According to what Yayu knows, this time after Natsu and Urza and others return to Fairy Tail, Phantom Lord will attack Fairy Tail. And the Iron Dragon Slayer Magister Gajeel is the Ghost's man. Although Yayu already got Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute, but he also wants Gajeel's Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute. However, the real reason Yayu agreed to Natsu's invitation was that during the battle between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord, Makarov would cast the legendary super magic the Fairy Law. For the magic of Goblin Law, Yayu wanted to get it before he came to Ishgar. Now that there is such an opportunity to collect the legal attributes of goblins, Yayu will naturally not let it go. In addition, if Yayu had to choose a guild to join, Fairy Tail would be his first choice. As for the reason, Fairy Tail doesn't have so many rules and regulations. Very good. After Yayu agreed to go to the guild together, Natsu was overjoyed. It didn't take long for Natsu to be happy. Urza said aloud, as for the punishment of your private actions this time, it will be decided by the president when you go back. Hearing Urza's words was like pouring cold water on Natsu's head. A second ago, he was extremely excited. In the next second, it was like an eggplant beaten by frost. No, don't punish. Natsu kept shaking his head, but was still dragged away forcefully by Urza. When Yayu, Urza, and others came to Magnolia Town, they saw the building of the Fairy Tale Guild, like a hedgehog, covered with thick steel. Seeing the scene in front of them, the faces of Natsu, Gray, and others changed drastically. Natsu, Gray, and others all grew up in Fairy Tale. He has already regarded this place as his home. Now seeing the guild being destroyed like this, the anger in their hearts rose to the maximum in an instant. At this moment, even Urza's pretty face was full of anger. "What is this?" Happy looked at the destroyed guild. He said solemnly. "Perhaps Urza et al. Don't know what's going on. But yeah, you knew. Phantom Lord sneak attack on Fairy Tale. And looking at these steels, one can tell at a glance that it is the work of Iron Dragon Slayer Magister Gajeel. Has the ghost come to this town yet?" After Yayu glanced around, he activated the perception magic. During the 2 years in the Western continent, apart from the magic attributes of the 312 holy shields of Irene, Invel, and Neenhart, Yayu also collected many other magic attributes. It's just that these magic attributes are nothing compared to the magic of the 12 holy shields, so Yayu rarely uses them. The perception magic attribute currently used by Yayu was collected from a magician in the Western continent. With the activation of the perception magic attribute, an invisible ripple centered on Yayu and spread out in all directions. Soon, most of Magnolia's town was within Yayu's range of perception. At the same time, a lot of magical reactions appeared in Yayu's mind. However, this attribute of perception magic can only perceive the position and size of magic power, but it is impossible to know more detailed information. However, if it is someone who has been in contact with Yayu before, Yayu can remember the magic power of that person. Take Natsu for example. The next time Yayu perceives Natsu's magical reaction again, he will know that the magical reaction is Natsu. As for those who have not been in contact with it, it is difficult to judge. However, the person Yayu wants to perceive right now is the president of the Ghost Guild, Jose. Jose, like Makarov, is a holy 10. The magic power of these two people stands out from the crowd in Magnolia. Soon, Yayu locked onto 2 huge magic power reactions. One of them is right behind Yayu on the guild facade. Obviously, this magic power belongs to Makarov. And the other one, of course, is Jose. After discovering Jose's location, Yayu immediately activated the space magic attribute and disappeared into the air. Natsu, Gray, and others were still immersed in anger because of the destruction of the guild, so that they didn't realize that Yayu disappeared. After Natsu and others entered the guild, they learned from Myra Jane that the guild had been raided by the Phantom Lord. After learning about this, Natsu came to the basement floor of the guild angrily. "President!" Natsu yelled at Makarov, who was sitting on the table over there drinking heavily. "Oh, back! Now is not the time to drink, the guild has suffered damage, we should go to the ghosts to settle the score. Isn't it just destruction? They only think of this way, let them go," Makarov said indifferently. But the anger in Natsu's heart is getting bigger and bigger. Just when Natsu was about to say something, Makarov said, "You have accepted the S-level mission privately, I haven't punished you yet." After all, Makarov slapped Natsu symbolically. Speaking of S-level missions, Urza over there suddenly thought of Yayu. "By the way, the president will introduce someone to you." After Urza said this to Makarov, he turned to look. But there is no one behind her. Where is Yayu? At this time, Yayu had already arrived on top of a tall building in the town. And under the tall building where Yayu is, there are 2 people. These 2 people are none other than Jose and Gajeel, the presidents of Spectre. Makarov can really bear it, and there is no movement until now. Jose said aloud. "This shows that I haven't done enough. I'm going to give them another big gift." Gajeel grinned. "Yeah, don't strike too hard and kill them." Chapter 12 Iron Dragon Slayer, Gajeel. Chapter 12. At night, there are 3 people inside a building in Magnolia Town. These 3 people are none other than Levi, Droy, and Jet, who are known as the Lane Engine Trio in the Fairy Tale Guild. Damn you, Ghost, you actually made a surprise attack on our guild, and the guild leader is really serious. You actually acted like nothing happened. Droy, who was sitting on the chair, said with a resentful expression on his face. The president is also considering the overall situation. A battle between guilds and guilds will definitely hurt both sides. Levy, with ocean blue hair, handed Droy a cup of coffee and said aloud. Levy, don't worry, if the ghosts come, I will protect you. Droy took the coffee and said seriously. And I? Jet on the side said hurriedly. I'm not as weak as you think. Hearing what Droy and Jet said, Levy said with a smile. However, just as Levy turned around, a strange voice suddenly came from the air. I found it, the one from Fairy Tale. Hearing this creepy sound, Levy turned around immediately. I saw a black-haired man squatting on the windowsill eating steel, his mouth making crackling sounds, which looked terrifying. Seeing this scene, Levy's expression suddenly changed. Droy and Jet, who were sitting on the edge of the table over there, also stood up immediately, looking at the man who suddenly barged in before them as if facing a big enemy. You are the Iron Dragon Slayer of Spectre. Although the two of Droy have never met Gajeel, they have heard rumors about the Dragon Slayer of Ghost Iron. Seeing Gajeel eating steel right now, they recognized Gajeel at a glance. Bingo! Gajeel stared at the three of Levy in front of him, and said jokingly. Once confirmed, the duo of Droy and Jet immediately put Levy behind him. Levy, go and inform Urza and them, we will block this place. Droy hurriedly said something to Levy behind him, and then launched an attack on Gajeel in front of him. Plant magic! Droy dropped a plant seed in his hand to the ground. In the next second, a thick branch and vine swept across Gajeel on the window rock like a living thing. Seeing that Droy had already launched an attack on Gajeel, the solemn Levy also left immediately, preparing to notify the people in the guild. But before Levy had time to go out, there were two loud noises in the room. Levy subconsciously turned his head to look, and saw that Droy and Jet had collapsed on the ground. Levy, hurry up, hurry up. The badly injured Droy raised his head with difficulty and shouted at Levy. But before Droy finished speaking, Gajeel, with a playful face, raised his foot and stepped heavily on Droy's body. Wow! Droy spurted out a mouthful of blood, then passed out. Droy! Levy's pretty face turned pale when he saw Droy was severely injured. And Gajeel stepped on the bodies of Droy and Jet and approached Levy directly. Three-dimensional text magic, stone. Enduring the fear, Levy wrote a stone English letter in the void. Then under Levy's manipulation, the stone-like English letters directly charged towards Gajeel. Hey! Faced with Levy's attack, Gajeel didn't pay attention at all. He opened his mouth, and a piercing smile appeared on his face. After the stone text approached, Gajeel raised his arm and punched out. Gajeel's punch was no ordinary punch. The moment he punched out, his entire arm stretched out like rubber. In just a moment, Levy's words were smashed into slag. This is not over yet. Gajeel's outstretched arm rushed towards Levy without a moment's pause. Seeing Gajeel's steely fist magnified sharply in his eyes, Levy immediately waved his arms, ready to use the three-dimensional text to resist. It's just that Gajeel's attack was too fast, and Levy didn't have time to cast the word magic. Just when Gajeel's arm was about to hit Levy, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air and grabbed Gajeel's outstretched steel arm firmly. This sudden change made Gajeel's expression tremble. And Levy fell to the ground in fright. Levy supported the ground with both hands, and looked up at the man who had saved her. It's just that this person's back was facing her, and she couldn't see his face clearly at all. Although Levy couldn't see the man's face, Gajeel could. Are you from Fairy Tale, too? Gajeel retracted the outstretched steel arm, stood up straight, and asked seriously. The person who appeared in front of Gajeel at this time was naturally Yayu. Yayu did not answer Gajeel's question. He just tilted his head slightly and glanced at Levi behind him. Glancing at Yayu's cold gaze, Levi, who was still in shock, immediately reacted. Without any hesitation, she got up from the ground and retreated to the side. After Levi and Yayu put some distance away, she finally saw Yayu's appearance clearly. Seeing that Yayu didn't make a sound, Gajeel spat out the steel scraps in his mouth, and said with a grin, "Forget it, it doesn't matter if you are from fairy tale or not, since you dare to come out and get in the way, then let's clean it up together." After all, Gajeel launched an attack on Yayu. I saw Gajeel's foot move, stepping on a deep depression on the ground, and his figure rushed towards Yayu like an arrow from the string. After Gajeel rushed to the sky above Yayu's head, he grinned, and then the iron fist exploded directly at Yayu below him in a slam dunk. "Before you get the Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute, let's play with you." Seeing Gajeel exploding in front of him, Yayu thought to himself, and then activated the magic attribute of Fire Dragon Slayer obtained from Natsu earlier. As Yayu clenched his fist, a ray of crimson flame instantly rose above his fist. After Gajeel's iron fist approached, Yayu's fist wrapped in flames punched Gajeel. At the end of this chapter, ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and various supports every day. Chapter 13 Fire Dragon Slayer Magic vs Iron Dragon Slayer Magic. Chapter 13. In the room, Yayu's fist wrapped in flames and Gajeel's steel fist directly shook together. Boom! At this moment, there was a violent crash in the air. And Gajeel's body, also under the impact of a huge force, flew backwards directly. In an instant, Gajeel's figure smashed into the wall not far behind him. After breaking through the wall, Gajeel came out onto the street outside the house. In the end, his feet made 2 long scratches on the street floor, and he stabilized his figure. Amazing! Levi over there saw that Yayu knocked Gajeel into the air with one punch. She covered her mouth lightly, and exclaimed involuntarily. Levi also has a deep understanding of Gajeel's strength. Jet and Droy, but Gajeel gave him a second in just one meeting. But right now, this strange man knocked Gajeel away with a single punch. Levi was naturally surprised to see this. At the same time, the hunched Gajeel on the street slowly looked up at Yayu. "Fire Dragon Slayer Magic, are you a fire dragon?" Gajeel looked at Yayu and said with a grin on his face. Although Gajeel has never met Natsu, but he knew that in the Fairy Tale Guild, there was someone like him who was also a Dragon Slayer Magister. Now seeing Yayu using Fire Dragon Slayer magic, he immediately thought of the rumored Fire Dragon. Yayu naturally knew that the Fire Dragon in Gajeel's mouth was Natsu. He looked at Gajeel and said lightly, "I'm not a fire dragon." Levi over there heard the conversation between Yayu and Gajeel, and she looked puzzled. What happened? Besides Natsu, is there another dragon slayer of fire in this world? Forget it, none of this matters. No matter who you are, I will clean you up here today. Just use my Iron Dragon Slayer magic." Having said that, Gajeel raised his arms. I saw that his arm was instantly covered with a layer of steel dragon scales, like dragon claws. It actually grew dragon scales. After Levi saw the change in Gajeel's body, her pretty face suddenly changed. Then, under Levi's watchful eyes, Gajeel moved his feet. His figure was like an arrow from the string, and he rushed towards Yayu. Gajeel in dragon scale, his speed is faster than before. In just a few breaths, Gajeel rushed in front of Yayu. Without any hesitation, he immediately clenched his fist with his arm covered with steel dragon scales, and bombarded Yayu with one punch. Facing the punch that strengthened Gajeel, Yayu didn't hesitate in the slightest, and also punched him with a fiery fist. In the next second, Yayu's fist and Gajeel's fist collided directly. At this moment, there was a violent steel collision sound in the air. A wave of air also centered on Yayu and Gajeel, spreading out in all directions like ripples. In addition, the blue stone ground under Gajeel's feet sank in an instant. "Hey!" Gajeel, who was in a fist with Yayu, grinned at Yayu. Although Gajeel didn't speak, the smile on his face seemed to say to Yayu, "Now I won't be blown away by you like before." Not long after Gajeel laughed, Yayu punched out with the other hand, directly hitting Gajeel's chest. Boom! Gajeel, who was hit hard, spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. The strength has indeed improved a lot, but the speed is still too slow. After saying that, Yayu kicked Gajeel directly. Boom! Under a violent impact sound, Gajeel's body flew out in the shape of. It ended up hitting a guardrail on the street. The guardrail made of steel and stone was shattered in an instant. Gajeel's body was also buried under rubble. Finished. After a few breaths, Levi saw that Gajeel didn't make any movement. She clenched her hands tightly and asked Yayu. Before Yayu could answer Levi's words, Gajeel in the ruins over there suddenly exploded. "It's been a long time since I met such a strong opponent. Today I must beat you." After Gajeel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he shouted at Yayu with a fighting spirit. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yayu and Levi, Gajeel picked up the steel on the guardrail beside him and bit it directly. Hearing a clicking sound, Gajeel's body undergoes earth-shaking changes. Originally Gajeel was just covered with steel dragon scales on his arms. But right now, Gajeel's whole body is covered with steel dragon scales. Seeing the changes in Gajeel, Levi on the side was more worried than before. At this moment, Levi suddenly thought of Natsu. She knew that after Natsu ate the flame, his power would increase. And Yayu, like Natsu, is a dragon slayer of fire. If Yayu also eats the flame, his strength may also increase. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Levi immediately used the three-dimensional text magic to create a cluster of flames. "Well, if you don't mind." After Levi created the three-dimensional flame, he asked Yayu timidly. But before Levi finished speaking, Yayu responded, "No need." "What? People are so kind." After being rejected by Yayu, Levi complained angrily. What Levi doesn't know is that Yayu really doesn't need to eat flames to improve his strength. Not against Gajeel, to be precise. He can instantly kill Gajeel whenever he wants. Seeing that Yayu doesn't eat flames, Gajeel narrowed one of his eyes, then grinned and said, "It's not necessary, it's really arrogant. However, don't regret it." After all, Steel Gajeel launched an attack on Yayu. He took a sharp breath, and then covered his mouth with his hands. Iron Dragon's Roar. After a magic circle appeared in front of Iron Gajeel, a silver whirlwind mixed with Iron Dragon's iron pieces swept directly towards Yayu with an astonishing momentum. And at this moment, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came from Yayu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +6. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute." After hearing the system's notification tone, Yayu's heart was overjoyed. "Finally come. I ask for flowers and monthly tickets for support every day, thank you guys." Chapter 14 Obtain Iron Dragon Slayer Magic Attributes. Chapter 14. May I ask if the host charges Iron Dragon Slayer magic attributes? Collect. Yayu replied to the system immediately without any hesitation. Following Yayu's order, the Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute under Gajeel, together with other attributes that Yayu and Gajeel dropped during the previous battle, all converged towards Yayu. After those attributes were submerged into Yayu's body, various data on the virtual screen in front of Yayu also changed. I saw that the magic attribute has risen from the previous 14,392 to 14,412. And the combat power attribute has also increased to 325. Although the attributes of magic power and combat power have not increased much. But Yayu got the desired Iron Dragon Slayer magical properties. I don't know if the Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute and the Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute are used at the same time. Will it enter the Iron Dragon mode? Seeing the Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute suddenly appearing on the magic bar of the virtual screen, Yayu thought to himself. You must know that in the original drama, Natsu used the dragon-slaying magic of 2 attributes of thunder and fire at the same time to develop the Thunder Flame Dragon mode. And Gajeel uses the dragon-slaying magic of Iron and Shadow attributes at the same time, and also enters the Iron Shadow Dragon mode. Right now, if Yayu uses Iron and Fire dragon-slaying magic at the same time, it is reasonable to say that he should also be able to cast a more powerful Iron Flame Dragon mode, or it is called the Steel Flame Dragon mode. Of course, this is just Yayu's idea. Whether it will be successful or not will require experimentation. After collecting the Iron Dragon Slayer's magic attributes, Yayu withdrew his mind and turned his gaze from the virtual screen to the Iron Dragon's roar in front of him. Danger! Levi behind Yayu saw the violent whirlwind rushing towards Yayu. She hastily reminded Yayu loudly. Just when the violent whirlwind was about to hit Yayu, Yayu's finger was a little bit in the air. Additional magic. Without any hesitation, Yayu immediately activated the additional magic attributes collected from Irene. Under Yayu's manipulation, he gave Air additional instructions. Suddenly, a magic shock wave hit the whirlwind. Soon, the magic shock wave and the whirlwind collided with each other. But in front of the magic shock wave, the whirlwind was like paper, and it was washed away in an instant. What? Seeing that his magic had been defeated, Gajeel's expression suddenly changed. It's not over yet. After the magic shock wave defeated the Iron Dragon's roar magic, it didn't stop there, but continued to move forward, and swept towards the place where Gajeel was. Seeing the magic shock wave magnified sharply in his eyes, Gajeel gritted his teeth and crossed his arms in front of him as a conditioned reflex. Judging by his posture, it seems that he wants to block the magic shock wave. But the power of this magic shock wave was beyond Gajeel's imagination. The moment the shock wave hit Gajeel, Gajeel's entire body flew upside down like a shell. Bang! Soon, there was a terrifying explosion in the air. With the sound of the explosion, the violent air wave also spread along the street and towards the sides. This terrifying explosion came and went quickly. After one breath, the explosion stopped and the air wave dissipated. Levi put his arms in front of his body tentatively, and looked up. However, when Lei saw the situation in front of her clearly, her expression suddenly changed. This is... I saw a wide gully on the ground in the middle of the street, as if it had been bombarded by a powerful magic cannon. But Levi knew that it was not bombarded by magic cannons, but created by Yayu's magic. And still use one finger. What kind of magic is that? Levi had never seen such magic before. She shifted her eyes from the ravine to Yayu with difficulty. At this time, in Levi's field of vision, Yayu is full of mysteries. Levi. Just as Levi was looking at Yayu, a familiar female voice suddenly came from the air. Looking for the sound, I saw Urza in silver armor rushing towards this side. Urza. Seeing Urza approaching, Levi immediately went up to meet him. Levi, what the hell is going on here? Obviously, Urza heard the huge explosion and rushed over. We are being attacked by ghosts. Hearing Levi's words, Urza's pretty face suddenly changed. Where are the ghost people? It has been resolved, it should be. Levi looked at Yayu and said with a wry smile. Urza followed Levi's gaze, and soon she also found Yayu and recognized him. Yayu. Why are you here? Hearing Urza's words, Levi said with a look of surprise, You know him? Ah, I met on Galuna Island. Urza first responded to Levi, and then walked in front of Yayu. I wanted to introduce you to the people in the guild during the day, but I didn't see anyone in your guild. Yayu looked at Urza and said, It will be the same next time we meet again. My name is Levi, and like Urza, I'm a member of Fairy Tale. Thank you for your help just now. Levi walked in front of Yayu, put his feet together, and said with a little dodge in his eyes. Chapter 15 The strength has greatly increased. Chapter 15. The next day, when Makarov, Natsu, and other members of Fairy Tail saw Jet and Droy's tragic situation from the hospital, they were all extremely angry. When the guild building was destroyed, Makarov was not angry, because in his opinion, it was very unwise to start a war with ghosts for a building. But now it is different. Makarov treats every member of the guild as family. Now seeing his own children being beaten like this, Makarov couldn't take it anymore. Jose, make me aware. After the angry Makarov left the hospital, he went straight to where the ghost guild was. When Makarov went to where the ghost was, Natsu, Gray, Urza and other Fairy Tail members had already arrived at the ghost's foothold. The specters have long wanted to clean up Fairy Tail. Just never had the right opportunity. Now seeing Natsu and Gray's group rushing in, they all rushed towards Natsu and the others without any hesitation. Soon, everyone from Fairy Tail was fighting fiercely with Ghost's mages. At this time, Yayu, who came with Natsu and others, continuously heard the mechanical prompt sound of the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +2. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining combat power attribute +0.1. At the same time that the notification sound was constantly coming from Yayu's mind, the golden attributes on the battlefield were also continuously falling. In the past, when Yayu fought with others, the system dropped attributes one by one. But right now, in the battle between dozens of people, the attributes will drop by dozens and dozens. In Yayu's field of vision, the golden attribute fell like a truck dumping coins. Seeing this spectacular scene, Yayu was naturally overjoyed. At this moment, Yayu has decided to join Fairy Tail. How many attributes can be collected by fighting alone? Fight in groups and collect attributes quickly. Just as Yayu was excited, a mage from the Ghost Guild rushed directly at Yayu. Before Yayu could make a move, a stone made of three-dimensional characters charged over and hit the Ghost Wizard. The Ghost Wizard who was hit hard screamed, and his body flew upside down. At this time, the system's notification sound also came from Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the magic attribute of three-dimensional characters. Hearing the notification sound from the system, Yayu turned his head and saw Levi smiling at him. Obviously, the person who attacked the Ghost Wizard was Levi. May I ask if the host collects the three-dimensional text magic attribute? Hearing the notification sound from the system, Yayu replied without any hesitation, charge it. Following Yayu's order, the magic attribute of the three-dimensional text under Levi, together with other attributes on the hall, turned into golden tadpole runes, and lined up towards the place where Yayu was. Places come together. With those golden attributes entering the body, the magical attributes on the virtual screen in front of Yayu continued to rise in seconds. 14,412. 14,454. 14,578. But in just a few breaths, Yayu's magic power soared from 14,412 to 14,578. You must know that before, Yayu had to collect 100 points of magic power, but it took several days. But right now, it has soared by more than 100 in just a few breaths. This speed is several times faster than before. And it's not over yet. The magic power on the virtual screen in front of Yayu is still rising, and the speed has no tendency to slow down. At the same time, Yayu also felt that the magic power in his body had increased a lot. In addition to the magic power attribute, the combat power attribute is also on the rise. However, compared with magic power, the increase in combat power is relatively slow. After all, even if Natsu casts Fire Dragon's Iron Fist to attack others, the system will only drop a few tenths of the combat power attribute overnight. Although the combat power attribute drops less, it is better than nothing. In addition 10,000 0.2, that is also 2,000. When Yayu's combat power reaches 2000, coupled with the addition of Irene's additional magic, Yayu is confident that, except for the Black Dragon, no one can match his physical skills. Of course, it will take quite a while for Yayu to reach 2000 combat power. Just as Yayu kept collecting attributes, an angry shout suddenly came from outside the hall. "Jose, get out!" After hearing this voice, Natsu, Gray, and others who were fighting in the hall all stopped. "It's the president! The president is here!" Then, under the gaze of everyone, Makarov walked in. After Makarov actually entered the hall, the fighting in the hall stopped completely. However, Yayu's magical attributes did not stop growing immediately. After the last piece of golden attribute fell into Yayu's body, the various data on the virtual screen in front of Yayu stopped completely. At this time, Yayu's magic power has stabilized at 15,174. And the attribute of combat power has also risen to 407. The magic power has increased by nearly 800 points, and the combat power has also exceeded 400. Yayu's face was full of satisfaction when he saw the rising magical power and fighting power on the virtual screen. "Humph, Makarov, I thought you were going to be a coward for the rest of your life." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the air. After hearing the sound, Yayu, Natsu and other members of Fairy Tail looked for the sound, only to see a man with eagle dove walking in like a magician. Is this person the president of Spectre? Everyone in Fairy Tail looked at Jose who walked in, all of them showed resentment. And Makarov stared at Jose, and said sharply, "Are you ready to die?" "Jose, I ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day, thank you guys." Chapter 16 4 Elements, Juvia. Chapter 16. In the center of the hall where the Ghost Guild is located, a group of Fairy Tail members headed by Makarov gathered together. And around the hall, there was a mess. A large number of members of the Ghost Guild were lying on the ground in disorder. Obviously, in the battle between Fairy Tail and Spectre, Fairy Tail has the upper hand. Jose, who just walked in, glanced at the hall, and finally his eyes fell on Makarov in front of him. Seeing Makarov's angry face, Jose was pleased. Although there was a little accident on Gajil's side, the goal has been achieved. Everything is going according to plan. Now I just need to wait for Juvia's side to capture Lucy Heartfilia, and I will win this war. Jose thought to himself, and then said to Makarov jokingly, "Brother Makarov, it's been 6 years since we..." Before Jose could finish speaking, Makarov punched Jose. "Stop talking nonsense, let's go to war." Although the Makarovs look thin and small, their attacks are not weak at all. In just the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Jose. However, Jose's reaction was not slow. The moment he was about to be hit by Makarov, he turned slightly to one side, directly avoiding Makarov's attack. And Makarov's fist landed on the ground where Jose had been standing before. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the air. And the ground was smashed into pieces in an instant. All of a sudden, a large amount of rock debris splashed out in all directions. "Makarov, the battle between the Holy Ten will be shattered. I just want to end the battle between us in a more peaceful way. Way more calm." Maybe Makarov didn't know what Jose meant by that. But Yayu knew. In the original play, Jose first let Juvia, one of the 4 elements, capture Lucy and then used Lucy as a hostage. When Makarov was shaken when he saw Lucy, Arya, the leader of the 4 elements, rushed out to attack Makarov. Arya's magic can instantly drain the opponent's mana. After Makarov's magic was drained, Makarov fell. And the battle between Jose and Makarov is over. Thinking of this, Yayu looked at Jose who kept procrastinating for time, and the corner of his mouth curled into an indiscernible arc. "I am bound to obtain the legal attribute of the goblin, but I cannot let your plan succeed." After all, Yayu activated the attribute of space magic. Missing. Levi glanced in the direction of Yayu, but at this time Yayu had disappeared. On a street in Magnolia Town, Lucy is depressed. Where did everyone go? Not long after Lucy finished speaking, a drop of rain fell on her face. It's raining. Lucy spread her palms and looked up at the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly began to rain heavily. At this moment, Lucy saw a woman with an umbrella walking towards her on the street ahead. The woman had wavy hair like the ocean, fair skin, and a delicate face. It's just that the gloomy expression on the pretty face gave people an uncomfortable feeling. If Yayu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this woman. She is none other than Juvia, one of the 4 ghost elements. Lucy didn't know Juvia, she just took a look at Juvia, and then walked to the side of the street to make way for Juvia. And Juvia walked over like she didn't see Lucy. However, it wasn't long before Juvia and Lucy passed each other. Under the ground in front of Juvia, a person suddenly appeared. This person is Soul, one of the 4 elements. Juvia, you can't do this, your mission is to catch Lucy Heartfilia. As soon as Soul's voice fell, Lucy over there was startled. Hey? Catch me. Lucy immediately turned to look at the 2 people behind her. But Juvia realized it later, turned to look at Lucy, and said in an emotionless tone, "This person is Lucy." Good. Soul put on a strange pose and replied to Juvia. Since it's Lucy, then Juvia is going to make a move. After being confirmed, Juvia looked at Lucy like a hunter locking his prey. Lucy was shocked. She immediately reached for the celestial spirit key in her backpack. But when I touched it, there was nothing behind it. At this moment, Lucy was struck by lightning, the celestial spirit key was forgotten, etc. Lucy was shocked, and casually yelled this sentence to Juvia. Naturally, Juvia wouldn't listen to Lucy's words, and directly raised his arms, attacking Lucy. Water flow magic, water flow restraint. With the urging of Juvia's magic power, the water splash on the opposite side of Lucy's feet, like a living thing, gathered towards the place where Lucy was. Before Lucy had time to react, the gathered water flow formed a spherical water prison. And Lucy was sealed in that water prison. Lucy in the water dungeon kept swinging his fists to attack the water dungeon, but the water dungeon remained motionless. Don't waste your efforts, no one can escape Juvia's magic. Juvia said something to Lucy in the water prison without emotion, then turned and left. Mission completed. Soul beside Juvia, with his body in the shape of a 7, said happily. However, just as Juvia and Soul took Lucy a few steps away, a black-haired man suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking Juvia and them. Maybe Juvia and Soul didn't know the person in front of them. But Lucy in the water prison knows. Seeing Yayu appear, Lucy in the water prison suddenly struggled violently. She wanted to cry out, but she couldn't make a sound in the water. Soul catches a glimpse of Lucy's action, and he knows it instantly. There is someone in the way, Juvia, I leave it to you. Soul looked at Yayu in front of him, he stepped back a few steps, and said to Juvia. I won't let you get in Juvia's way. Juvia raised her white palm and directly activated the water restraint magic. From the posture, it seems that he intends to imprison Yayu as well. The moment the water gathered under Yayu's feet, a gust of cold air swept out from Yayu's body. In just the blink of an eye, the water flow around Yayu was completely frozen. Ask for support from flowers and monthly tickets. Chapter 17 Obtain Juvia and number 039, S Water Flow Magic Attribute. Chapter 17. The moment Yayu activated Invel's Ice Magic Attribute, a cold air, centered on Yayu like ripples, spread out in all directions. The water flowing around Yayu's body was instantly frozen. In addition, the rainwater that fell from the sky and the water stains on the ground were all frozen. Seen from the sky, with Yayu as the center, a radius of hundreds of meters turned into a frozen area. Good, so amazing. It actually froze the surrounding houses in an instant, this is more powerful than Gray's magic. Lucy in the water prison, looking at the frozen area around, she exclaimed in her heart. At the same time, the playful look on Soul's face disappeared instantly, replaced by shock and bewilderment. In Fairy Tale, apart from Urza, Myra Jane, Laxus, Geardarth, and Mist Ogden, when did such powerful mages appear? Could it be that the information is wrong? After thinking to himself, Soul said to Juvia in front of him, "This person is not weak, let's attack together, don't make the president wait too long." After all, Soul was the first to attack Yayu. I saw Soul kicking suddenly like a tap dancer. Under Soul's control, all those ice fragments on the ground rushed towards Yayu. The water flow cuts through. At the same time, Juvian's white palm swung at Yayu abruptly. Immediately, a stream of water-like sword energy swept towards Yayu at an astonishing speed. "It's 2 against 1, it's not fair." Lucy, who was in the water prison, saw Soul and Juvia team up to attack Yayu, and she felt wronged for Yayu in her heart. Just as Lucy was thinking, the water blades and ice fragments that were rushing towards Yayu over there were all frozen by the biting cold air after approaching Yayu for a certain distance. This guy. Seeing that he and Juvia joined forces, they couldn't hurt Yayu at all, and his expression changed slightly. "Let me see who you are." In his mind, Soul is activating the magic, trying to read Yayu's memory. In the original play, when Soul was fighting Elfman, he read Elfman's memory and learned that Elfman had lost control and hurt his sister Lysina. Then Soul used Elfman's trauma to make Elfman lose his fighting spirit. Now Soul is planning to read Yayu's memory to see if Yayu has any trauma, and then use it for him. What's going on? Why can't I read this guy's memory? After Soul read Yayu's memory, he saw that Yayu's memory seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, and he couldn't see anything clearly. In fact, when we were in the Western continent, there were wizards who wanted to read Yayu's memory. But the result is the same as Soul, nothing can be seen. As for why Yayu's memory cannot be read, it may be because Yayu is a time traveler. Just when Soul was trying to read Yayu's memory, Yayu pointed Soul's finger in the air, and activated Irene's additional magical properties. "Call out." In the next second, a golden magic beam hit Soul's body. Under Yayu's command, Soul's body shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon turned into a mouse. Turned into a mouse. Lucy in the water prison, after seeing Soul turned into a mouse, she was dumbfounded as if she saw a ghost. And Soul, who turned into a mouse, was covered in hairs. It ran without any hesitation. Running naturally won't let it run. Before the mouse Soul ran far, its body was frozen into an ice sculpture. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lucy and Juvia, the ice sculpture turned into ice crystal powder and dissipated in the air. Seeing that Yayu killed Soul, one of the 4 elements, so easily, Juvia, who had never been emotionally fluctuating over there, showed a look of horror on her fair and pretty face. Juvia won't lose. After throwing away the umbrella in his hand, Juvia activated the magic with both hands and attacked Yayu. Water Typhoon. A magic circle appeared in front of Juvia, and in the next second, violent water rushed out of the magic circle like a high-speed rotating tornado, sweeping towards Yayu. The moment Juvia activated the magic, Yayu's mind also heard the mechanical notification sound from the system. "Ding, congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +5. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the water flow magic attribute." At the same time as the notification sound came from the system, 2 golden attributes fell from Juvia's body. "May I ask if the host collects the water magic attribute?" "Collect." Yayu replied to the system immediately without any hesitation. Following Yayu's order, the magic and magic attributes of the water under Juvia over there, together with the magic attributes that Soul dropped when he used magic before, gathered directly towards Yayu. After all those golden attributes were submerged into Yayu's body, the data on the virtual screen in front of Yayu changed. I saw that the magic power rose from 15,174 to 15,193. And the magic attribute column also has the water magic attribute. Yayu glanced at the water magic attribute on the magic attribute bar, and then glanced at the brandish transformation magic attribute and envel ice magic attribute. Juvia's water magic can turn her body into water. Brandish's shape-shifting magic can zoom in and out. And envel's ice magic can turn into ice. With this magical attribute of water flow, I can not only become bigger or smaller, but also softer and harder. Thinking about it, Yayu spread out his palms and directly received Juvia's water typhoon magic. Condensation. The moment Yayu activated envel's ice magic attribute, the swirling water that swept over was condensed into ice. In addition, the piercing cold quickly spread towards Juvia along the swirling water. In just the blink of an eye, Juvia and the swirling water were frozen into ice sculptures. That's good, it's amazing, it's so easy to knock down two of the ghost's four elements. Lucy in the water prison was amazed when she saw Juvia was frozen and unable to move by Yayu. As Juvia was frozen, the water prison that bound Lucy turned into a puddle of water in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Lucy fell to the ground together with the water stains. Juvia asks for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support. In addition, the Gajeel Steel Dragon mode has been modified. Thank you for reminding me. Chapter 18 Mini Juvia. Chapter 18. Lucy, who just landed on the ground, coughed violently twice. After all, he was in the water dungeon just now, but he choked on a lot of water. Seeing Yayu turn around and leave, Lucy hurriedly got up from the ground, wiped the corners of her mouth, and asked Yayu how to deal with this. Hearing Lucy's words, Yayu turned and looked at the frozen Juvia. Just take her back to the fairy tale guild. Lucy froze for a moment, then watched Juvia wave her hands desperately. Although Yayu can instantly kill Juvia. But Lucy knew that Juvia was stronger than her. No, absolutely not, this person is the ghost's four elements, and I am no match for her at all. Yayu looked at Juvia in the ice, and after thinking for a while, he spread his palms towards Juvia. In the next second, the ice that froze Juvia instantly turned into cold air and dissipated. Juvia, who had just escaped from the shackles of the ice, had not had time to breathe a sigh of relief when Yayu cast Brandish's transformation magic on him. I saw Yayu grabbed Juvia, and Juvia's figure shrank instantly, and then became the size of a palm, and was held in Yayu's hand. Although in Galuna Island, Yayu used deformation magic to shrink Dai Lion. But Lucy wasn't there at the time. So she didn't know that Yayu possessed such magic. Seeing that Yayu shrunk a living person and still held it in his hand, Lucy seemed to see a ghost, with an expression of disbelief on his face. What the hell did you do? Why did she become so small? It's just magic. Magic? How many kinds of magic do you know? Lucy looked at the mini Juvia in Yayu's hands, and she complained in a voice that only she could hear. After all, from just now until now, she has seen Yayu use 3 different types of magic. One is ice magic. One is the added magic that turns Soul into a mouse. There is also the transformation magic that is currently shrinking Juvia. If Lucy knew that Yayu could use dozens of spells, the expression on her face would definitely be more exciting than it is now. While Yayu and Lucy were talking, Mini Juvia looked at the man holding her in his hand. This man is so big. No, it should be that I was shrunk. My body is in the hands of this man. Thinking about it, on Jubian's pretty face that had always been emotionless, there was a rare strange expression. What on earth is it? Just when the mini Juvia was thinking about what was going on, Yayu handed the mini Juvia to Lucy. Now, it shouldn't be a problem, right? It's okay to be so small. Lucy spread her palms together and took the mini Juvia handed over by Yayu. Then, the mini Juvia fell from Yayu's palm onto Lucy's palm. After handing over the mini Juvia to Lucy, Yayu activated the magic attribute of space and disappeared into the air. After all, Yayu came here to prevent the spectre from capturing Lucy, so that Makarov and Jose could fight fairly. Once Makarov casts the goblin's legal magic, it is possible for Yayu to gain the goblin's legal attributes. In addition, both Makarov and Jose are the top 10 magic guides. The magical attributes dropped by the two Holy 10 battles must be much more than that of ordinary mages. While Yayu was fighting Juvia and Sol, Jose from the Spectre Guild was still fighting Makarov in a protracted manner. At first, Jose was very happy, because soon he will eradicate Fairy Tale. But as time went by, Jose gradually lost his patience. What's going on? Why hasn't Juvia brought Lucy Heartfilia here? Just as Jose was thinking to himself, Makarov waved his palm, and a golden magic beam directly penetrated Jose's clothes. Jose, it's your head that will hit you next time. After Makarov said something to Jose angrily, he launched the magic beam at Jose again. But this time Jose didn't dodge, but urged the dark magic to resist Makarov's magic. Boom! At the moment when the dark purple magic beam and the golden magic beam collided with each other, a violent crash sounded in the air. Along with the loud noise, a violent airwave swept across the entire hall. Is this the battle between the Holy 10? The surrounding Urza and others, while resisting the blast, were all shocked. While Urza was speaking, the battle between Makarov and Jose did not stop. I saw that the two were still fighting with magic beams. But the moment Jose avoided Makarov's blow, he sensed something. Sol's magic reaction is gone. Juvia is also defeated. What on earth is it? After realizing the failure of Juvia and Sol, the playful look on Jose's face has completely disappeared, replaced by a look of bewilderment. In Jose's plan, Lucy is an indispensable role. The arrest of Lucy failed at the moment, and Jose had to carry out another plan. Start the Spectre Mk2. This is a super magic giant. It contains a powerful magic cannon, which can destroy most of the city in an instant. Shortly after Jose activated the Spectre Mk2 super magic giant, Macau rushed in and said in panic, "President, there is a huge magic giant outside, ready to bombard our guild." What? Hearing Macau's words, Urza, Natsu, Gray and others were all shocked. The anger on Makarov's face over there was even stronger. Jose, what exactly do you want? What are you doing? Give me Lucy Heartfilia. Ask for flowers and monthly tickets every day. Chapter 19 The Battle Between the Holy 10. Chapter 19. After the crisis of the guild brought about by Macau, Urza, Natsu, and Gray all rushed out of the hall. That is. Soon, Urza and others saw a huge building at the port of Magnolia Town. The building looks like a robot, walking on 6 legs. It's amazing, that building can walk on its own. Natsu said in amazement when he saw the huge super magic giant that looked like a robot. Now is not the time to talk about this. The giant itself is like a mage, and it contains amazing magic power. Once the magic cannon is released, the consequences will be disastrous. Hearing Natsu's words, Kana on the side looked at the super magic giant with a solemn face, and said to everyone, "Kana, how many minutes until the magic cannon fires?" "About 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough, Natsu, Gray, let's go in there quickly, find the power source, and destroy it." After Urza greeted Natsu and Gray, she immediately rushed towards the huge super magic giant. Natsu and Gray also knew the urgency of the situation. Without any hesitation, they immediately chased after Urza. At this moment, Yayu, who used space magic, appeared behind everyone out of thin air. That's the ghosts. After Yayu glanced at the super magic giant, his gaze shifted from the super magic giant to Urza, Natsu, and Gray. Although Yayu was not present when Urza was talking. But he knew that the 3 of Urza must be the power source to destroy the super magic giant. Perhaps Urza and others still don't know what the power source of the super magic giant is. But Yayu knew. The power source of this super magic giant is none other than the four elements of Spectre. At present, Soul of the four elements was killed by Yayu, and Juvia was also defeated. As long as Urza, Natsu, and Grey try to solve the remaining two four elements, the super magic giant will stop. In Yayu's opinion, the strength of Urza, Natsu, and Grey is enough to deal with two four elements. In addition, for Yayu, the most important thing right now is to collect the legal attributes of the goblin. After Yayu withdrew his gaze, without any hesitation, he rushed directly towards the ghost guild in front of him. When Yayu entered the hall, the battle between Makarov and Jose stopped temporarily. Lucy. When Makarov heard Jose's words, his old face changed suddenly. It seems that you don't know Lucy's real identity yet. Let me tell you. She is the daughter of the Hartfilia family. This time, Lucy's father entrusted our guild to capture her. If you dare to stop, I will let you fairy tale gone. Grasp. Makarov's eyes flickered when he heard Jose say the word. Lucy is now a member of Fairy Tale, it is her freedom not to go back. I knew you would answer like that. The corner of Jose's mouth curled up, and he continued, actually, whether you stop it or not, I have made up my mind to eradicate your fairy tale. After all, an incomparably powerful magical power erupted from Jose's body. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of dark purple magic power separated from Jose's body as if materialized. I saw the separated dark purple magic power, like ghosts, rushing out of the hall. The moment Jose used the magic, Yayu also heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute plus 23. Hearing the system prompt, Yayu raised his brows. One spell drops 23 points of magic power, worthy of the Holy 10. It must be known that when Natsu, Grey, and others used magic, the magic attribute value dropped by the system was mostly 5 points and 6 points. But for one of Jose's spells right now, the system has lost 23 points of magic power. This is several times that of Natsu and Grey etc. Something came out. While Yayu was sighing, Kana and others outside the building were all shocked when they saw the dark purple ghost soldiers rushing out. Ah! Soon, one person was attacked by that ghost soldier. I saw the man screamed, and then collapsed directly on the ground, dying. Seeing this, the faces of Kana and others changed greatly. Don't touch these things, you will die. Not long after, those dark purple ghost soldiers floating in the air swept towards Kana and others overwhelmingly. Fortunately, Kana and others are not ordinary people. Before those ghost soldiers approached, they used long-range attack magic to wipe out those ghost soldiers one by one. While Kana and the others were fighting the ghost soldiers, Makarov and Jose in the hall were also fighting fiercely together. A ray of light. Makarov spread his palms. In the next second, a huge golden magic circle appeared in front of his palms. Soon, a golden magic beam swept towards Jose under the control of Makarov. Faced with Makarov's attack, Jose did not dare to neglect in the slightest. Dark beam. After Jose activated the magic circle, dark purple beams of light gathered together and rushed towards Makarov's golden beam. Soon, the dark purple magic beam and the golden magic beam were deadlocked in the sky. At this moment, the earth shook. The ground under the feet of Makarov and Jose was also sunken. Bang! Soon, the two spells that were stalemate produced a terrifying explosion. At the same time as there was a loud noise in the air, a violent airwave swept across the entire hall. All of a sudden, rock fragments scattered in all directions. And the surrounding walls also seemed unable to withstand this terrifying battle, resulting in cracks like spider webs. Rain of light. After the magic explosion, Makarov didn't hesitate at all. As he jumped, a large number of golden beams shot out from the magic circle on his palms. Those beams of light converged towards Jose like rain. Snort. Jose snorted coldly and waved his arms suddenly. Ghost arrow. All of a sudden, a large amount of dark purple energy turned into arrows and hit the golden streamers. During the battle between Makarov and Jose, a series of system prompts sounded in Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute plus 17. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute plus 14. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the attribute of light magic. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly ticket support. Wow! Chapter 20 Fairy Law, Launch. Chapter 20. May I ask if the host collects the light magic attribute? Collect. Yayu replied immediately without any hesitation. Following Yayu's order, the golden attributes under Makarov and Jose gathered towards Yayu as if they were attracted by some force. With the golden attribute entering the body, the magical attribute on the virtual screen in front of Yayu is also continuously rising. When Makarov and Jose use magic, the magic attribute value dropped by the system is relatively large. Therefore, Yayu's magic attribute will increase by 10 or 20 points every time it beats 15,193, 15,216, 15,279. After all the golden attributes were submerged into Yayu's body, Yayu's magic attribute directly increased from 15,193 to 15,279. Just a few magic power attributes increased Yayu's magic power by nearly 100 points, which made Yayu quite satisfied. In addition, there is an additional light magic attribute on the magic attribute bar. This light magic is naturally the magic used by Makarov. At the same time that Yayu was collecting attributes, Makarov's rain of light magic and Jose's ghost arrow magic collided directly. Boom! 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 As the two magics collided with each other, a series of explosions occurred in the sky. However, the two spells did not cancel out. A large number of golden light beams and dark purple arrows collided with each other. The remaining golden light beams and dark purple arrows charged towards Jose and Makarov respectively. Field of light. Seeing a large number of dark purple arrows sweeping towards him, Makarov slapped his palm on the ground. Hum! In an instant, a golden magic circle appeared on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden beam of light burst out from the magic circle, blocking all the dark purple arrows that swept over. At the same time, Jose also used defensive magic to resist the golden beam. After all the golden light beams dissipated, Jose withdrew his palms and said to Makarov, "It's meaningless to fight any further, let's decide the outcome with one move." Hearing Jose's words, Makarov, who was full of anger, responded sharply, "It's exactly what I want." Snort! Jose grinned, and then released the magic power in his body. At this moment, a dark purple light rose from Jose's body. And the rock debris on the ground under his feet, as if attracted by some mysterious gravitational force, slowly rose to the sky. This creepy, massive magic power is. Outside the hall, those Kana and others who were fighting with the ghost soldiers stopped their movements after feeling the terrifying magic power, and looked at the ghost guild behind them in horror. Soon, Kana and others felt another huge magic power. It's just that this magic power is completely opposite to the huge magic power before. The former magic is creepy. The latter magic gives people a feeling of temperature. It's the president's magic power. Soon Kana and others recognized that the magic power of this temperature was Makarov's magic power. At this time, in the hall of the Spectre Guild, Makarov, who was exuding golden light all over his body, and Jose, who was emitting dark purple magic power all over his body, faced each other far away. Although Makarov and Jose did not start fighting, the terrifying magic power emanating from the two of them has already begun to confront each other. At this moment, the air in the hall became extremely oppressive. If an ordinary person were here, it would be extremely difficult to breathe. However, Yayu is fine. In addition, above the sky where the Spectre Guild is located, the dark cloud is like a whirlpool, constantly rotating, and the lightning flashes and thunders, which is extremely terrifying. Is this the battle between the Holy Ten? Kana and the others saw the change in the sky, and their pretty faces were full of dignified expressions. Jose, even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I will not forgive you. Makarov, who was exuding golden light all over his body, clasped his palms together suddenly, and said sharply to Jose in front of him. Humph, it's not certain who lives and who dies. Jose snorted coldly, then spread his palms. In the next second, a dark purple magic ball condensed on Jose's palms. As Jose continued to inject magic power into the magic ball grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the magic ball swelled up to the size of a basketball, Jose pushed with both palms. Death Storm. The moment Jose launched the magic ball, a dark purple magic shock wave swept directly towards Makarov not far away with an astonishing momentum. Faced with Jose's strongest magic, Makarov was unmoved. After the magic shock wave approached Makarov for a certain distance, Makarov's palms that were joined together suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling light. This is... The moment he saw the dazzling light between Makarov's palms, Yayu's face lit up with joy. The Law of Goblins. That's right, Makarov is unleashing metamagic laws of fairies. Fairy law is different from ordinary magic. Normal magic is instant. But fairy's law has a few seconds to prepare for action, which is a delayed magic. For the attributes of delayed magic, the system is 100% dropped. Because during the period of magic delay, the system will drop the magic attribute every moment. It's like an infinite streak. With a 1/5 chance of winning the lottery, with infinite continuous draws, it's only a matter of time before you win the lottery. By the way, Jose's Death Storm magic is also a delayed magic. At this point, the system has dropped the Death Storm magic attribute. However, Yayu did not collect the Death Storm magic attribute immediately, he was going to collect it together after the system dropped the Fairy's Law attribute. Immediately, I will have the legal attributes of a goblin. Yayu looked at Makarov with great anticipation in his heart. But while Yayu was waiting, a figure suddenly jumped out from nowhere and moved directly behind Makarov. That person is... The moment Yayu saw that person, Yayu's expression changed slightly. Yayu knew this man. This person is none other than Arya, the head of the 4 ghost elements. Arya's magic can instantly drain the opponent's mana. In the original play, Jose uses Lucy to threaten Makarov, and Arya sneaks up on Makarov from behind, instantly draining all of Makarov's magic power. Right now, Arya is taking advantage of Makarov's Fairy's Law, and then sneak attacking Makarov. Airspace destroyed. Arya, who suddenly appeared behind Makarov, without any hesitation, immediately cast a magic that can take away the opponent's magic power. Naturally, Makarov also noticed the sudden appearance of Arya. It's just that there was Jose's Death Storm magic before, and Arya's sneak attack later. Before Makarov had time to think, a magic circle appeared between Arya's palms. Seeing that the system is about to drop the legal magic attribute of goblins, how could Yayu let Arya get in the way? At the moment when Arya's airspace destruction magic was about to be activated, Yayu directly activated Brandish's transformation magic attribute. At this moment, Arya's figure disappeared into the air. To be precise, it was shrunk down to the size of an ant by Yayu. After solving Arya, Yayu's mind also heard the prompt from the system as scheduled. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the legal attribute of a fairy. Chapter 21 Get the legal attribute of a fairy. Chapter 21. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the legal attribute of a fairy. Hearing such a notification sound from the system, Yayu was overjoyed. Soon the system beeped again. May I ask if the host receives the legal attributes of the goblin? Hearing what the system said, Yayu replied without any hesitation, take it. Following Yayu's order, Makarov's Fairy's Law magic attribute, together with other attributes on the battlefield, all converged towards Yayu. After those golden attributes were submerged into Yayu's body, Yayu's magic power directly increased from 15,279 to 15,397 points. On the magic attribute bar, there are also Fairy's Law attribute and Death Storm attribute. I finally got it, the legal attribute of the goblin. Yayu looked at the Fairy's Law attribute on the system screen, and immediately clenched his fists. When Yayu agreed to Natsu's invitation, the main reason was to obtain this Fairy's Law attribute. Right now, he has obtained the Fairy's Law attribute, which can be regarded as fulfilling his wish. Not long after Yayu received the Fairy's Spell attribute, the Fairy's Law magic in Makarov's hand was finally activated. At this time, the system prompt sounded again in Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 101 points of magic power. Hearing the system's notification tone, Yayu frowned. One spell drops 101 points of magic power, which is indeed the legendary super magic. While Yayu was amazed, an incomparably huge golden magic circle appeared above the sky of Magnolia Town. Immediately afterwards, dazzling white light swept out from the magic circle. The dark clouds that were originally condensed in the sky were instantly dispersed by the dazzling white light. The dazzling light through the dark clouds enveloped the entire Magnolia Town in an instant. At this moment, everything in Magnolia Town was swallowed by this dazzling light. And the world fell into a deathly silence. This dazzling white light comes and goes quickly. After a brief silence, the white light was completely dissipated. And the entire Magnolia Town once again appeared in the field of vision. Bisksa, who was holding a magic gun, put down her hands that were protecting her body. After realizing that she was not affected by the light, she asked with lingering fear, "What is that white light just now?" "It's the President's magic, the Goblin's Law, which can purify all evil in the world." Hearing Bisksa's question, Kana responded first, then looked at the sky and said, "Look, those ghost soldiers have disappeared." Bisksa and other members of Fairy Tale looked up, and as expected, the dark ghost soldiers floating above the sky were constantly dissipating at this time. In addition, in the hall of the Ghost Guild, Jose, who was originally invincible, collapsed on the ground like a deflated ball, with a horrified expression on his face. Obviously, both Jose and Jose's magic were purified by the law of goblins. "Jose, take your men and get the hell out of Magnolia Town. If I see you next time, even the council will not be able to protect you." Makarov looked at Jose under his feet, and after he said something sharply, he turned and left. However, just as Makarov reached the exit, he stopped and looked up at Yayu. While fighting Jose, Makarov noticed Yayu. In addition, he also knew that it was Yayu who helped him deal with Arya just now. "You are what Urza called Yayu, thank you for protecting my family." Not long after Makarov finished speaking, Kana, Bisksa and other members of Fairy Tale came up to welcome him. "President! President, are you okay?" Levy, who followed behind Kana and the others, quickly noticed Yayu beside Makarov. "It's Yayu." At the same time, Natsu, who was inside the super magic giant, looked bewildered. Originally, he came here with Urza and Grey, preparing to destroy the power source of the super magic giant. But on the way, he meets Totomaru, one of the ghost four elements. Then Natsu and Totomaru fought together. Although Natsu is the dragon slayer of fire, but Totomaru is also a fire mage who is not afraid of fire. At first Natsu and Totomaru were neck and neck. However, Natsu was at a disadvantage once the super magic giant started moving. Because of Natsu he fainted the vehicle. After realizing Natsu's weakness, Totomaru is ready to kill Natsu. It's just that when he shot at Natsu, a white light fell from the sky. When Natsu came back to his senses, he saw Totomaru collapsed on the ground motionless like an eggplant beaten by frost. "What on earth is it? And that white light just now?" Natsu first glanced at Totomaru on the ground, then looked out at the sky. "It's the president's magic, the Goblin's Law. It's over, Natsu. At this moment, Urza in a silver-white battle armor jumped down from upstairs and said to Natsu. Hey? It's over so soon. Didn't Spectre have a dragon slayer? I still want to fight him. Hearing Urza's words, Natsu said with a dissatisfied face. That dragon slayer was defeated by Yayu last night. Yayu? Was he preempted? But it doesn't matter, as long as I defeat Yayu, I will indirectly defeat that dragon slayer of Spectre. Natsu raised his arms, clenched his hands into fists, and said with a fighting spirit. Thank you guys for your flowers, monthly tickets, rewards and support. Chapter 22 Fairy Tale and Number 039, S Newcomer. Chapter 22. Although the ghosts were repelled, the life of the Fairy Tale Guild was not easy. To be precise, Makarov, the chairman, is having a hard time. After all, according to the regulations of the Magic Council, fighting between formal guilds is prohibited. This time, the Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord guilds made such a big commotion, it was inevitable that they would be held accountable by the Magic Council. Of course, this incident was unilaterally provoked by Spectre. However, Fairy Tale's reputation in the Magic Council is not very good. Many of them hope that Fairy Tale will make a big noise, and then take the opportunity to uproot this thorn. And this time, some counselors proposed disbanding Fairy Tale and the Dominator of the Spectre together. Fortunately, in the Magic Senate, there are also people who have a good relationship with Makarov. Finally, under the hard work of these people, Fairy Tale survived the disaster safely. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed since the ghost incident. After 7 days of recovery, Fairy Tale resumed its usual routine again. I saw that the rough repaired guild was still in chaos. Everyone talked and laughed, fought and made trouble. Makarov walked in amidst the uproar. President, you are back. When Urza saw Makarov coming in, she immediately went up and asked, what is the Senate going to do with our guild? Hearing Urza's words, the originally noisy hall fell silent for an instant. All eyes fell on Makarov, as if they were waiting for Makarov's reply. Makarov glanced at the crowd, then jumped onto a table to face the crowd. Ahem. Makarov cleared his throat first, and then said, as for the handling of the Senate, the Spectre Guild is disbanded. Hearing Makarov's answer, everyone was unmoved, as if they had expected it. What about our guild? Natsu asked eagerly. Of course it's fine. After hearing Makarov's answer, everyone in the hall cheered endlessly. However, I have another important announcement to make. Important things? What important things? Everyone looked at Makarov with puzzled faces. Starting today, our guild will welcome a new member. Oh? Is there any newcomer joining the guild after Lucy? Who could it be? While everyone was discussing, Makarov looked at the door and shouted, the one outside, come in. Outside? Hearing Makarov's words, everyone looked towards the door. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a black-haired man in a black cloak walked in. It's Yayu. Levy looked at the man who walked in, her eyes lit up. Yayu. It really is you. And Natsu also shouted excitedly. In addition, Urza, Gray and other people who knew Yayu all had expected expressions on their faces. This is Yayu, who is part of our big family from today on. If you want to ask anything, just ask. After Yayu came over, Makarov jumped off the table and said to everyone. Yayu, fight with me. Before everyone could speak, Natsu over there shouted with a look of fighting spirit. Natsu, give me enough time, today is a good day for Yayu to join the club, we should give him a welcome party or something. Urza walked to Yayu's side and yelled at Natsu. For Urza, Natsu instinctively still had some fear. After hearing Urza's words, he immediately looked depressed. At this time, Yayu said, it's okay, since Natsu wants to fight, let's fight. Natsu, who was still depressed a second ago, At this moment, it is already very exciting. But Urza sighed. A few minutes later, all the people in the fairy tale guild gathered outside the guild. Yayu and Natsu stood in the middle of the crowd, facing each other from a distance. Does the rookie want to fight Natsu? I don't know what kind of magic this newcomer uses. What magic? Hearing everyone's discussion, Lucy over there immediately recalled the scene of Yayu fighting Juvia that day in his mind. The magic that turns the four-element soul into a mouse. The magic that froze Juvia. And the magic that makes Juvia smaller. Thinking of this, Lucy looked at Natsu with a self-seeking expression on his face. Natsu, there should be no problem. Just when Lucy was thinking this way, Natsu over there had already started to attack Yayu. I saw a cluster of flames burst out from under Natsu's feet. Under the propulsion of the flames, his body rushed towards Yayu like an arrow from the string. Seeing Natsu rushing towards him, Yayu activated Brandish's transformation magic attribute directly. In just an instant, Yayu's body became enormous. So big. Myra Jane, Urza, and others on the side looked up at the huge Yayu in front of them, and they all exclaimed. Not only will he shrink, but will he also grow? Lucy widened her eyes and said in surprise. As for Natsu, who rushed towards Yayu, seeing Yayu who was as big as a mountain in front of him, he was so frightened that he instantly stabilized his figure. Is it the same giant magic as the president? No, it's much bigger than the president. Yayu, your body has become so big, how can you still fight? Natsu protested loudly to Yayu. Hearing Natsu's words, Yayu recovered instantly, then raised his arm, and activated the transformation magic again. At this moment, Yayu's arm was as huge as a giant hand. Hey! It can actually make a certain part of the body bigger. This is really an interesting ability. Urza looked at Yayu and exclaimed with a serious face. A part of the body gets bigger. When Levi on the side heard Urza's words, she thought of something instantly, and then a puff of heat came out of her head. Levi, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red. No. Nothing. Chapter 23 Dragon Slayer of Thunder, Laxus. Chapter 22 Fire Dragon's Iron. Outside the Fairy Tale Guild, Natsu, whose arms were wrapped in crimson flames, punched Yayu who was not far away while bursting. But before Natsu's figure really got close to Yayu, Yayu's gigantic arm punched Natsu's body. Boom! I saw Natsu's body flying backwards like a cannonball under a loud noise. Oh, it's amazing! Knocked Natsu down with one punch. All the fairy tale members around were amazed after seeing Yayu knock Natsu into the air. After all, everyone is still clear about Natsu's strength. While everyone was talking, Natsu's figure, who was flying upside down, stopped suddenly, as if he had hit something. In fact, he didn't hit something, but was caught by a person with one hand. I saw the man with short blonde hair, headphones on his ears, and a black cloak on his body. Oh, it's Laxus, thank you. Natsu stabilized his figure, turned his head and glanced at the man behind him, and then said thankfully. Yes, the person who caught Natsu was none other than Fairy Tale S-class wizard Laxus. It's just that just after Natsu finished thanking, a golden thunderbolt spread directly along Laxus' palm to Natsu's body. Tsitsaizi. At this moment, Natsu, who was shocked by the electric shock, collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. And Laxus walked past Natsu without even looking at Natsu. Laxus, you bastard! Natsu lying on the ground looked at Laxus walking away with a curse on his face. Natsu, how are you? Happy flew over and asked worriedly. The body is paralyzed, I can't move for a while. At the same time, Urza, Grey and other members of Fairy Tale all looked at Laxus walking towards them solemnly. Similarly, Yayu also looked at the Dragon Slayer who controlled lightning. It's finally here, Laxus. Yayu looked at Laxus in front of him, and clenched his fists slightly. Currently Yayu has acquired Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute, and Gajil's Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute. If the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute of Laxus is charged, then Yayu will have 3 attributes of Dragon Slayer magic. There are more dragon slaying magics with 3 attributes. But Selene, the god of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, ranked first, has 8 different attributes of dragon slaying magic. God Selene, after I collect Wendy and Sting's dragon slaying magic attributes, I really want to fight with you. Just as Yayu was thinking to himself, Urza over there with a gloomy face yelled at Laxus, "Laxus, what on earth are you trying to do, to attack Natsu?" Hearing Urza's words, Laxus suddenly looked up at Urza, then grinned and said, "Fairy tale, there is no need for weaklings." When Laxus said this, Droy, Macau and other fairy tale members who were not very strong were all surprised. And Urza frowned, "What did you say?" "It's because you are too weak. Only guilds like ghosts dare to bully you. If I become the guild leader, I will definitely make Fairy Tale a stronger guild. Of course, the weak are not eligible to stay in my guild." Laxus glanced at everyone, and after jokingly said something, he left directly. Seeing Laxus' arrogant attitude, Macau, Droy, and others dare not speak out. "Who is that person? It feels terrible." Lucy looked at Laxus and asked Myra Jane beside him. "He is Laxus, the grandson of the president." "Eh? The grandson of the president?" As soon as Myra Jane said this, Lucy was startled, and the comparison between Makarov and Laxus suddenly appeared in her mind. "I can't see it at all." Myra Jane covered her mouth with a smile, and continued, "Although it doesn't look like it, it is true. Besides, if the president retires, Laxus will most likely succeed the president." While Myra Jane and Lucy were talking, Yayu suddenly noticed a gaze. Yayu turned around and saw a head protruding from the corner of the guild, as if peeking at something. "That is." The moment he saw that head, Yayu frowned. The owner of this head is none other than Juvia, who was shrunk down by Yayu before. When Juvia saw Yayu looking over, she was startled at first, and then shrank her head back in a panic. "I ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day, thank you guys. Chapter 24 Space Magic will be invalid in front of me." Chapter 24 The Space Mage's Nemesis. "Yayu, do you want to work together?" Just when Yayu was thinking about how to obtain the magic attribute of Laxus Thunder Dragon Slayer, Urza came over and asked aloud. Hearing Urza's words, Yayu withdrew his mind and looked at Urza. I saw Urza holding a task list in his hand. The content of the job is to defeat the active underground Holy See in Rubina's city. Counting you, me, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy, each person can get 100,000 J. It's a very good job. Urza saw Yayu look over, and she said aloud again. 100,000 J. Although Yayu is a wizard, he still needs to eat. Thinking that the money brought from the western continent was running out, Yayu agreed to Urza's invitation. After a little preparation, Yayu and Urza's group embarked on a journey to Rubina's city. "Ah, I didn't expect the 5 of us to act together again after Galuna Island." Natsu, who was carrying a large backpack, said excitedly. "Natsu, if you don't hurry up, the train is leaving." Not long after Natsu's voice fell, Urza, who had half stepped on the train over there, reminded the leisurely Natsu. "Train." After hearing Urza's words, Natsu, who was extremely excited 1 second, turned blue the next second. After Yayu and Urza boarded the train, Natsu was lying on the table like a puddle of mud, with a painful look on his face. "Natsu, he's sick to the vehicle." Urza, who was sitting next to Yayu, saw Yayu looking at Natsu, and she explained aloud. Yayu naturally knew that Natsu would faint in vehicles. Dragon Slayer, to be precise, the first generation, second generation, third generation, and the Dragon Slayer who awakened the Dragon Slayer profound truth, will faint the vehicle. Wendy doesn't get dizzy at the beginning, but she will also get dizzy when she wakes up. The Dragon Slayer profound art later on. To Yayu's surprise, he didn't feel any discomfort after getting on the train. After all, he can also use dragon slaying magic, and he can use two kinds of magic. Could it be because of the system? Looking at the magic attributes of Fire Dragon Slayer and Iron Dragon Slayer on the virtual screen in front of him, Yayu thought to himself. Although I don't know the specific reason, but there is no such weakness as dizzy vehicles, so it is naturally better. After the train traveled for a while, Yayu and Urza finally arrived at their destination, the city of Rubinas. After getting off the train, Natsu instantly revived with full blood. At night, Yayu and Urza's group arrived near a remote church outside Rubinas city. Natsu, Gray, you two go to that church and lure the target out. Yayu, Lucy, you stay outside with me and clean up those who rushed out of the church. As soon as Urza's voice fell, Natsu and Gray over there rushed towards the church in front of them like a race. Ah! Soon, a series of fighting sounds and screams came from the church. Change. Before the people in the church rushed out, Urza began to prepare for battle. She let out a light snort, and then used the magic of dressing up, preparing to change into a battle armor. With the launch of Urza's dress-changing magic, a dazzling light burst out from her whole body instantly. But after the light faded, the imaginary change of clothes did not succeed. Urza, you! Lucy stared at Urza in front of her, her eyes widened as if she saw a ghost. Hearing Lucy's exclamation, Yayu also looked up. At this moment, Urza's curvy figure was completely exposed to the air. Seeing the scene in front of him, a strange expression suddenly appeared on Yayu's face. What is this? Urza himself was also startled, and immediately squatted down, covering his body. Although Urza is not the kind of little girl who is easily shy, she is still a little embarrassed in front of Yayu. Lucy hurriedly asked, Urza, what's going on? Urza replied, I don't know, it's the first time I have encountered this situation. Hearing the words of Lucy and Urza, Yayu on the side coughed dryly, this may be because of my magic. When Yayu collected Brandish's transformation magic attribute, he incidentally also collected Brandish's subordinate Marin's space law magic attribute. This space law magic can invalidate all space magic. And Urza's dress-up magic belongs to the category of space magic. Your magic. Hearing Yayu's words, both Urza and Lucy looked at Yayu. In front of me, all space magic will be invalid. In addition, anyone who uses space magic in front of me will be automatically transferred to a different space. As soon as Yayu finished speaking, Urza, who was squatting on the ground over there, disappeared instantly. Lucy, on the other hand, lowered her eyes and looked at Yayu, unable to complain. How many kinds of magic do you know? Suddenly, Lucy thought of something, and immediately crossed his arms and said to Yayu with a vigilant face, my celestial spirit magic won't be affected, right? I guess so. After getting Yayu's confirmation, Lucy wanted to cry but had no tears. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for various supports. It seems that Oration Cease Midnight's twisting magic is also space magic. Chapter 25 Tower of Heaven. Chapter 24. On the second day after completing the mission in Rubinas City, Yayu, Urza, and others took the train and returned to Magnolia Town. Resurrection. Natsu, who just got off the train, raised his hand and shouted excitedly. And Happy in the back also imitated Natsu's movements and shouted, Love. Urza, who was walking with Yayu, Gray, and Lucy at the end, couldn't help shaking her head when she saw that Natsu was still muddy 1 second, but full of energy the next second. Not long after everyone walked out of the train station, a blonde young man in a black suit walked towards Yayu. The blonde youth seemed to have not seen Natsu in front of him, and directly bumped into Natsu head-on. Fortunately, Natsu dodges quickly, otherwise they would really collide. That rascal! Natsu stopped and turned to look at the blonde youth. Happy asked, Natsu, do you know? Natsu shook his head and replied, I don't know. Then, under the watchful eyes of Natsu and Happy, the blonde youth stopped in front of Yayu and the others. To be precise, it stopped in front of Urza. When the golden youth raised his head, Urza's pretty face suddenly changed, and he shouted in a surprised tone, Shiu. And the blonde youth also said to Urza, Long time no see, sister. Elder sister. Hearing the name of the blonde-haired youth, both Lucy and Gray were shocked. Urza, is this your brother? Gray looked at the man named Shiu in front of him, and asked Urza with a look of surprise. For Gray's question, Urza didn't answer, but had a look of embarrassment. It was the first time Gray had seen Urza show such an expression. Since Urza didn't want to talk about it, Gray couldn't go any further. Maybe Gray and Lucy didn't know the man named Shiu in front of them. But Yayu knew. Although Shiu calls Urza his elder sister, in fact he is just Urza's childhood companion. Just like the relationship between Natsu and Urza now. In the original play, when Urza, Lucy and others were vacationing at the seaside, Urza's childhood companions including Shiu and Simon suddenly appeared, and directly captured Urza to the Tower of Heaven where Jalal was. Although the time and place where Shiu appeared in front of Urza are somewhat different from the original drama. But what Yayu can be sure of is that Shiu must have come to catch Urza. After confirming this, Yayu immediately activated the perception magic without any hesitation. Soon, Yayu sensed that there were many wizards with strong magic power gathered nearby. Jalal, are you finally moving? Just when Yayu was thinking this way, a man wearing a turban not far away activated the magic directly. Dark magic, dark moment. The moment this person activated the magic, the mechanical notification sound of the system sounded in Yayu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +5. At the same time, the space where Yayu, Urza, and others lived was plunged into darkness, and nothing could be seen. What happened? I can't see anything. The moment they lost their vision, both Lucy and Gray were startled. And the man named Shiu took the opportunity to activate the card magic. His card magic can lock opponents into the card space. Judging from his posture, it seems that he intends to seal Yayu, Lucy, and Gray into the card space first. The darkness came and went quickly. After a few breaths, the darkness receded instantly. Urza regained his vision. The moment he regained his vision, Urza glanced around. Seeing that Yayu, Lucy, Gray, and Shiu were all safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although Urza breathed a sigh of relief, Shiu looked at Yayu, Lucy, and Gray in surprise. What's going on? Why didn't my magic activate? Just now in the darkness, Shiu had already activated card magic on the three of Yayu. From Shiu's point of view, Yayu, Lucy, and Gray should have been sealed into the card space by his magic. But right now, Yayu, Lucy, and Gray stood in front of him intact. Shiu was naturally very surprised by this unexpected scene. Shiu's card magic did not activate, naturally because of Yayu's space law magic attribute. Like Urza's dress-up magic, Shiu's card magic belongs to the space magic. In front of Yayu, his card magic was naturally unable to activate. It's just that Urza and Lucy didn't know what Shiu was surprised about. They just saw a pile of cards like poker under Shiu's feet. Soon, under the gaze of Urza and Lucy, Shiu's figure was sucked into Yayu's space. What happened? Lucy looked at the familiar scene in front of her. She immediately looked at Yayu. Before Yayu could answer, Simon, Miliana and other people Urza was familiar with all surrounded him. Simon, Miliana. Chapter 26 Restraining Gear Darth and Number 039, S Shattering Magic. Chapter 25. Long time no see, little Ilu. A girl dressed like a cat girl walked over slowly. The moment he saw the cat girl, Urza shouted in surprise, Miliana. As soon as Urza finished speaking, the cat girl named Miliana waved her palm, and a whip shadow roared directly towards Yayu. However, just when the whip was about to hit Yayu, Yayu raised his arm and held the whip firmly in his hand. It's pretty amazing. The cat girl looked at Yayu and said with a smile on her face. Miliana, what are you doing? They are my companions. When Urza saw the cat girl attacking Yayu, she immediately stopped her. Companion, weren't we also companions before? At this time, a male voice suddenly came from the air. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of Yayu, Urza, and others, a large number of small three-dimensional blocks appeared out of thin air in the place where Natsu was. Those squares are constantly arranged and combined like building blocks, and finally form a person. That person is like a cube robot, with a square head and a square body. Fang. Natsu, Happy, and others looked at this person, as if they were seeing some surprised animal, their faces were astonished. But in Yayu's mind came the mechanical sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the magic attribute of body splitting. Hearing the system prompt, Yayu raised his brows. Body splitting magic, just like the person in front of him, the body can be split into countless cubes, then moved in space, and then reassembled. This magic is not very strong. Magic King August, who is only one of the 12 holy shields, used magic similar to body splitting to offset Gear Darth's shattering magic when fighting Gear Darth. In other words, this body splitting magic is a restraint smashing type of magic. May I ask if the host receives body splitting magic? Collect. Following Yayu's order, the 2 golden attributes under the square person, together with the magic attribute dropped from the previous system, all gathered towards Yayu. After those attributes were all submerged in Yayu's body, the magic attribute on the virtual screen in front of Yayu rose from the initial 15,546 to 15,558. In addition, there is also a body split magic attribute on the magic attribute bar. If I fight Gear Das in the future, I won't be afraid of his shattering magic. Looking at the body split magic attribute on the system screen, Yayu also thought to himself with satisfaction. At the same time that Yayu was collecting the body split magic attribute, Urza looked at the square man and shouted in surprise, "This way of speaking, is it Wally? 8 years has really changed a lot. If I didn't recognize your voice, I almost wouldn't recognize it. Also, do you know how to use magic?" Hearing Urza's words, before Wally could answer, the man who had used dark magic fell from the sky and said to Urza, "If you want to learn magic, anyone can use it, right?" Urza looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, his pretty face changed slightly, even Simon. "Urza, we're here to take you back." Simon, wearing a hood, said to Urza. "Go back? Where are you going?" Hearing Simon's words, Gray turned his gaze from the 3 people who suddenly appeared in front of him to Urza and asked. Before Urza could reply, Miliana, the cat girl over there, smiled and said, "Of course it's our original place, Tower of Heaven." After saying that, Miliana suddenly whipped the whip in her hand. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he wanted to pull out the whip that Yayu was holding. It's just that after the cat girl pulled hard, the whip remained motionless as if it had been welded into Yayu's hand. Seeing this, the cat girl showed a look of unwillingness on her face, and she pulled it hard a few times. But the result was the same as before, they didn't pull the whip out of Yayu's hand. Seeing that the whip could not be pulled out, the cat girl threw the whip away and opened an attack posture. "Wally, Simon, do it." After the cat girl greeted Simon and Wally, she rushed directly at Yayu. And the square Wally immediately activated the body-splitting magic, turning his body into a large number of cubes and disappearing in place. "Oh, fight!" Natsu saw the cat girl and Wally make a sudden move, he instantly ignited his fighting spirit. After all, he directly attacked Simon. Just as Natsu rushed towards Simon, Wally, who turned into a cube, had moved to Lucy's side and assembled them together. "Hey!" Seeing Wally disappearing, Lucy was shocked. And Wally raised his pistol, facing Lucy. "Don't!" Before the word moving came out of Wally's mouth, a bone-piercing cold air swept directly from Yayu's body. In just the blink of an eye, Wally's figure was frozen. In addition, the cat girl who was still some distance away from Yayu was also frozen into an ice sculpture. The battle is over before it begins. This is ice magic. Gray, who was about to make a move, was startled when he saw that Wally and the cat girl were frozen instantly. Then, he shifted his gaze from the frozen Wally to Yayu. "It's so powerful ice magic, even an ice mage like me can feel the abnormal cold." Compared to Gray's shock, Lucy on the side was much calmer. After all, she was there when Yayu faced Juvia before. She saw with her own eyes that Yayu froze Juvia in an instant. Now that Yayu freezes Wally and Miliana again, it's no longer so surprising. Natsu and Simon, who had just fought fiercely over there, saw Yayu freeze Miliana and Wally, and they stopped at the same time. "That's amazing, as expected of Yayu," Natsu said in amazement. "What a terrifying magic power! If it is this magic power, maybe it can defeat Jalal." Simon looked at Yayu, his eyes flickering constantly. Daily asking for flowers, asking for monthly tickets, asking for all kinds of support. Wow! Chapter 27 Iron Dragon Slayer Magic and Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Fusion. Chapter 27. So strong, I'm on fire. Natsu saw that Yayu had solved 2 in an instant, and he was not far behind. After shouting excitedly, Natsu slammed his fist and palm together. At this moment, a crimson flame rose from his whole body. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Without any hesitation, Natsu immediately clenched his fists and attacked Simon. "Since Yayu solved 2, let me solve the last one." Natsu thought so. However, just as Natsu's fist was about to hit Simon, Simon raised his hands and said, "I surrender." Kong! Hearing Simon's words, Natsu fell headlong. "Throw in the towel? I took off my trousers, you tell me I'm wilted? Give me back my fighting spirit." At this moment, Natsu seems to have 10,000 drafts running in his heart. And Yayu looked at Natsu lying on the ground, he couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. "Why, we haven't fought yet, why do you admit defeat?" Natsu asked Simon unwillingly. "Because I'm here to ask you for help." Simon looked up at Urza and Yayu, and said aloud. "Help? Aren't you here to catch Urza?" Gray looked at Simon puzzled. "That's for Wally and Miliana." Simon glanced at the frozen Wally and Miliana over there. After pondering for a moment, he continued, 8 years ago, after Urza left us, Jalal said. 8 years ago, after Urza defeated the Watcher of the Tower of Heaven, she invited Jalal to leave with her. But at this time Jalal has been brainwashed by Ziref's undead and rejected Urza's invitation. Of course, Simon didn't know that Jalal was brainwashed by Ziref. He only knew that after Urza left, Jalal told them that Urza had betrayed them. Although Miliana, Wally, and others believed Jalal's words, Simon never believed it. Then Urza also said that when she invited Jalal back then, Jalal threatened Simon and others with their lives. After synthesizing Urza and Simon's words, Gray said aloud, "So, Jalal has been deceiving you all this time, using you to help him build that Tower of Heaven." "Yes, now that the Tower of Heaven has been built, Jalal wants to use Urza as a sacrifice, and then resurrect the legendary Black Mage, Ziref." As soon as Simon said this, the expressions of Gray and Urza changed drastically. To Urza's surprise, the Tower of Heaven was built. What shocked Gray was the name Ziref. Mentioning Ziref, Gray immediately thought of the demon who once killed his master Ulu Dalianla in Gray's mind. He wants to resurrect Ziref, who created a demon like lion. If Ziref is resurrected, the world will truly be over. Gray said with gritted teeth. Hearing what Simon and Gray said, Yayu was calm. Resurrection Ziref? Ziref wasn't dead at all, okay? Although Yayu really wants to say something to Gray and others, Ziref is not dead at all. But it is estimated that even if Yayu said it, Gray and others might not believe it. After all, Ziref was hundreds of years ago. How can normal people live so long? In addition, even if Gray and others can believe it, they still have to explain a lot. Therefore, Yayu was too lazy to say anything. Anyway, sooner or later they would know that Ziref was still alive. Just as Yayu was thinking, Simon said to Yayu, Urza, and others, if Jalal really revives Ziref, the consequences will be disastrous. So I want to entrust you to stop Jalal. For Simon's request, Urza himself will naturally not refuse, it's just she doesn't want Gray and Natsu et al. To join her on an adventure. Jalal's strength is very strong. Urza looked at Gray and Natsu beside him, and said aloud. But before Urza finished speaking, Simon looked at Yayu and said, with this help, Jalal should be stopped. Simon also saw the strength Yayu showed just now. Although Urza is very strong. But Simon knew that, with Urza's character, he would definitely not be cruel to his former companion. To stop Jalal, Yayu is the most suitable person. Hearing Simon's words, Urza looked at Yayu. As for Yayu's real strength, Urza doesn't know either. But she could feel that Yayu's strength was definitely not inferior to hers. If it's Yayu. Just as Urza was thinking, Simon suddenly said, I am willing to entrust you with 10 million J. 10 million J. Simon's words were like a blockbuster. When Lucy, Gray, Natsu, and Happy heard this astonishing number, they were all dumbfounded, and they had already begun to fantasize about a rich life in their minds. If you have 10 million J, you can buy this and that. Urza, we are following this commission. Lucy, Gray, and Natsu couldn't wait to speak to Urza. But, Yayu. Urza looked at Yayu and asked in a beseeching tone. Lucy, Gray, and Natsu looked at Yayu with bright eyes again. Then take it on, this mission. After hearing Yayu's promise, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy were overjoyed. And Happy also imagines that there are many fish to eat. Simon, where did you get so much money? Urza asked Simon. Of course I don't have that much money, but he has. Simon said something with a look of embarrassment, and then pointed to the frozen Wally over there. Although Wally and Miliana were frozen by Yayu. But they could also hear the words between Simon and Urza very clearly. After Yayu unfreezes Wally and Miliana, they are furious that Jalal lied to them for 8 years. And willing to pay 10 million J to entrust Yayu and others. Jalal, the top 10 holy wizards, just let you try the power of this Iron Flame Dragon mode. Yayu looked at the magic attribute of Fire Dragon Slayer and the magic attribute of Iron Dragon Slayer on the system screen, his fists clenched suddenly, his face was full of anticipation. Daily asking for flowers, asking for monthly tickets, asking for all kinds of support. Wow! It seems that only 3 chapters were updated yesterday, so make up for it in the past 2 days. Chapter 28 Holy 10, Jalal. Chapter 28. Magic Senate. Your plan seems to have failed. Altair, dressed in white and with long hair, reported to a man in white in front of him. I saw the man with short blue hair like waves and a tattoo on his right eye. The man was none other than Jalal. To be precise, it is Jalal's thought body lurking in the Senate Zakrane. Although Altair didn't say much, Jalal still knew that the failure of the plan Altair said was the plan to capture Urza. I didn't have much hope for those guys. Jalal said something without hesitation, and then the corner of his mouth curled up and continued, the important thing is the plan here, as long as the power of the super magic wizard falls, everything will be over. Is it finally over? Altair glanced around, as if saying goodbye to this place. By the way, Lord Zeekleen, the mage I told you about last time has joined Fairy Tale. You mean the man who, like you, can use Arc of Time magic? Right. After being confirmed by Altair, Jalal showed an interested expression on his face. Fairy tale, this is really interesting, I really want to fight him and see if he is as good as you said powerful. Altair echoed, after the plan is successful, Mr. Zeklin, you will definitely get your wish. While Jalal and Altair were talking, a staff member of the council came over and reminded Jalal, Lord Zekrain, the meeting is about to start. Hearing these words, Jalal immediately got up, and a ray of light burst into his eyes. No one can stop me anymore. After all, Jalal walked out of the room. As for Altair, who was following Jalal, the corner of his mouth curled into an undetectable arc. At the same time that the Senate was holding a meeting, Yayu and Natsu and his party took a ship and headed towards the Tower of Heaven where Jalal's body was located. Look, that's the Tower of Heaven. Simon pointed to a tall tower standing above the water ahead, and said to the crowd. Hearing Simon's words, Yayu, Urza, and others all looked up. Is this the Tower of Heaven? Yayu looked at the tower, and immediately launched the perception magic. Soon, a large number of magical reactions appeared in Yayu's perception. Tower of Heaven, was it really built? Urza, who was dressed in silver-white battle armor, looked at the tower-like building, and her eyebrows suddenly clustered. Sister, if you go any further, you will enter the attack range of the Tower of Heaven. If we go by boat like this, we will definitely be treated as living targets. As the ship approached the Tower of Heaven, Shiu, who was released from the different space by Yayu, immediately reminded Urza. Obviously, Shiu also learned the truth about Jalal deceiving them from Simon and Miliana. Right now, like Miliana, he just wants to settle with Jalal. Then what should we do? Do we have to dive through the water? Gray looked around for a while, then suggested. At this time, Yayu stood up and said, just walk over there. Go? There is no road here. Catgirl Miliana looked at Yayu and said. Yayu didn't answer Miliana immediately, but he spread his palm and thrust it into the water under the boat. In the next second, a bone-piercing chill centered on Yayu's palm and spread out in all directions like ripples. The water surface within a radius of several kilometers was instantly frozen. Now there is a way. Yayu responded with a Miliana, and then stepped on the thick ice and walked directly towards the Tower of Heaven. Seeing Yayu's leaving back, Lucy, Miliana and others were all dumbfounded, and the shock in their hearts could not be subsided for a long time. Amazing! It's too powerful, it can be frozen in an instant. Shiu scanned the surrounding frozen area, and he said in amazement. Not only space magic, even ice magic is so powerful. Yayu, what are you? Urza stood up from the boat, looked at the back of Yayu in front of her, her eyes flickered, and she thought to herself. Natsu, get up quickly, we're here. Happy pushed Natsu, who was like a puddle of mud. Hearing Happy's words, Natsu's face turned blue and he tried to open his eyes. When he saw that the surroundings were frozen, he instantly revived from seasickness with full blood. That's awesome, did Yayu do this? While speaking, Natsu jumped onto the ice and stomped a few times. Natsu, what are you doing? Seeing Natsu's dangerous behavior, Lucy asked aloud. I'll try to see if the ice is solid. Boom! As soon as Natsu finished speaking, Lucy punched him with a fist. The last time we were on Galuna Island, you caused us to fall from that dilapidated palace. Lucy snapped angrily. When Yayu and Natsu's group approached the Tower of Heaven for a certain distance, the guards on the Tower of Heaven discovered them. The guards directly attacked Yayu and his party without saying a word. Fire Dragon's Roar. Facing the attack of those guards, Natsu took a sharp breath and directly issued a Fire Dragon's Roar. Gray on the side was not to be outdone, he punched the palm of his hand, and immediately a huge magic circle appeared in front of him. Form of ice, hammer of ice strike. A huge ice hammer and a cluster of violent flames directly charged towards the guards. Ah! At this moment, the guards screamed again and again. Oh, that's amazing, sister, are all the mages in your guild this strong? Seeing that Natsu and Gray knocked all the guards into the air, Shiu said aloud. At the same time, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came from Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +6. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +5. I'm begging for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day. Thank you guys. Chapter 29 Enter the Tower of Heaven. Chapter 29. Tower of Heaven, the top floor. Above the resplendent hall, there is a throne. At this time, a man in a black robe was sitting on the throne. This man is none other than Jalal himself. Master Jalal, that traitor Urza, brought a group of fairy tale mages to kill him. A long-haired man hurried over and reported to Jalal on the throne. Hearing these words, Jalal slowly raised his head, revealing his evil face. Urza, this is really interesting, I didn't expect her to deliver it to my door. The corner of Jalal's mouth curled up, and then he said to the long-haired man in front of him, Order, let Urza and the others come in. Let Urza in? Hearing Jalal's words, the long-haired man looked puzzled. Master Jalal, with your magical power, wouldn't it be easy to destroy Urza and the others? Why do you let them in? This world is so boring, it's a game. After the long-haired man left the hall, Jalal had a cat and mouse expression on his face. Fairy tale, who will appear in front of me first? While Jalal was speaking, Yayu, Urza, Natsu and his group had entered the Tower of Heaven. However, the inside of the Tower of Heaven is much bigger than it looks from the outside, and there is a side road every time you walk a certain distance. After just passing a few side roads, Natsu became a little impatient. Happy, let's rush up. Like. After hearing Natsu's words, Happy grew a pair of white wings behind her, and then rushed towards the top of the tower with Natsu. Let's go first, Jalal will be defeated by me. During the flight, Natsu shouted to Yayu, Urza, and others excitedly. Natsu, Jalal is not an opponent you can defeat alone. Urza immediately called out to Natsu. It's just that for Urza's words, Natsu is as if he has never heard of it, and there is no pause in his figure. However, just as Natsu and Happy were about to rush to the top of the tower, an owl-like creature fell from the sky and shot Natsu and Happy down. Master Jalal said, This is a game, and everyone must abide by the rules of the game. Natsu looked up at his attacker after falling to the floor below him. When Natsu saw the person in front of him clearly, he shouted in surprise, The owl has spoken. I am a righteous warrior, owl. The guy with the owl's head tilted his head and introduced himself to Natsu. I don't care who you are, don't get in the way. I'm going to beat Jalal. Hearing Natsu's words, Xiao Xiao's eyes showed a fierce light. Defeat Master Jalal. Whether you can get out of here alive is still up for debate. After all, Xiao Xiao launched an attack on Natsu. Seeing Xiao Xiao attacking, Natsu was not afraid at all. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. After casting the dragon-slaying magic, Natsu fought fiercely with the owl. At the same time, Yayu and Urza's group rushed towards the top of the tower under the leadership of Simon and others. However, just as everyone turned a corner, the sound of a guitar suddenly sounded in the air. This voice is. The moment they heard the guitar sound, the faces of Simon, Miliana, and others changed drastically. It's the eagle from the Skull and Bones assassination team, that guy is very strong. Try not to fight that guy until you meet Jalal, draining mana. After Simon said something, he was ready to lead everyone around. But before Simon and the others had gone far, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, blocking the way of everyone. I found you. A man with a guitar and long hair on the ground said to Yayu and Urza's group. Obviously, this person is the eagle in Simon's mouth. It's a game. Will you be able to leave alive? Taka said while strumming the guitar in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the long hair behind him was like a living thing, sweeping towards Yayu and his party overwhelmingly. Before Yayu could make a move, Gray dodged in front of everyone. Ice shape, ice hammer. I saw Gray clenched his hand into a fist and smashed the other palm. In the next second, a huge ice hammer directly hit those hairs. Chilla. However, the moment the ice hammer hit those hairs were like hard spears, piercing the ice hammer to pieces. What? Gray was taken aback when he saw that his magic hadn't worked. Too weak, too weak. After Eagle defeated Gray's magic, he played the guitar with a smug look on his face. At the same time, the hair that crushed the ice hammer didn't stop at all, and rushed towards Yayu and Urza. Three Feather Crow, it's too strong. Miliana saw that Gray's ice magic could not withstand the eagle's attack, so she said something with a look of shock. However, just when Miliana was about to block the rushing long hair, Yayu activated Invel's ice magic attribute. With the activation of the ice magic attribute, a gust of cold air swept across the entire isle in an instant. The long hair rushing over there was the first to be frozen. Immediately afterwards, the eagle holding the guitar was also frozen into an ice sculpture. And the entire isle is like a freezer, extremely cold. Now, at this time, Urza and others were not in the mood to marvel at Yayu's strength. After seeing the eagle being frozen, she rushed directly along the aisle without any hesitation. Yayu also chased after collecting the magical attributes dropped by the system. Urza, who rushed to the front, soon saw a woman in a white dress blocking the front. The woman had long cherry blossom-colored hair and was standing pretty with a long knife in her hand. It's the captain of Sanyawu, Turtledove. Simon, who was following Urza, looked at the cherry blossom-colored long-haired woman, and immediately reminded him aloud. I didn't expect to be able to defeat Eagle, you still have some strength. After Turtledove said lazily, he swung the long knife in his hand. Call out. In the next second, strands of sword energy swept towards Yayu as if tearing apart the space. Ding ding ding. Without any hesitation, Urza immediately swung the sword in his hand, blocking all the sword energy. Change. However, just as Urza was about to perform the magic of changing clothes, Lucy on the side hurriedly stopped him. No. While speaking, Lucy looked at Yayu with a strange expression. And Urza also remembered that Yayu was here, and her dress-up magic couldn't be used at all. Here I leave it to you, I will go first. Yayu said something to Urza, Lucy and the others, then moved his feet and rushed directly towards the turtledove. Want to go? Seeing Yayu rushing up, the long knife in Turtledove's hand suddenly swung. Call out. Immediately, a sword chi cut towards Yayu. However, just when the sword energy was about to hit Yayu, Yayu had activated the space magic, and then disappeared out of thin air under the gaze of everyone. Chapter 30 Ziref is not dead, what did you resurrect? Chapter 30. On the top floor of the Tower of Heaven, Jalal in black robe leaned on the throne with one hand. At this time, he is manipulating the council meeting through his thought body Zekleen. One vote short. Now as long as there is one member of parliament who agrees to release super magic spirit power on Tower of Heaven, then the council will use super magic spirit power to attack Tower of Heaven. At that time, Tower of Heaven will absorb the huge magic power of the super magic elves, so as to truly complete the R system that can resurrect the dead. Just as Zekleen encouraged those hesitant congressmen, a guard came to the top floor of Tower of Heaven in a panic and reported to Jalal on the throne, Master Jalal, the Wizard of Fairy Tale has come up. Jalal acted as if he had never heard of the guard's report. At this time, all his attention was on the meeting of the Senate. A few seconds later, at the instigation of the thought body Chi Klein, a congressman raised his hand. Seeing this, the corner of Jalal's mouth curled up. It's all over. Boom. As soon as Jalal finished speaking, there was a loud noise outside the hall. Ah! Accompanied by two screams, the bodies of the two guards flew in backwards. Jalal looked up without changing his expression. I saw a black-haired man in a black robe strolling in. Master Jalal, this is the man. The guard who came to report first, looked at Yayu who broke in, and he said to Jalal with a look of horror. Stand aside. Jalal looked at Yayu and greeted the guard. After the guards retreated to the side, Yayu walked to the center of the hall and stopped, meeting Jalal's eyes on the throne. Yayu. Jalal looked at Yayu in front of him with an interested expression on his face. Seeing that Jalal recognized him unexpectedly, Yayu frowned suddenly. But soon he was relieved. When he was on Galuna Island, he played against Ultair. Yayu knew that the crystal ball used by Ultair had the function of long-distance projection. According to Yayu's guess, Jalal had already seen clearly through the crystal ball when he played against Ultair. It was no surprise that Jalal recognized him now. If you came a few minutes earlier, I might still play with you, but now, unfortunately, everything is over. Jalal stood up from the throne, spread his arms in a victorious gesture, and said to Yayu. As soon as Jalal's words fell, a huge magic vortex suddenly appeared above the sky of Tower of Heaven. That is. Yayu looked up at the magic vortex above the sky, his expression changed slightly. That is the power of the super magic spirit. Once that falls, the entire Tower of Heaven will be destroyed. Jalal glanced at Yayu, then looked up at the sky, and said in a feverish tone. Make it up, make it up. A man full of lies. If it were another person here, I'm afraid I would believe Jalal's words. But Yayu knew that after the power of the super magic wizard fell, not only would the Tower of Heaven not be destroyed, but it would also allow the Tower of Heaven to be truly completed. Immediately afterwards, under Yayu's gaze and Jalal's expectation, a huge magic beam of light rushed straight down from the vortex. In just a split second, the huge beam of magic light hit the Tower of Heaven. At this moment, an incomparably dazzling ray of light bloomed above the sea area where the Tower of Heaven was located. It was originally night. But under the shining of this dazzling light, the whole sky is as bright as day. This dazzling light lasted for several seconds. After a few seconds, the light faded away. The Tower of Heaven was not destroyed. And the people inside the Tower of Heaven are also safe and sound. Ha 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 ha, those idiots of the Senate, the Tower of Heaven will not be truly completed until it absorbs the huge magic power of the 2.7 billion concept. At this moment, Jalal seemed to go crazy, and suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Amidst Jalal's wild laughter, a large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the huge Tower of Heaven. Kika. Immediately afterwards, the outer surface of the Tower of Heaven fell off completely, and a magic crystal like a tower was completely exposed to the air. And this huge magic crystal is the real posture of the R system. Yayu, is that guy Jalal? Soon, a familiar voice came from the air. Following the sound, I saw Natsu and Gray rushing towards this side. Natsu, son of the dragon, Urza is all here now. Jalal looked at Natsu and Gray who were rushing over, and then continued, next, let you see with your own eyes, the end of one era, and the advent of another era. After all, Jalal directly threw the guard behind him into the magic crystal of the R system. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he wanted to sacrifice the guard's life and resurrect Ziref. Natsu. Jalal wants to revive Ziref, and Gray is the first to disagree. After he greeted Natsu, he directly attacked Jalal. Immediately afterwards, Natsu also rushed forward. But Yayu was not in a hurry to act. After all, the current Jalal is not perfect yet. Jalal's strength will not be fully restored until Jalal and the mind-body Chi Kilian are combined into one. Also, Ziref isn't dead at all. Yayu also wants to see what kind of R system this is, and what will be resurrected in the end. In Yayu's mind, Natsu and Gray have already fought fiercely with Jalal. Since the power of Jalal's body is very small, he soon fell into a disadvantage. Ice Shape, Knuckles. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Gray and Natsu punched at the same time, hitting Jalal directly. Bang bang! Jalal, who was hit hard, flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came from Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining combat power attribute +0.3. What's going on? Why is this guy so weak? After Natsu and Gray knocked Jalal into the air, they looked at each other with confusion. After all, on the road, Urza, Simon and others repeatedly emphasized that Jalal is very strong. But right now, Jalal's strength is completely different from what Urza said. That's because I didn't show my real strength at all. Just then, a voice came from another direction. Following the sound, I saw a man who looked exactly like Jalal walking out. The difference is that Jalal is wearing a black robe. And the person who came over was dressed in white. What's going on? Why does this guy look exactly like Jalal? Natsu looked at Jalal in white in front of him, his face was full of doubts. Because we are the same person. Jalal in black came over, stood with Jalal in white, and said to Natsu. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yayu, Natsu, and Gray, Jalal in white and Jalal in black merged into one. At this moment, both Natsu and Gray could feel that the Jalal in front of them contained enormous magic power, and they were completely different from before. And Yayu also looked at Jalal in front of him, and said with a look of fighting spirit, "Have you finally regained the power of the Holy Ten?" Chapter 31 Two Fire Dragon Slayers. Chapter 31. The two became one. Jalal stood in front of Natsu and Gray, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said jokingly, "Continue the battle just now, let me see the strength of Dragon Slayer." It's a completely different person from before. What a powerful magic power, is this the real strength of Jalal? Gray looked at Jalal with a serious look on his face. While Gray was speaking, the body of the guard who was sacrificed by Jalal was already submerged in the crystal. After Gray realized this, his heart sank. No, Zeref is about to be resurrected. After Gray gritted his teeth and said something, he smashed his fist against the palm of the other hand. Ice Shape, Ice Hammer. At this moment, a magic circle appeared in front of Gray. Immediately afterwards, a huge ice hammer rushed directly towards the magic crystal. Judging from his posture, it seems that he wants to destroy the magic crystal and interrupt Zeref's resurrection ceremony. Is the target a sacrifice? Seeing Gray attacking the magic crystal, Zeref's expression changed slightly. How could I let you succeed? While speaking, Jalal waved his hand. Celestial magic. Suddenly, a golden magic circle appeared on the front of his palm. Call out. Immediately, a golden streamer swept out from the magic circle, and directly charged towards the huge ice hammer. Boom! After the golden streamer hit the ice hammer split into pieces in an instant. However, before the shattered ice fragments fell to the ground, Natsu had already rushed in front of Jalal. Fire dragons, sword horns. I saw that Natsu's hands were wrapped in flames, and he hit Jalal like an arrow from the string. However, just when Natsu's head was about to hit Jalal, Jalal avoided Natsu's attack directly. Before Jalal had time to breathe a sigh of relief, Gray's magic came over there. Sculpture of ice, ice cannon. I saw a cannon barrel made of condensed ice on Gray's shoulder, and an ice cannonball hit Jalal at an astonishing speed. Avoiding Natsu's attack, Jalal, who hadn't landed yet, saw the ice shells zooming sharply in his eyes, and his face suddenly changed. Can't dodge in the sky, perfect fit, Natsu. Gray watched the cannonball go straight towards Jalal, and he complimented Natsu in his heart. Boom! Then, under Gray's gaze, the icy cannonball hit Jalal directly. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the air, and a large amount of ice fragments scattered and splashed. Is it finished? Gray put down the ice cannon on his shoulder, looked at the place where the explosion occurred, and said to himself. But in the next second, Gray saw only Jalal's black robe on the ground, and Jalal's body had disappeared. Missing. Seeing Jalal disappear, Gray's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately glanced around. Soon he saw Jalal in short sleeves, floating above the sky, and a faint golden light radiated from his body. Gray, where did you aim? It just hit the clothes. Seeing that Gray missed Jalal, Natsu yelled at Gray, complaining. Stop talking. Faced with Natsu's complaints, Gray didn't show any weakness, and directly turned back. Maybe Gray and Natsu didn't see Jalal clearly. But Yayu saw it. The moment the Gray cannon was about to hit Jalal, Jalal cast the celestial magic meteor. With the blessing of meteor, Jalal's speed is greatly increased. In just a split second, he dodged the shells and moved into the sky. Humph, two people teamed up, do they only have this level of strength? Jalal floating above the sky, he said jokingly. Then his figure turned into a streamer of light, rushing directly towards Gray. Boom! Before Gray had time to react, Jalal had rushed in front of Gray and launched an attack on Gray. It's so fast, it's completely invisible. Gray, who was hit hard, shouted in shock. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. At this time, Natsu has rushed over and launched an attack on Jalal, who was attacking Gray. But before Natsu's fist approached Jalal, Jalal's figure was like a shooting star, and he circled behind Natsu in an instant, and hit Natsu with a punch. Boom! With a crash, Natsu flew upside down and finally hit a magic crystal. 3 seconds. It took only 3 seconds from when Gray attacked the magic crystal to when Jalal knocked Natsu and Gray down. Too strong. Not at the same level at all. Gray, lying on the ground, looked at Jalal with a pale golden light on his body, and said with a look of shock on his face. Dragon Slayer magic seems to be nothing more than that. Jalal, who was suspended in the sky, looked at Natsu over there, and said with a look of disdain. Yet. Just as Jalal finished speaking, there was an abrupt voice in the air. Hearing the sound, Jalal turned to look. I saw Yayu standing proudly over there, and a burning crimson flame rose from his body at some point. At this moment, the temperature of the surrounding air rose sharply. In addition, due to the high temperature of the grill, the space around Yayu gives a sense of distortion. And the magic crystals under Yayu's feet were all melted. This is. Seeing this change in Yayu's body, Gray's pupils suddenly opened. Dragon Slayer magic. Same Fire Dragon Slayer magic as Natsu. And this huge magical power is not at the same level as Natsu. Natsu looked at the flames on Yayu's body, his eyes flickered. What on earth is it? Why does Yayu also use Dragon Slayer magic? And it's still the same Fire Dragon Slayer magic as me. But Natsu is not Gray. After he thought about it for a while and couldn't figure it out, he was immediately relieved. Never mind. I'll leave it to you, Yayu. While Gray and Natsu wondered why Yayu used the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, Jalal, who was suspended in mid-air, also looked surprised. However, Jalal was just an accident. I didn't expect that you are also a Dragon Slayer, so let me see your strength, don't let me down. Jalal grinned and said, and then his body turned into a stream of light, rushing directly towards Yayu. After Yayu collected all the attributes dropped by the system, he also faced Jalal. I ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and various supports every day. Chapter 32 Iron Flame Dragon Mode. Chapter 32 Iron Flame Dragon Mode. Meteor. Jalal, whose body was covered with pale golden light, turned into a streamer, rushed to Yayu in an instant, and punched Yayu. Facing Jalal's attack, Yayu didn't hesitate in the slightest. That fist wrapped in crimson flames blasted out. Boom! In the next second, the fists of Yayu and Jalal directly shook together. At the same time as there was a loud noise in the air, an invisible shock wave centered on Yayu and Jalal, spreading out in all directions like ripples. The surrounding magic crystal fragments were instantly reduced to powder after being affected by this invisible shock wave. As for Natsu and Gray, they were also forced back by the shock wave. Can Yayu keep up with Jalal's speed? Natsu, with his hands on the ground, saw Yayu's fist colliding with Jalal's fist, and he said in amazement. After all, he had fought Jalal just now. He is completely invisible to the speed of the meteor Jalal. But right now, Yayu easily blocked the attack of meteor Jalal. Humph, you can actually block my attack. It seems that you still have some strength. Jalal looked at Yayu, whose whole body was wrapped in flames. He grinned. Call out. After all, Jalal's figure turned into a stream of light, disappeared in place in an instant, and flew towards the sky. But soon, he adjusted his direction again, and rushed towards Yayu at a faster speed. In the blink of an eye, Meteor Jalal got behind Yayu and kicked Yayu with a whip leg. Indeed, the speed of Meteor Jalal is fast. Almost to the point where both Natsu and Gray can't see. But Jalal's terrifying moving speed is not so fast in Yayu's eyes. The moment Jalal whipped and kicked, Yayu raised his foot and blocked it directly. Boom! Soon, Jalal's leg kicked Yayu's leg. It's not over yet. After Yayu blocked Jalal's whip kick, his backhand was a punch. Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! Then, in the vision of Natsu and Gray, a golden streamer and a cluster of crimson streamer in the air were constantly flashing and intertwining. Every time they interweave, there will be a violent impact sound in the air, accompanied by a powerful air wave. Is this the battle between the Holy Ten? Even the aftermath of the battle is so terrifying. Gray, with his hands in front of his body, said with a look of shock while resisting the battle rage. Natsu, Gray. Not long after Gray's voice fell, Urza, Lucy, and Simon and the others rushed towards this side. Boom! Before Urza and his group approached, a violent shock wave swept over directly. Before Lucy could stand still, he was staggered by the shock wave. What is this? Lucy, who stabilized her figure, looked at the two streamers in front of her who were constantly confronting each other, and said with a look of astonishment on her face. It's Yayu and Jalal. The two of them are fighting. Urza said with a serious face. Forward. Hearing Urza's words, Lucy's eyes were as wide as bells. Fighting? This is too exaggerated. I can't see at all. This is Fire Dragon Slayer magic. At first Urza didn't pay much attention. Suddenly she realized that Yayu, who was fighting Jalal, was using Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Looking at the crimson flames surrounding Yayu, Urza's face was full of surprise. Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Lucy looked at Urza, puzzled. After all, she couldn't see the battle between Yayu and Jalal at all. Gray, what's going on here? Why does Yayu use the same Fire Dragon Slayer magic as Natsu? Hearing Urza's question, Gray said in a deep voice, I don't know either. In addition to ice magic, enlargement magic, space magic, and dragon slayer magic, how many kinds of magic does Yayu know? Urza looked at Yayu over there, his eyes flickering constantly. At this moment, in Urza's field of vision, Yayu is like a mysterious existence. Just as Urza was shocked, Yayu, who was fighting Jalal over there, a fire dragon's iron fist bombarded Jalal directly. Facing Yayu's charged punch, Jalal was startled. Then the arms of both hands crossed in front of the body as a conditioned reflex. Boom! Soon, Yayu's fist hit Jalal's arms. Although Jalal blocked Yayu's punch, but the terrifying power contained in Yayu's punch still sent Jalal flying backwards. I saw Jalal's figure draw an arc above the sky, and finally landed, his feet wiped a long trace on the ground, and then he stabilized his figure. At the same time, Yayu also stopped. Happy and Lucy saw the blazing crimson flame on Yayu's body, and they both exclaimed in unison, "The same flame as Natsu." On the other hand, Miliana, Shiu, and others stared at Jalal with resentment. Jalal lied to them for 8 years. Now that they know the truth, seeing Jalal again, they don't hate or get angry. Miliana, Shiu, calm down, Jalal is not something you can deal with, now everything is handed over to Yayu. When Urza lied to Miliana and Shiu for any aggressive actions, she immediately spread her arms and stopped them. Urza, is everything here? Wait for me to deal with Yayu first, and then I will clean up you together. Meteor Jalal said something jokingly to Urza and the others, then turned into a streamer and flew towards the sky. After flying to a certain height, Jalal stabilized his figure. That magic is. When Simon saw Jalal's posture in the sky, his expression suddenly changed. Dangerous, Jalal wants to use celestial magic, 7-star sword. After Simon recognized Jalal's magic, he immediately reminded Yayu loudly. Sure enough, when Jalal's figure flickered, 7 connected stars appeared in the sky. 7-star sword. With Jalal's soft snort, the 7 starbursts turned into streamers, like meteorites, and rushed towards Yayu below. Seeing the 7 streaks of light rushing towards him, Yayu didn't seem to dodge in the slightest. If Yayu uses space magic and transfers to a different space, he can avoid this magic very easily. But Yayu didn't want to hide. Iron Flame Dragon Mode. With a deep snort, Yayu directly activated the magic attribute of Gajil's Iron Dragon Slayer. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 The Power of Iron Flame Dragon Mode. Chapter 33 Iron Flame Dragon Mode. After Yayu activated the Iron Dragon Slayer's magic attribute, Jalal's 7-star sword magic came with a bang. Boom boom boom. 7 golden streamers landed directly on Yayu's place like 7 meteorites. At this moment, Yayu's figure was overwhelmed by the golden light. And there were loud noises in the air. In addition, violent air waves also swept through the entire hall. The magic crystal on the ground was also trembling. Yayu, Urza, Gray, and the others saw Yayu being hit head-on by Jalal's magic, and their faces were full of worry as they resisted the sweeping air wave. The storm came and went quickly. After one breath, the air wave dissipated. Urza slowly lowered the arm in front of him, and looked up. However, when Urza saw the scene in front of her, her face was full of surprise and joy. To her delight, Yayu did not fall down. To his surprise, Yayu's body was unscathed. Look, Yayu has changed. At this moment, Happy found something unusual from Yayu, and he was immediately surprised. Hearing what Happy said, Urza, Gray and the others all stared intently. Soon everyone noticed that Yayu, who was wrapped in crimson flames, was covered with a layer of steel-like dragon scales. It's just that under the high temperature of the flame, the steel dragon scale is not the usual black, but red like Ludi. The crimson steel dragon scales and the crimson flame complement each other, and Yayu looks like a human-shaped fire dragon. What on earth is it? Why did Yayu become like this? Lucy, Gray, and the others, seeing Yayu's attitude, were all amazed. Natsu. Urza immediately asked Natsu over there. From Urza's point of view, Natsu is also a fire dragon slayer magister and probably knows something. I don't know either. Hearing Urza's question, Natsu responded, and then looked at Yayu's attitude. His eyes sparkled, although I don't know what's going on, but it looks so handsome. While Natsu, Urza, and others were talking, Yayu also spread his palms and glanced at his own hands. Although Yayu knows that after Fire Dragon Slayer magic and Iron Dragon Slayer magic are used at the same time, it will enter the Iron Dragon Slayer mode. But Yayu himself entered this mode for the first time. Is this the Steel Flame Dragon mode? The magic power and strength seem to have improved a lot. After Yayu felt the power in his body for a while, he looked satisfied, then he clenched his fists and slightly raised his head to look at Jalal above the sky. Compared to Natsu's excitement, Jalal at this time saw Yayu in Steel Flame Dragon mode, and his face was extremely ugly. What on earth is it? This guy was clearly hit by my celestial magic 7-star sword, and he didn't get hurt at all. Also, what's the matter with this gesture? Jalal hovered above the sky and looked at Yayu, his eyes flickered and his face changed constantly. I am undefeated. I am the chosen one by Zeref. I communicated with the undead of Zeref to create a truly free country. Suddenly the horror on Jalal's face disappeared completely, replaced by a touch of madness. While speaking, Jalal's figure turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Yayu at an astonishing speed. After getting close to Yayu, Jalal raised his fist and blasted directly at Yayu below him in a slam dunk. But before Jalal's fist hit Yayu, Yayu's figure moved behind Jalal. Yayu waved his arms. Boom! Jalal, who was hit hard, spurted out a mouthful of blood. And his body is like a cannonball, falling towards the ground below. In an instant, Jalal's body penetrated layer after layer of magic crystals, and finally penetrated the ground of 7 layers of magic crystals before smashing his body onto a huge magic crystal. Boom! Jalal, who suffered the second trauma, spat blood again, and the magic crystal behind him was also shattered by the impact. From Yayu's shot to Jalal's being knocked into the air, it was only a blink of an eye. Because it all happened so fast that Simon, Miliana, and others hadn't reacted yet. When they reacted, they just saw the scene of Jalal being shot through the ground. What did he do? Miliana opened her mouth slightly, and asked with a look of surprise. Just now Yayu hit Jalal in an instant. Just one blow, and Jalal was knocked out of the ground. What a terrifying power! Urza looked at Yayu whose whole body was wrapped in flames, and she said with a shocked face. It's amazing, it's amazing, it's amazing Yayu. And Natsu looked excited. Boom! While Urza and Natsu were talking, a golden streamer broke through the magic crystal and rushed out, and flew to the sky above Yayu's head. This golden streamer is naturally Jalal. But at this time, Jalal looked extremely embarrassed, with scars all over his body. I haven't lost yet. It's not finished yet. I will destroy all of you together. Jalal shouted frantically, and then a huge golden magic circle appeared between his palms. That is. Urza's face changed drastically after seeing the magic that Jalal cast. At this time, Yayu's mind also heard the mechanical notification sound from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the taboo magic Purgatory Shattering attribute. Purgatory Shattered. Yayu's expression changed slightly when he heard the system's notification tone. For this magic, Yayu has heard of it. When the ghosts attacked the goblins back then, the huge supermagic giant planned to use this purgatory to shatter the magic circle and raised the fairy tale guild to the ground in one fell swoop. But the power of Purgatory Shatter is not just to destroy a fairy tale guild. Once the Purgatory Shattering magic circle is activated, most of Magnolia Town will be destroyed. Urza naturally recognized that the magic that Jalal was about to release was Purgatory Shattering, and she immediately shouted, Jalal, do you want to destroy this tower together? Things are up to now, whatever happens. As for the tower, there will be plenty of time to build it later. All of you must be buried here today. Hearing Jalal's words, the hearts of Natsu, Gray, and others sank to the bottom of the valley. Just when everyone was thinking about how to deal with the ensuing destruction, Yayu had already charged above Jalal's head, and punched Jalal in the past. After Jalal noticed it, he immediately looked up. I saw Yayu's fist magnified sharply in his eyes. And the flames surrounding Yayu are like a real dragon roaring. At this moment, endless fear rose from the bottom of Jalal's heart. That is the fear that comes with death. Jalal knew that once he was hit by Yayu, it was certain death. Without any hesitation, Jalal immediately gave up casting Purgatory Shattering, intending to use the meteor to avoid Yayu's blow. But before Jalal's body could move, Yayu's fist had already landed. Boom! At this moment, a loud bang sounded in the air. Jalal's body, like a cannonball, fell in a straight line towards the crystal tower below. The ground of those crystal towers, like paper paste, was instantly penetrated by Jalal's body. In just the blink of an eye, Jalal's body was pierced to the end. At this moment, the entire crystal tower collapsed. Chapter 34 Magic Genius. Chapter 34. A crystal tower like a big tree stands above the sea. This crystal tower is naturally the R system that Jalal spent 8 years building. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the air. I saw a black shadow rushing down from the top of the crystal tower, passing through the entire crystal tower in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the huge crystal tower collapsed. A large number of shattered magic crystals fell down like rocks. Natsu and Gray, who were originally on the top of the tower, also fell down together with the shattered magic crystal. "Ah, I'm about to fall, Happy." Natsu, who kept falling, greeted Happy. After hearing Natsu's words, Happy, who had already spread her wings, immediately flew over. But before Happy catches Natsu, Shiu uses card sealing magic to put all Natsu, Gray, Urza and his party into the card space one by one. And Happy took Shiu together and flew towards the outside of the collapsed crystal tower. Saved. When Happy placed Shiu on the ice made by Yayu earlier, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he released all Natsu and Gray in the card space. It actually destroyed this tower with one blow. What a terrifying power! Gray, who came out of the card space, looked at the collapsed crystal tower in front of him. His expression changed for a while, and he said with lingering fear, "By the way, Yayu." Urza glanced around and found that Yayu didn't come out with them. Her pretty face changed suddenly, and her eyes immediately fell on the collapsed crystal tower. Could it be that Yayu is still in that tower? Hearing Urza's words, Natsu looked at the ruined crystal tower, put his head in his hands, and shouted in astonishment. "Yayu's words have been in the sky since just now. Look, there." Happy pointed to the sky above the crystal tower and said to everyone. Looking in the direction of Happy's finger, I saw a cluster of crimson flames floating above the sky. Because the distance is too far, everyone couldn't see Yayu clearly inside the crimson flame. But the moment they saw the crimson flame, Urza and his party breathed a sigh of relief. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the cluster of crimson flames flew towards them at an astonishing speed like a shooting star. This is... Seeing the crimson flames streak across the sky like a shooting star, Gray's expression changed immediately, and he immediately exchanged glances with Natsu. The celestial magic of Jalal. Yes, the reason why Yayu can hover above the sky is using Jalal's celestial magic, meteor. When Natsu, Gray, and Jalal were fighting, the system had already dropped Jalal's celestial magic attribute. Just in time to use it. Yayu, who activated the magic attribute of meteor, even surpassed Jalal in flying speed. In just the blink of an eye, Yayu flew from a high altitude in front of Urza, Natsu and others, and finally landed slowly on the ice. After landing, the crimson flames on Yayu's body, as well as the steel-like dragon scales, faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Yayu returned to normal again. "Yayu, you just used Jalal's celestial magic, right?" Seeing Yayu approaching, Gray asked with a puzzled look. For Gray's question, Yayu didn't hide anything, and replied directly, "Not bad. Ice magic, space magic, fire dragon slayer magic, and Jalal's celestial magic. How do you use so much magic?" Gray looked at Yayu and asked suspiciously. "How can you use so much magic?" "Naturally, it is picked up through the attribute picking system. But the system is the deepest secret in Yayu's heart, and he will not tell others about it." When Yayu was thinking about how to answer Gray's question, Urza, who was resting on his chin, suddenly raised his head and looked at Yayu seriously, and then asked, "Could it be that, Yayu, you are a magic genius?" What the hell is a magic genius? I've heard of some magic geniuses who are proficient in hundreds of kinds of magic. Ordinary magic can be learned by just looking at it, and they can create their own magic. As soon as Urza said this, Natsu looked at Yayu's eyes and said in amazement, "This is really powerful, you can learn other people's magic with just a glance, no wonder you can use Jalal's magic, and my extinguisher dragon magic." At that time, Igneel and I had studied dragon slaying magic for several years before we learned it. "You learned it in a flash." Lucy also echoed, "I see, magic genius, how can you use so much magic?" Hearing the words between Urza, Lucy, and Natsu, Yayu was speechless. I didn't know how to refute for a while. "Yayu, have you created your own?" However, just when Natsu was about to ask Yayu if he had created any magic of his own, a terrifying wave of magic power suddenly came from the ruins of the crystal tower over there. Shocked by this terrifying magic power, the faces of Natsu, Urza, Gray and the group all changed, and they immediately looked up at the ruins of the crystal tower. Could it be Ziref resurrected? After Miliana felt the terrifying fluctuation of magic power, she said with a look of horror, "Ziref revived? How can it be? Ziref wasn't dead at all." Yayu immediately denied Miliana's guess in his mind. "It's just that the power of the super magic spirit contained in the magic crystal has spread." After observing for a while, Yayu said aloud. Before Miliana and the others had time to breathe a sigh of relief, Urza said solemnly, "We'd better get out of here quickly. Such a huge magic power is released in a short period of time, I am afraid it will explode." After heeding Urza's suggestion, everyone immediately left by boat. Sure enough, it's not waiting for everyone to leave. The place where the crystal tower was located instantly produced a shocking explosion. Bang! I saw a flame soaring into the sky. Immediately, the powerful air waves set off huge waves several feet high on the sea surface, and spread out in all directions. The boat that Yayu and others were on was like a flat boat in the huge waves, and it might be submerged at any time. I ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day, thank you guys. Chapter 35 Get Laxus Lightning Magic Attribute. Magnolia Town. Are you finally back? Just as Yayu and Urza were walking on the street, a figure suddenly stood up on the roof of the nearby building and jumped down. After the figure approached Yayu and his party, he punched in the air. "Call out!" In the next second, the man's fist was stretched out like rubber. "Who?" Seeing someone attacking, before Yayu could make a move, Natsu over there moved his feet and rushed forward. Soon, Natsu's punch was firmly shaken with the outstretched fist. Boom! After a sound of steel crashing in the air, Natsu's figure took 2 steps backwards. "What a hard fist, it's like steel." While Natsu was amazed, the outstretched fist also retracted. Finally, a man with long black hair landed in front of everyone. Looking at the person in front of him, Yayu's expression moved slightly. This person is none other than Gajeel, who was knocked away by Yayu's additional magic that night. Maybe Yayu knew Gajeel. But Natsu doesn't know it. After all, Gajeel was beaten down by Yayu before he officially appeared on the stage. Gajeel right now is the first time he appears in front of Natsu, Urza, and others. "Natsu, look at his arm." While Natsu was staring at Gajeel, Happy, who was beside him, suddenly said. Hearing Happy's words, Natsu, Yayu, and others all looked at Gajeel's arm. "That is, the emblem of our guild." Seeing the fairy tale guild tattoo on Gajeel's arm, Natsu yelled in surprise. "Is this guy from our guild? Why do I have no impression at all? It should be a newcomer who joined recently." Gray and Urza looked at Gajeel and analyzed. "You guy, since you are a member of our guild, why did you raid us?" Natsu yelled angrily. "I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for him." Gajeel raised his arm and pointed at Yayu. Hearing Gajil's words, Yayu frowned. Yayu is not surprised that Gajil will join Fairy Tale. After all, wizards also need to eat. After Spectre disbanded, Gajil was considered unemployed. Generally, regular guilds are not willing to take in Gajil who was born as a ghost. In other words, Makarov is willing to ask for Gajil. I didn't expect you to be alive. Yayu looked at Gajil and said in a playful tone. Although Yayu didn't use all his strength when he attacked Gajil that night. But that blow was enough to crush a mage. That level of attack, wanting my life, I'm afraid it's not enough. Gajil said so on the lips, but in fact he felt lingering fear. Gajil knew that if he hadn't been protected by the steel dragon scale, he would have been killed by Yayu's move on the spot. In addition, although he survived, the injuries on his body took a long time to recover. He had never been so seriously injured before. Yayu, do you know each other? Hearing this conversation between Yayu and Gajil, Urza looked at Gajil and asked Yayu. Yayu didn't answer Urza's words immediately. But thinking that Urza and others would know Gajil's identity sooner or later, he said, he is the dragon slayer of iron from the former ghost. As soon as Yayu said this, the expressions of both Natsu and Grey changed drastically. Is he the guy who broke up the guild and wounded Jet and Droy? Calm down Natsu, Spectre has disbanded, he is now a member of our guild. Seeing Natsu's angry face, Urza immediately reminded him aloud. I will not be a companion with such a guy. After that, Natsu moved his feet, and his figure rushed towards Gajil like an arrow from the string. After getting close to Gajil, Natsu clenched his hands into a fist, and a crimson flame surrounded the fist immediately. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Without any hesitation, Natsu punched Gajil directly. This is Dragon Slayer magic. Seeing Natsu's fist attacking, Gajil's expression changed, and he immediately raised his arm to block it. Boom! In the next second, Natsu's fist hit Gajil's arm. Suddenly, there was a sound of steel clashing in the air. And Gajil's figure took a few steps backwards, keeping a distance from Natsu. So, you are the real fire dragon of Fairy Tale. Gajil glanced at Yayu over there, and then turned his gaze to Natsu in front of him. That night, when Gajil and Yayu were fighting, Yayu also used Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Gajil once thought that Yayu was the rumored fire dragon, only to be denied by Yayu. Now see Natsu using Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Gajil asked tentatively. Seeing that Natsu did not deny it, Gajil confirmed that Natsu in front of him was the real fire dragon. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. After one blow was blocked by Gajil, Natsu didn't stop there, and urged the Dragon Slayer magic to attack Gajil again. Iron Dragon Arm. Faced with Natsu's blow, Gajil immediately used Iron Dragon Slayer magic to harden his arm, and blocked Natsu. Ding! Soon, Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic was blocked by Gajil's Iron Dragon Slayer magic. Is this Iron Dragon Slayer magic? Grey saw Gajil's arm turn to steel, and he said aloud. At this time, Yayu also heard a series of prompts from the system in Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining combat power attribute +0.3. May I ask if the host collects attributes? Collect. Following Yayu's order, the magical attributes and combat power attributes that Natsu and Gajil dropped during the battle were all turned into golden tadpole runes, and they gathered towards Yayu directly. After those attributes entered Yayu's body, the magic attributes and combat power attributes on the virtual screen in front of Yayu continued to rise. Do you ghost bastards only bully the weak? Just as Yayu was collecting attributes, there was an abrupt voice in the air. Hearing the sound, Yayu, Urza and others followed the sound. And Natsu also stopped and looked up. I saw Laxus in a coat walking towards this side, and his face was full of murderous intent. Obviously, he was after Gajil. Laxus. Seeing the expression on Lax's face, Urza's expression changed suddenly. Sure enough, when Laxus raised his hand, a golden lightning struck Gajeel. And Gajeel's body crashed to the ground. At this time, the system's prompt sound came again in Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the attribute of Thunder Magic. Hearing the notification sound from the system, Yayu frowned. Laxus has Thunder Magic and Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic. Right now, the system only drops the Laxus Lightning Magic attribute. And what Yayu wants is Laxus Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic attribute. Chapter 36 The First Battle with Laxus. Chapter 36 The First Battle with Laxus. May I ask if the host collects the Lightning Magic attribute? Collect. Yayu replied to the system immediately without any hesitation. Following Yayu's order, the Thunder Magic attribute under Laxus over there directly turned into a golden tadpole rune, and together with other attributes, gathered towards Yayu. After those attributes were all submerged in Yayu's body, all kinds of data on the virtual screen in front of Yayu jumped up. Yayu directly ignored the attributes of magic power and combat power, and his eyes fell directly on Thunder Magic in the Magic attribute column. Thunder Magic. After Yayu thought to himself, he clenched his hands into fists and activated the Thunder Magic attribute. In the next second, a golden thunderbolt appeared above Yayu's fist. After Yayu increased his magic power a little, the golden thunder and lightning became more and more violent. Urza, Gray and others didn't see the golden thunderbolt in Yayu's hand. At this moment, their attention was all on Laxus over there. After Laxus paralyzed Gajeel with lightning magic, another violent attack landed on Gajeel. Boom! Gajeel was hit hard, his body was like a cannonball, he flew upside down, and finally hit the wall not far behind him. In an instant, the wall shattered. And Gajeel's body was also buried in the rubble. Laxus didn't let that stop him. It's all because of you, ghosts, that someone underestimates my guild. At this time, Laxus almost fell into a state of madness. The magic power in his body surged crazily, and on the whole body, the golden lightning gathered densely together, and a dazzling golden light bloomed. After Natsu, Gray, and Lucy felt the terrifying magic power of Laxus, they were all extremely frightened. Although they were very angry about Gajeel destroying Fairy Tail and injuring Jet and Droy. But seeing Laxus wanting to kill Gajeel right now, they couldn't bear it. Urza looked at the violent magic power on Laxus, her pretty face changed, and she immediately stopped her. Laxus, stop. He has now joined Fairy Tail, which means that the president has agreed. Before Urza finished speaking, Laxus, with a ferocious face, directly attacked Urza. Stop talking. I saw Laxus' palm full of golden lightning suddenly waved at Urza. A golden beam of thunder and lightning rushed towards Urza at an astonishing speed. No, Urza can't use the dress-up magic. Seeing that the embarrassed Laxus even attacked Urza, Lucy's pretty face suddenly changed, and she immediately shouted. But at this moment, Urza watched the golden thunderbolt magnify sharply in her eyes, and her face was also full of seriousness. If it was normal, she would definitely not be afraid of Laxus' blow. But right now, because of Yayu's space law magic, she can't use the dress-up magic. Laugh. Just when the golden thunderbolt was about to engulf Urza, Yayu flashed in front of Urza. I saw Yayu waved his hand casually, and the violent golden thunder and lightning that hit him disappeared without a trace as if being torn apart in an instant. Blocked Laxus magic with bare hands. Gray saw Yayu dispelling Laxus lightning magic so easily, his face was full of surprise. Gray is also very clear about how strong Laxus is. Every time Natsu fights with Laxus, he is always beaten. From Gray's point of view, Laxus is as strong as a monster. Although Gray knows that Yayu is also very strong. If Yayu used some kind of magic to block Laxus' blow, Gray could still understand. But Yayu blocked Laxus magic with bare hands. This shocked Gray very much. How did Gray know that Yayu did not block Laxus' lightning magic with his bare hands? He just used the lightning magic attribute he just collected from Laxus to offset Laxus' lightning magic. Yayu. Urza saw the golden lightning still wrapped around Yayu's palm, and she asked worriedly. I'm fine. Yayu looked at Laxus, and responded to Urza behind him. While Urza and Yayu were talking, Laxus, who was full of ferocity, all his eyes fell on Yayu. Laxus didn't pay much attention to Yayu, a newcomer. In his eyes, there are only the strongest candidates such as Mistogan and Gear Das. Even Urza, he looked down on. But what Laxus didn't expect right now was that the newcomer in front of him, who he didn't pay much attention to, blocked his magic so easily. This made Laxus feel his majesty was challenged. A newcomer in the guild can easily block my attack. It seems that I need to let you know who is the strongest in this guild. Laxus stared at Yayu, and after roaring in an angry tone, he directly attacked Yayu. Lightning Fist. I saw Laxus's fist filled with golden lightning suddenly hit the ground. The moment Laxus' fist landed, a golden arc instantly tore the ground and swept towards Yayu. Before the golden thunderbolt approached, Yayu's fingers were a little bit in the air. Additional magic. The moment Yayu gave the ground additional instructions, a violent shock wave suddenly appeared on the ground. Originally, Laxus was going to block Yayu's blow. But the moment he was about to make a move, a sense of danger rose in his heart. This feeling is an instinctive reaction accumulated in his body through years of fighting. After realizing the danger, Laxus immediately used lightning magic without any hesitation. I saw his figure turned into a golden thunder light, and retreated directly to the side. The moment Laxus avoided it, the violent shock wave on the ground left a huge deep pit hundreds of meters long on the ground. Yayu, do you want to kill Laxus? Natsu looked at the huge deep hole in the ground in front of him, and he shouted in horror. Meanwhile, Gray, Urza, and Lucy were beyond shocked. Laxus retreated to the side, his body hadn't landed yet. After he saw the gully left by the shock wave on the ground, he seemed to have been awakened, the anger in his heart was gone, and there was only a feeling of facing the strong calm down. And his face was full of astonishment. He never expected that this newcomer would be so strong. Chapter 37 Thunder Gods. Chapter 37. Although Laxus was astonished by Yayu's strength, he was not afraid of Yayu because of his astonishment. Quite the opposite. After a brief surprise, Laxus was very excited. He was excited that the guild had added another strong man. Meanwhile, in Laxus' mind, Yayu has been regarded as one of the strongest candidates for fairy tale. Very good, that's what makes it interesting. Besides Mistogan and Guildarts, you should be the strongest person in the guild right now. It's just right, I will defeat you first today, and I will defeat Mistogan and Guildarts later, so that I will be the strongest. Laxus stared at Yayu with a fighting look on his face. While speaking, the golden lightning around Laxus' body was also extremely intense. There was the sound of thunder and lightning exploding in the air. And on the ground under his feet, the rock fragments shook endlessly, and even began to rise towards the sky. Judging from his posture, it seems that he is preparing for a decisive battle with Yayu. Yayu is naturally not to be outdone. The crimson flames around him rose instantly. At this moment, the temperature of the surrounding air rose sharply. And the blue stone floor under Yayu's feet was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is Yayu's real magic power. Gajeel over there just crawled out of the pile of rocks. After feeling the terrifying magic power emanating from Yayu's body, his face was full of horror. Only at this moment did Gajeel know that when Yayu fought against him that night, he didn't use his full strength at all. If he used all his strength, he would not be just seriously injured. Looking at Yayu in front of him, Gajeel felt a wave of fear in his heart. Urza, what to do? Looking at Yayu in front of him with crimson flames, and Laxus with golden lightning flashing all over his body, Lucy asked Urza with a complicated expression. Just when Urza was thinking about how to stop Yayu and Laxus from continuing to fight, a majestic voice suddenly came from the other side of the street. Laxus, hurry up and stop. Following the sound, I saw Makarov, Myra Jane and other members of the guild walking towards this side. President Urza, Lucy and others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Makarov coming. Over there, Laxus glanced at Makarov and the others, and let out a dissatisfied sound. Hey, it's really fast. Speaking of this, the astonishing aura on Laxus disappeared in vain, and then he turned to look at Yayu again. Our battle is not over yet. After all, Laxus strode towards the direction of the guild. When passing by Makarov, Laxus grinned and said, Master, you'd better give up the chief's seat earlier. Hearing what Laxus said, Makarov didn't even think about it, and snapped, If I want to let you go, I won't let you go. I will let you come out obediently. After speaking, Laxus left directly. President, why are you here? After Laxus left, Natsu and Gray went up to Makarov and asked. If you don't come again, the whole town will be destroyed by you. Hearing Natsu's question, Makarov said with a sullen face. That guy is. While Natsu and Makarov were talking, Jet noticed Gajeel. The moment he saw Gajeel, he was furious. It's the Spectre's Iron Dragon Slayer. After hearing Jet's words, the fairy tale members behind Makarov all set their eyes on Gajeel. This is the guy who attacked the guild and Jet, and almost beat Levy. Unforgivable. Wait, why does he have the coat of arms of our guild on his arm? President, what is going on? When everyone denounced Gajeel, Levy over there was also a little scared when she saw Gajeel, and she hid behind Yayu like a conditioned reflex. Yayu turned to look at the somewhat petite Levy, and Levy met Yayu's gaze with a smile on his face. It feels safer here. Not long after Levy's voice fell, Makarov explained his thoughts to everyone. Naturally, no one had any objection to the president taking in Makarov. But they were still very against Gajeel. After all, not so long ago, Gajeel was the enemy. Just when everyone was about to return to the guild, there was a commotion on the other side of the street. Hearing the commotion, Yayu, Urza, and others followed the sound. I saw 3 people walking towards this side. These 3 people are 2 men and 1 woman. The woman has long brown hair and a pair of glasses on her face. Of the 2 men next to him, one is dressed as a swordsman with long green hair, while the other is wearing a helmet. The moment he saw the 3 of them, Yayu raised his eyebrows and showed a look of interest on his face. But when Makarov, Gray, and others saw these 3 people, their expressions changed as if they saw some trouble. Laxus Progard, Thunder Lords. Yes, those 3 are Freed, Evergreen, and Big Slow of the Thor crowd. Yayu is quite interested in Freed's magic. Laxus Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute, Freed's spell magic attribute, let's collect them together. Yayu thought to himself while watching Freed walking over. At this time, Laxus, who was on the roof not far away, naturally saw the 3 of Freed. Are you finally back? This time, I will definitely win with you, Yayu. Laxus looked at Yayu over there, and said with a look of war. Chapter 38's Class Mage. Chapter 38. When Yayu and Urza returned to the guild, they saw that the dilapidated guild had long since disappeared, replaced by a brand new guild. Oh, new guild! Natsu and Happy looked at the brand new guild in front of them, and they couldn't help shouting excitedly. The new ones are not just guilds. Hearing the exclamations of Natsu and Happy, Myra Jane, who was wearing a black gothic dress, blinked playfully and said with a smile to the crowd. New bar. New store. New pool. After everyone walked into the guild, Myra Jane introduced them one by one. Oh, there is even a swimming pool. Natsu clenched his fists, his eyes were full of excitement. Not just the swimming pool, but other recreational facilities. Marajana's fair and pretty face was covered with a gentle smile. After hearing Marajana's introduction, Lucy glanced around. Suddenly, she seemed to see something extraordinary, and said in shock, "That is Juvia." As soon as Lucy finished speaking, Yayu followed her gaze. Sure enough, I saw Juvia in formal attire walking towards this side. Shoo! Juvia, why are you here? After all, Juvia couldn't catch Lucy before. Seeing Juvia right now, Lucy asked with a nervous expression. Because Juvia is now a member of our guild. Myra Jane looked at Lucy's nervous expression, she tilted her head and smiled and replied. Juvia at this time is completely different from before. In the past, she always had a gloomy expression on her fair face, and her whole person gave off a gloomy feeling. But for Juvia right now, that gloom has completely disappeared. Juvia walked to Marajana's side, she glanced at Yayu erratically, and then introduced to everyone, I'm Juvia, please give me your advice. Please teach me more. Urza first responded to Juvia, then looked at Juvia and said, in addition to Gajil, there is also Juvia, so the guild has 2 new members at once. That's right, then Urza, can you take Juvia to familiarize yourself with our guild first? Myra Jane asked Urza with folded hands in front of her body. I can't, I still have to work. Urza refused without thinking. Work? Didn't you just get paid 2.1 million J not long ago? Lucy looked at Urza with a puzzled look on his face. After leaving the Fairy Tale Guild, Yayu and his team completed 2 tasks in succession. One is to annihilate the underground Holy See in Rubina City. One is the one commissioned by Simon to stop Jalal. For these 2 tasks, Yayu and his team were paid 2.1 million J. In Lucy's view, it doesn't matter if they don't work in a short period of time, they just got paid 2.1 million J. But right now, they've just come back, and Urza says he's going to work. Lucy was naturally surprised. Under the gaze of Lucy, Gray, and others, Urza replied directly, that one is already used up. When Urza said this, Lucy and Gray were shocked. So fast. That's 2.1 million J. During the Tower of Heaven, that woman named Turtledove destroyed several of my armors, and I used the reward to buy new armors. Lucy asked with a look of surprise, Did you buy all those armors with money? Of course, how do you think it happened? I thought it came with the dress-up magic. Hearing Lucy's words, Urza also sighed, and then she turned her gaze to Yayu and asked, Yayu, do you want to work together? I'm going to take on an S-level mission. With your strength, and cooperate with me, any kind of S-level missions are no problem. Before Yayu could answer, Lucy asked on the side, didn't Macau just say that the current S-level mission requires an S-level wizard to lead the team? I'm not an S-rank mage. By the way, there are currently 5 S-rank mages in the guild. Me, Mistogan, Gildarts, Laxus, and this one beside you. Urza said pointing to Myra Jane. Hey? Myra Jane. Lucy looked at Myra Jane in disbelief. After all, in Lucy's impression, Myra Jane has always been a gentle image with a smile on his face. It was really hard for her to imagine that such a Myra Jane was actually an S-rank mage alongside Urza, Laxus and others. Seeing the surprise on Lucy's face, Myra Jane didn't speak, but responded with a smile. How to become an S-rank mage? Yayu knew that in the near future, Fairy Tale would hold an S-rank wizard assessment on Sirius Island. But what Yayu wants to know is that apart from that one assessment, there is no other way to upgrade the S-rank mage. After all, after being upgraded to an S-rank mage, there will be no restrictions when taking on tasks. Yayu, do you want to become an S-rank wizard? Hearing Yayu's question, Urza looked at Yayu and said something, and then continued, indeed, your strength is enough to be promoted to S-class wizard. However, if you want to officially become an S-level mage, you need to go through the annual S-level mage assessment. Exactly, the S-class mage assessment will be held soon. Aside from the assessment, is there no other way to become an S-rank mage? For example, the appointment of the president. Hey, you are really amazing. If the president can assign it, it will be unfair to other people who want to become S-level mages. Anyway, the S-level mage assessment will be held soon, and you will don't rush this moment. Urza first said something earnestly to Yayu, and then continued, talking about the S-level mission I just told you about. Do you want to go together? I just came back, I don't want to work for the time being. Seeing that Yayu rejected Urza, Gray and Natsu were shocked. Natsu, did you hear that just now? Ah, Yayu dares to refuse Urza. In our guild, apart from Laxus and the others, no one dares to refuse Urza. Ah, and Urza is not angry. Natsu and Gray, who were often oppressed by Urza, couldn't help casting admiring glances at Yayu. Chapter 39 Guild Civil War. Chapter 39. Time flies, and the Harvest Festival in Magnolia Town arrives in a blink of an eye. On this day, the entire town is filled with a strong festive atmosphere. Various programs can be seen everywhere on the major streets. The Fairy Tale Guild is also preparing to host a beauty contest. His eyes narrowed to the main hall of the Fairy Tale Guild. I saw crowds of people on the main hall, gathering a large number of spectators. In front of the main hall, there is a high platform. Laxus and the Thunder Gods, haven't you made any unusual moves recently? Makarov, who was dressed in a suit, asked Myra Jane beside him. I haven't seen them in the guild recently, and I don't know very well. Myra Jane, in a red gothic dress, replied with a smile. Because of the Harvest Festival, everyone in the guild, except for guildarts, will temporarily stop working and gather in the guild. If Laxus wants to do something, I'm afraid he will do it today. Makarov said in a deep voice. At this time, Yayu, who was sitting on the side, heard the conversation between Makarov and Myra Jane. His expression moved slightly. According to what Yayu knows, Laxus and Thor will indeed make a move today. They'll take Urza, Myra Jane, and others as hostages and force Fairy Tale to fight each other. Perception of magic. Yayu directly activated the attribute of perception magic without any hesitation. In the next second, most of Magnolia Town appeared in Yayu's perception field of vision. Soon Yayu sensed that the magic power of Laxus and Thunder Gods was rushing towards this side. Sure enough, do you still want to make a move today? Just as Yayu was thinking to himself, the host on the stage ahead announced loudly, contestant number 3 is invited, our fairy queen, Urza Scarlet. As soon as the host's voice fell, the audience below instantly boiled up. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Urza, dressed in silver-white armor, came out from the back of the stage. Yayu. When Urza was waving to the audience, she accidentally saw Yayu staring at her. The moment he found Yayu, Urza was startled. Originally, she was going to perform a dress-up magic. But with Yayu present, her dress-up magic will be disabled. Totally forgot that Yayu is also a man, and he would be interested in this kind of competition. What a mistake. After Urza thought to himself, he stepped aside. Urza, aren't you going to perform something? When the host saw Urza stepping back, he asked tentatively. If I'm not in shape today, I won't perform. Lucky. At this time, Lucy, who was behind the stage, saw that Urza was not performing. She clenched her hands into fists and looked excited. Maybe the host didn't know why Urza didn't perform anything. But Lucy knows. She noticed Yayu on the stands below her early in the morning. In Lucy's view, if Urza doesn't perform, the score will be lower. That way she would have one less competitor. And her chances of winning this game have increased a lot. While Lucy was excited, she suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, Yayu's magic seems to affect my celestial spirit magic too. I'm also going to perform dancing with celestial spirit. Thinking of this, the smile on Lucy's face disappeared instantly, but was replaced by a wry smile. A second ago, she was gloating at Urza. In the next second, it was her turn. Next, we invite Fairy Tales newcomer this year, Lucy. I'm not ready yet. Hearing the host's words and the cheers of the audience, Lucy seemed at a loss. But in the end it was on stage. I'm Lucy, and I'm going to perform. Before Lucy finished speaking, a very abrupt female voice came from the air. Okay, this boring game is over. Hearing the sound, Lucy turned to look. A woman with glasses and a fan came over. This woman is none other than Evergreen, one of the Thors. Evergreen. Maybe Lucy doesn't know Evergreen, but Makarov does. He had long thought that Laxus might make a move today. But I didn't expect to make a move in full view. The moment he saw Evergreen appear, Makarov stood up. But by this time, Evergreen had taken off his glasses. Petrified eyes. Evergreen activated the petrification spell directly at Lucy. This magic can petrify the person who looks at her in an instant. Lucy, don't meet her eyes. Seeing Evergreen shoot Lucy, Makarov yelled. At this time, Evergreen's eyes suddenly lit up. Just when Lucy was about to be petrified, Evergreen's body was frozen into an ice sculpture. This is... Makarov looked at this sudden change, his old face was startled. Soon he noticed that Yayu on the side was spreading his palms to Evergreen, and Yayu's palms exuded a biting chill. Is it Yayu's hand? Makarov looked at Yayu and heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a golden lightning bolt descended from the sky and landed on the stage suddenly. What a disgrace, Evergreen, to fail before you even make a shot. Laxus looked at Evergreen, who was frozen into an ice sculpture beside him, and said jokingly. Although Laxus was calm on the face, he was very angry in his heart. Originally, he wanted Evergreen to petrify Urza and others, and then used Urza and others as hostages to force people in the guild to fight. But right now, before petrifying others, he was petrified by others. In this way, his plan was disrupted. Laxus, what exactly do you want? Makarov stared at Laxus above the stage and snapped. But for Markov's scolding, Laxus was staring at Grey as if he had never heard of it. Ice magic, was it done by Grey? It shouldn't be wrong, this guy's magic power hasn't reached the point where Evergreen can be instantly frozen. After negating Grey, Laxus looked at the others again. Soon, he noticed Yayu. After seeing the air conditioning around Yayu, Laxus grinned. Is it you again? Chapter 40 Erts of Slaxus, 1. Chapter 40 Erts of Slaxus. Is it you again? Laxus roared at Yayu with a look of war, and then swung his big hand suddenly. The next second, a golden thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck at Yayu. Danger! Levy saw Laxus attacking Yayu suddenly, her pretty face changed suddenly, and she immediately reminded loudly. Without Levy's reminder, Yayu had already seen the thunder and lightning that swept over him. However, Yayu didn't dodge, seeing the lightning rapidly magnified in his eyes. Because there is no need to dodge. He has the attribute of lightning magic, and this level of lightning will not cause any harm to him. Soon, the golden lightning fell on Yayu. Chi chi chi. At this moment, Yayu, who was struck by lightning, was filled with golden lightning and glowed with golden light. Seeing Yayu being struck by Laxus lightning, Levy's pretty face turned pale. Although she knows Yayu is very strong. Gajeel strong enough to defeat Spectre. Strong enough to reassure her. But Laxus is an even more terrifying existence in her heart. After all, Laxus is recognized in the guild as the strongest person besides Guildarts. Don't worry Levy, this level of attack will not affect Yayu. Seeing Levy's worry, Natsu on the side said to Levy with a face of trusting Yayu. Maybe Levy doesn't know. But Natsu had seen it before, and Yayu easily withstood Laxus' angry blow. That blow of Laxus at that time was even more powerful than this one. But, although Natsu said so, Levi was still a little worried. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Natsu, Levi, and others, the golden light on Yayu's body disappeared, and Yayu's figure reappeared in everyone's sight. Yayu was unscathed. "Look, it's all right." Natsu glanced at Levi, then set his eyes on Yayu again, and said with a grin. Levi first responded to Natsu, then looked at Yayu, put his fists in front of his body, and said in a voice that only he could hear, "Great, it's okay." Just as Laxus attacked Yayu, the guild hall was already in chaos. Except for the members of the Fairy Tale Guild, the other ordinary spectators, like frightened fawns, swarmed towards the outside of the guild. When Makarov saw this, his old face was full of anger. After confirming that Yayu was fine, he scolded in an extremely angry tone, "Laxus, what exactly are you trying to do? What are you doing? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that you should hand over the chairman's position? Since you don't take the initiative to hand it over, then I have no choice but to let you hand it over." Laxus spread his arms and said in a frantic tone. "How could you, a guy who doesn't take the lives of his companions seriously, hand over the guild to you?" Makarov scolded with a look of hatred. "So far, it doesn't matter what you say. I originally wanted to use these few people in the guild as hostages. But now that the plan has been disrupted, we have to change the plan." Laxus glanced at Evergreen, who was frozen by Yayu, and then turned his eyes to Makarov, and said jokingly, "Shenming Temple, you should have heard of it. Shenming Palace." The moment Laxus said the name, the expressions of Makarov, Urza, Myra Jane and others who knew Shenming Temple changed drastically. Could it be that? Urza suddenly thought of something, and said to Laxus with a serious face. But before Urza finished speaking, Laxus interrupted Urza's words. "I will place 300 Shenming temples on the entire Magnolia town. If you want to save this town, come and defeat me." As soon as Laxus finished speaking, Makarov, Urza and others were all furious. 300 Shenming halls, if they are activated at the same time, the people in the whole town will. Using the lives of ordinary people as hostages, damn it. Although everyone was angry, due to the terrifying strength of Laxus, members of the guild, such as Macau, did not dare to charge forward at all. And Natsu didn't seem to know the seriousness of the matter. He jumped directly at Laxus with an excited face. "A fight! Laxus, come to fight!" However, it wasn't until Natsu approached Laxus. A golden bolt of lightning struck Natsu directly. Natsu is no Yayu. After being struck by the golden lightning, the whole person fell to the ground as if scorched. "If you are too weak, don't come to me, I will not fight the weak." Laxus glanced at Natsu, then looked at Yayu with a provocative look. Obviously, Laxus wanted Yayu to fight him. However, as soon as Laxus finished speaking, Yayu raised his arm and activated the ice magic attribute on Laxus. In just the blink of an eye, Laxus' body was frozen into an ice sculpture. Ding! Immediately afterwards, the ice sculpture shattered like glass, turning into countless tiny ice crystals and dissipating into the air. Dissipating along with the ice sculptures is Laxus. "Yayu, you killed Laxus." Seeing that Laxus disappeared with the ice sculpture, Gray and the others shouted in surprise as if struck by lightning. "That's just the thought body, the real body is now somewhere else." Yayu said something to the crowd, then turned around and walked out of the hall. Hearing Yayu's words, Urza, Gray and others followed Yayu and walked out of the hall. When everyone came outside the hall, they saw transparent balls like lanterns appearing in the sky. And the ball is filled with violent thunder magic power. "Shenming Dian, that guy Laxus can really do it." Urza looked at the Shenming temple constantly appearing in the sky, she gritted her teeth and said. After that, she chased after Yayu in front. "Yayu, do you know where Laxus is?" "Ah." Yayu glanced at Urza who was running over, and he responded lightly. "I'll deal with Laxus, you find a way to destroy these Shenming temples." Hearing Urza's words, Yayu didn't answer immediately. Originally, Yayu wanted to fight Laxus himself, and then forced Laxus to cast Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. This way the system can drop the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute. But right now Urza is planning to deal with Laxus. Urtsuf's Laxus. After thinking for a while, Yayu replied to Urza, yes. Shenming Temple is body link magic. If you attack it, you will suffer the same damage. In the original drama, Urza almost died in order to destroy these Shenming temples. But Yayu wants to deal with these Shenming temples, it is much simpler. All he needs to do is use Neonheart's embody magic, and embody some dead people to come out and destroy the Shenming temple. Or use Irene's additional magic, add personality to some swords, and create some thinking lowly to deal with, that's fine too. And Yayu himself went to the vicinity of the battle between Laxus and Urza, and collected various attributes dropped by Laxus and Urza during the battle. Of course Thunder Dragon Slayer magic properties are also included. Chapter 41 Resurrection of Ulu. Chapter 41. While Urza was rushing towards the place where Laxus was, Gray and Kana and his group were thinking about how to solve the Shenming temple that kept appearing in the sky. There are so many. If these Shenming temples release lightning at the same time, I am afraid that the entire Magnolia town will be destroyed. Kana looked at those Shenming temples that were connected together, and said with a look of shock. How long will it be before these Shenming temples are activated? Gray also knew the seriousness of the situation, he asked in a solemn tone. About 3 hours. Hearing Kana's words, Altsak and Bisksa, holding magic guns, came over. 3 hours is enough. With the guns of the two of us, destroy all those Shenming halls. Altsak and Bisksa stood back to back, winking at the crowd. Oh, there is another method, if it's you guys, you can indeed destroy those. Kana looked at Altsak and Bisksa, the solemn look on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a touch of joy. Then we'll destroy all of that. While talking, both Altsak and Bisksa raised their magic guns and aimed at the divine thunder above the sky. Stop! Yayu came over and saw that Altsak and Bisksa were about to attack Shenming Glay, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately stopped him. But as soon as Yayu finished speaking, Urzak and Bisksa shot. Hum. The moment Altsak and Bisksa pulled the trigger, 2 magic bullets rushed towards the 2 Shenming temples. Boom! Boom! After the magic bullet hit the Shenming temple, the 2 Shenming temples instantly produced a large amount of golden lightning, and then exploded. Look, 3 hours is enough to destroy these. Bisksa saw the Shenming temple explode, and a triumphant smile appeared on her face. And Altsak also turned around to look at Yayu and asked, Yayu, you asked us to live just now. Chi. Before Altsak could finish speaking, 2 golden lightning bolts struck Altsak and Bisksa directly. Ah! With 2 screams, both Bisksa and Altsak collapsed to the ground. This is... Seeing Altsak and Bisksa fell to the ground, the faces of Kana, Gray, and others changed drastically. It's body connection magic. If you attack the Shenming temple, the attacker will receive the same damage. That Laxus guy. After helping the unconscious Altsak and Bisksa up, Kana gritted his teeth and said resentfully. When Gray and the others heard Kana's words, the big stone that had just been loosened in their hearts lifted up again. Damn it, there are more than 300 of them here, how can we destroy them all? Gray looked at the large number of Shenming temples above the sky, and said unwillingly. In Gray's view, even if each of them took a lot of damage to destroy one, the number of people is not enough. There are still more than 200 divine thunders. And there are only dozens of them. Is there no other way? Said Elfman, standing next to Myra Jane. I'll handle it. Just when everyone was helpless, a voice came from the air. Hearing the sound, everyone followed the sound. Yayu, do you have a solution? Gray looked at Yayu and asked. Don't mess around. There are body connection magic in these Shenming temples. If you attack them, you will suffer the same damage. Altsak and Bisksa have already. Levi glanced at Altsak and Bisksa, who were seriously injured, and said to Yayu with a worried face. Don't force yourself, Urza has already gone to find Laxus, just ask Laxus to release these Shenming temples. As soon as Levi's voice fell, Myra Jane also said something out loud. I have my own way. Yayu glanced at Levi and Myra Jane, and then activated Neonheart's manifestation magic, the history of the corpse. With the history of corpse magic activated, on the open space over there, a large number of embodied people appeared out of thin air. Jalal. Isn't Jalal dead? Why is he here? And that owl, obviously me and Natsu have already killed him. Lucy and Gray saw a lot of people they used to know in the crowd, and they all spoke in disbelief. While speaking, Gray suddenly saw a familiar face among the crowd. The moment he saw that face, Gray's heart felt like an electric shock. The soul trembled. You are you. You must know that the person embodied by the history of the corpse has all the memories and strengths of the deceased. Hearing Gray's words, Ulu, who was manifested over there, also turned his head to look at Gray, and then showed a surprised expression. Gray. You've grown so big. Hearing Ulu's familiar voice, Gray finally couldn't restrain the emotions in his heart, and the tears in his eyes couldn't stop spinning. Ulu is not just Gray's mentor. It's more like a mother's existence. He always wanted to see you again. Now that Ulu appeared in front of him, how could he suppress the emotion in his heart? Ulu, are you still alive? After confirming that the person in front of him was Ulu, Gray asked. No, I should be dead already. Ulu looked at his palms and said. Then why? This is my magic. Before Ulu could answer, Yayu reminded Gray. He originally just wanted to use the history of the corpse to manifest some people to deal with Shenming Temple. But I didn't expect that you, Jalal, and others would be realized. This is really troublesome. Your magic. Did you resurrect you? Gray looked at Ulu in front of him, and then at Yayu, with a puzzled look on his face. Resurrection. Hearing the conversation between Gray and Yayu, Lucy and the others looked at Yayu as if they saw some monster. Do you even know resurrection magic? Lucy widened her eyes, looked at Yayu and asked. They have not been resurrected, they just have memories of their lives. Hearing Yayu's words, Lucy and the others couldn't help wriggling their throats. It's not a resurrection magic, but it looks so powerful. As for Gray, he also looked at the URU with a look of reluctance. But thinking that the Ulu in front of him was not the real Ulu, he tried his best to shake his head again, trying to expel the fantasy in his heart. At the same time, Elfman over there looked at Yayu with a dull look, maybe Lisana can also. Jalal in this book is dead, no whitewashing accepted. Chapter 42 Invincible Embodiment. Chapter 40. In front of the Fairy Tale Guild, Ulu, Jalal and other dead people from the past were all manifested by Yayu. Finally, under the control of Yayu, Ulu, Jalal and other manifested people launched an attack on the Shenming Temple above the sky at the same time. Celestial Magic, 7-star Sword. After realizing that Jalal's body was covered with a layer of pale golden light, he took a stance. In the next second, 7 clusters of light appeared in the sky. Wait until the 7 light groups are connected together. Embody Jalal with a jerk of his arms. The 7 connected light clusters turned into 7 golden streamers and swept towards the Shenming Hall above the sky. Boom! Boom! The 7 beams of light hit the 7 Shenming halls respectively. Immediately, the 7 divine sound halls exploded. Can these people still use magic? The moment the Shenming temple exploded in the sky, Lucy exclaimed with her eyes wide open as if seeing a ghost. As for Kana and Macau's group, they were all amazed when they saw that the manifested Jalal killed the 7 Shenming temples in an instant. Amazing! The 7 Shenming temples were killed in an instant. Just as Kana and the others were amazed, the 7 exploding Shenming temple connected the magic through the body, causing back damage to the manifested Jalal. Chi chi chi. At this moment, the superimposed attack of 7 layers of lightning directly bombarded Jalal's body. But Jalal's body is like a TV set in a thunderstorm, flickering twice, and then returning to its original shape. It's okay to suffer from the backlash of the 7-fold body connection magic. Are these people immortal? No, they are dead people. It's amazing, isn't this invincible? Invincible? To some extent, the earth is invincible, after all, it cannot be killed. But these manifestations also have weaknesses. As long as Yayu is defeated, these manifestations will disappear. In addition, these manifestations will also disappear if they feel fear in their hearts. But in general, if you want to defeat these manifested people, unless the strength is higher than Yayu, or the strength is far beyond the manifested person, otherwise, the manifested person is an invincible existence. While everyone was amazed, Jalal and other people who were manifested by Yayu launched an attack on the Shenming Hall again. Celestial Magic, 7-star Sword. Moonless Flow, Garuda Luian. Ice Shape, Ice and Snow Cannon. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the sky exploded like fireworks. And the Shenming Hall is also continuously decreasing. These people are too powerful, and the number of Shenming Temple is constantly decreasing. In this way, the crisis in Magnolia Town will be resolved. It's not that these people are amazing, it's that Yayu is amazing. After all, Yayu's magic created them. Yes, 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 Yayu is amazing. Yayu, hey? Why is Yayu gone? Just as Mao and the others were cheering, they realized that Yayu had disappeared. Maybe Macau and others don't know when Yayu disappeared. But Levy knew. She saw it with her own eyes. Yayu disappeared out of nowhere. Yayu, you saved me again. No, not just me, but everyone. Thanks. Levy looked at the place where Yayu disappeared, with a smile on his face, and said in his heart. At this time, almost everyone was very happy to see the continuous explosion of the Shenming Temple above the sky. After all, the Shenming Temple is all killed, and Magnolia Town is safe. But Gray's mood is very complicated. At this moment, his gaze has been on the body of the real Uru. With a movement of Ulu's palm, a white magic circle appeared out of thin air. Ice Shape, Ice and Snow Cannon. In the next second, a gun barrel made of condensed ice appeared on Ulu's shoulder. Then, under Gray's gaze, a huge ice cannonball hit the Shenming Hall. Bang! After the ice cannonball hit a Shenming temple, there was a huge explosion in an instant. In that explosion, several surrounding Shenming temples were all destroyed. Although Gray tried to tell himself in his heart, the Ulu in front of him is not the real Ulu. But the moment he saw Uru cast the ice shape magic, Gray's heart trembled. And his thoughts were also brought back to the days when he and Ulu learned ice modeling magic together. As Gray recalled, time passed by every minute. And the 300 Shenming halls above the sky were all destroyed in the end. After completing the task, Jalal and other manifested people disappeared one after another like light and shadow. Gray, Gray. Incarnate Uru called Gray a few times. Hearing Ulu's words, Gray pulled back his thoughts from the memories. He looked at Ulu in front of him. I saw Ulu's body dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gray, I am relieved to see that you can make so many partners. I'm dead, you should look at the present and cherish the people in front of you. Also, it's really great to be able to help you guys after you die. After all, Ulu's figure dissipated between heaven and earth together with other manifested people. Hearing Ulu's words, Gray also showed a relieved expression. Did not forget to educate me after death, it really hasn't changed at all. After Ulu completely dissipated, Gray looked at the place where Yayu was before. Thanks, Yayu. Yayu naturally didn't know about the conversation between Gray and Ulu, and he came near Cardia Cathedral not long after he manifested Jalal, Ulu, and others. And Urza also rushed over quickly. Urza, I didn't expect you to be the first to find this place. Laxus, who was waiting here, opened his eyes when he saw Urza walk in. End of this chapter. I ask for flowers and monthly tickets every day. I ask for all kinds of support. Chapter 43 Urts of Slaxus, 2. Chapter 43 Urts of Slaxus, 2. Magnolia Town, Cardia Cathedral. In the bright church, Laxus in a coat and Urza in silver-white battle armor faced each other far away. Laxus, you have put the lives of the people of Magnolia Town at risk for such nonsense. Boring purpose? You should thank me, Urza. Once I master the guild, I will make Fairy Tale the strongest guild. The president will not hand over the guild to a guy like you. Aren't I asking him to hand it over? If you can stop it, stop it. Laxus raised his head and said to Urza with a playful face. It's useless to say more. Urza directly activated the magic power. Change. In the next second, a dazzling light burst out from Urza's whole body. After the light dissipated, the silver-white battle armor on Urza's body had disappeared, but it was replaced by a demon-like black feather armor. Your boring purpose, let me smash it. After that, Urza moved his feet, and his figure rushed towards Laxus like an arrow from the string. Urza's speed was very fast, and in just the blink of an eye, she was in front of Laxus. Without any hesitation, Urza slashed at Laxus with the pitch-black long sword matched with the black feather armor in his hand. Call out! At this moment, a sword light flashed in the air. If it was an ordinary mage, he would have fallen under Urza's sword at this time. But Laxus is clearly no ordinary wizard. Just when Urza's sword was about to hit Laxus, Laxus moved his feet, and his figure rose into the air directly, jumping to the sky, avoiding Urza's sword. Humph, is it only to this extent? Laxus, who rose into the air, looked at Urza below, and said something jokingly. While speaking, Laxus waved his palm at Urza suddenly. Lightning strike! A golden thunderbolt directly hit Urza. Change! At the moment of Laxus' shot, Urza activated the magic again. Immediately, the black feathered armor on his body was replaced with the silver-white Thunder Emperor's armor. At the moment when the golden thunder and lightning swept over, Urza pointed the thunder gun in his hand at the ground. A defensive magic circle instantly appeared on the spear. After the golden lightning approached Urza, the magic circle above the thunder gun absorbed all the golden lightning. That's pretty awesome, Urza. After seeing Urza block his blows so easily, Laxus's face showed a fighting look. Before fighting Yayu, let's warm up a little bit. While speaking, golden lightning began to condense on Laxus's palm. After all, he waved his hand. Lightning gun. Chi chi chi. A golden thunderbolt, like a spear, struck at Urza at an astonishing speed. Thunder gun. Facing this blow from Laxus, Urza did not dare to neglect in the slightest. The thunder gun in his hand stabbed in the air. Laugh! A cyan lightning bolt swept out from the tip of the spear. In the next second, the blue lightning and the golden lightning collided together. Tsitsizi! At this moment, there were bursts of thunder and lightning explosions in the hall. Dazzling thunder light also filled the entire hall. At this time, Yayu on the roof of a tall building outside the church was watching the battle between Urza and Laxus inside the church through the window of the church. In the original drama, Urza and Laxus only had a short fight, and there was no real winner. Yayu also wanted to see who was stronger between Fairy Queen Urza and Laxus. As the magic continues between Urza and Laxus. In Yayu's mind, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came continuously. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +9. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +8. Although Urza and Laxus have not yet used their full strength. But when they release magic, the magic attribute value dropped by the system is already higher than when Natsu and Gray were fighting. After all, whether it is Urza or Laxus, both of them have the same magic power as the Holy Ten. Under Yayu's watchful eyes, the dazzling lightning produced by the clash of two lightning bolts in the church has dissipated. The figures of Urza and Laxus reappeared in Yayu's field of vision. "Hey, I didn't expect you to use thunder attribute magic, so you should know the rules of battle between mages of the same attribute, right?" Hearing Laxus' question, Urza responded, "Of course, in the battle between mages of the same attribute, the comparison is the magic power and combat experience." While speaking, Urza already rushed towards Laxus. Before Urza approached, Laxus' fist condensed with light explosion and lightning bombarded the ground. Lightning fist. The moment Laxus' fist hit the ground, a golden arc tore through the ground and rushed towards Urza like a living thing. This is the trick against Yayu. Seeing the electric arc sweeping over, Urza's pretty face suddenly changed, and the scene of the fight between Laxus and Yayu rang in his mind. The enraged Laxus used this move against Yayu. It can only be defeated by Yayu using additional magic, and it is easily defeated, leaving a long deep pit on the ground. Urza is not Yayu. She doesn't add magic. The moment the electric arc swept over, Urza jumped into the sky, avoiding the electric arc. Snort. Seeing Urza leap into the sky, Laxus grinned. Before Urza landed, he waved his palms suddenly. Shhhhhhh. All of a sudden, a large number of lightning bullets rushed towards Urza like a hail of bullets. Apparently Laxus deliberately forced Urza into the sky. Generally, mages who can't fly will lose the ability to dodge in the sky. Now Laxus fired lightning bolts at Urza above the sky. Urza undoubtedly became a living target. Boom! Soon, a large number of lightning bombs gathered at the place where Urza was. At this moment, a terrifying explosion sounded in the hall. And Urza's figure was also submerged in the thunder of the explosion. However, just when Laxus thought the battle was over, a white figure suddenly rushed out from the exploding thunder. At this time, Urza had already shed the Thunder Emperor's armor and replaced it with the Skywheel armor. Chapter 44 Obtaining Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Attributes. Chapter 44 Obtaining Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Attributes. Cardia Cathedral. Urza, wearing the armor of the Skywheel, hovers above the sky like a four-winged angel. Behind her, rows of silver-white sword blades were neatly arranged together. Yayu outside the church saw Urza as if he had descended from an angel, his eyes lit up immediately. At the moment of the explosion, did you use the armor of the Skywheel to avoid the damage of the explosion? As expected of Urza. While Yayu praised Urza, Laxus in the church also looked at Urza in surprise. At first he thought the battle was over. Unexpectedly, Urza was unscathed. Hey! There are 2 hits. Laxus looked up at Urza in the sky and grinned. However, just when Laxus was about to attack again, Urza, who was wearing the armor of the Skywheel in the sky, raised the long sword in his hand. Tianlun Chaos Sword. At this moment, the blades behind Urza all burst into a silver light. Immediately afterwards, it revolved around Urza's body continuously. It looks like a kaleidoscope from below. The moment Urza swung the long sword down, the sword blades surrounding her, like rain, swept past Laxus on the ground below. Thunder and Lightning Suit. Facing a large amount of sword rain, Laxus did not neglect in the slightest. He roared, and a powerful wave of air erupted all over his body instantly. At the same time, violent golden lightning gathered densely together. And Laxus' body was also covered by a layer of golden lightning. Soon, the rain of swords swept down from the sky. Facing the overwhelming sword rain, Laxus not only did not dodge, but also directly faced the sword rain, rushing towards Urza above the sky. He rushed up directly. Urza in the sky saw Laxus dodging all the blade attacks and charging straight over. Her pretty face changed slightly. It's really underestimated. Urza closed his eyes slightly and said something in a low voice. The moment she opened her eyes, her figure directly charged towards Laxus below. Skywheel Pentagram Sword. In just the blink of an eye, the long sword in Urza's hand streaked 5 sword lights in the air. Shhhhhhhh. The 5 sword lights were intertwined to form a pentagram. And the body of Laxus is exactly in the center of the starless star. If it is an ordinary mage. At this time, it has been cut by Urza's sword skills. But Laxus, who casts the lightning battlesuit, his physical strength is greatly strengthened by the lightning. After being hit by the pentagram sword, Laxus landed on the ground without taking too much damage. Urza, it seems that I underestimated you. If that's the case, then I'll show you my true power. Landed Laxus said to Urza with a crazy face. While speaking, Laxus tossed the overcoat he was wearing aside casually, then clenched his fists tightly and opened his posture. Ha! I saw Laxus roar, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his body instantly. At this moment, the ground of the entire church trembled continuously. The rock debris on the ground rose to the sky as if attracted by some mysterious gravitational force. And the muscles on Laxus are constantly expanding. Soon, the clothes on his body were burst by the swollen muscles. It's almost like a transformation. Urza looked at the changes on Laxus, her pretty face was full of surprise. At the same time, Yayu outside the church, after seeing this change in Laxus, he was overjoyed. Finally using the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Originally, Yayu came here to collect Laxus' Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute. Right now, as long as Laxus uses Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, the system will drop the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute with a probability. Laxus' transformation process lasted several seconds. After a few seconds, the dazzling golden light dissipated. Laxus' figure was once again exposed to the air. At this time, Laxus was constantly flashing with golden lightning, and his body was also a circle bigger than before. It's been a long time since I used this power, I really miss it. Okay, Urza, let's continue the fight just now. Laxus raised his head, looked at Urza, and said jokingly. After all, Laxus was the first to attack Urza. His figure was like lightning, and he disappeared in place in an instant. In the next second, it appeared above Urza's head. The jaw of the Thunder Dragon. Laxus put his fists together, like hitting a volleyball, and directly bombarded Urza below. Urza watched Laxus charge towards him from the sky. Without any hesitation, she moved her feet, and her figure rushed out. The moment Urza jumped into the sky, Laxus' fists landed on the ground where Urza had been before. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang sounded in the church. Immediately Urza saw that a series of golden electric rings, mixed with violent air waves, spread out in all directions centered on Laxus. In addition, the ground under Laxus' feet also sank in an instant. The whole church shook at this moment. What a terrible destructive power! When Urza saw the terrifying destructive power of Laxus, her heart skipped a beat. What's the matter, Urza? Where did the momentum just now go? Laxus seemed to be in a state of madness at the moment. He saw the surprised expression on Urza's face, and he said jokingly. After that, he raised his fist full of knotted muscles and directly bombarded Urza. Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. The moment Laxus punched, the violent golden thunderbolt charged towards Urza with an astonishing momentum. Change. Seeing Laxus' amazing punch, Urza immediately activated his magic power without any hesitation. In the next second, Urza's skywheel armor was replaced with giant armor. The moment Laxus' fist hit Urza, Urza's armored fist also went up to meet Laxus. Boom! In the next second, Laxus' fist full of violent lightning and Urza's giant fist directly faced each other. At this moment, there was a violent crash in the air. The violent thunder and lightning instantly drowned Laxus and Urza. At the same time, a powerful air wave, centered on Urza and Laxus, spread out in an instant. At this moment, all the surrounding glass windows were shattered. At the same time, the system prompt sound he wanted finally came from Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute plus 15. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained combat power attribute 3.2. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute. Chapter 45 Fight Laxus again. Chapter 45. May I ask if the host collects the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute? Hearing the prompt from the system, Yayu replied without any hesitation, receive. Following Yayu's order. In the church over there, the Thunder Dragon Slayer's magic attributes, and combat power attributes dropped by Urza and Laxus when they were fighting, all turned into golden tadpole runes, all facing Yayu's side gathered over. After those attributes entered Yayu's body, the various data on the virtual screen in front of Yayu also continued to rise. In the end, Yayu's magic power increased from the original 15,747 to 15,839. The confrontation between Urza and Laxus has already increased Yayu's magic power by nearly 100 points. In addition, the combat power attribute also rose from 447.3 points to 452.6 points. Regardless of the fact that the combat power has only increased by 5.3 points. You should know that in the previous battles between Natsu and Grey, the combat power attribute value dropped by the system was only about 0.3 each time. As for Urza and Laxus' strike just now, the system lost 3.2 combat power attribute value. This is 10 times more than before. After Yayu glanced at the magic power attribute and the combat power attribute, he immediately set his eyes on the magic attribute bar. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute, finally got it. Yayu looked at the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute on the magic attribute bar, and a fiery light burst out of his eyes. Originally, Yayu had acquired Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute, and Gajil's Iron Dragon Slayer magic attribute. With the current Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute, Haoran made Yayu possess 3 different types of Dragon Slayer magic attributes. With this Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute, you should be able to use the Thunder Dragon Slayer mode like Natsu, right? Yayu looked at the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute and Fire Dragon Slayer magic attribute on the system screen. He clenched his fists immediately, his face full of anticipation. In the original drama, after Natsu received Laxus lightning magic power, he entered the Thunder Flame Dragon mode. Natsu in Lei Yanlong mode, Hades, the president who once hammered the Devil's Heart. With Yayu's current strength, if he has the blessing of Lei Yanlong mode, his strength must be higher than that of Natsu in Lei Yanlong mode. Of course, in addition to the Thunder Flame Dragon mode, if the 3 dragon-slaying magic attributes of Iron, Thunder, and Fire are used at the same time, it is estimated that it will enter a more terrifying state. But these are things for later. What Yayu most wants to use right now is the Lei Yanlong mode. Laxus, I will use you to test the power of this Lei Yanlong mode. Yayu looked at the church with a fighting look on his face. Just as Yayu was thinking in his mind, the golden thunder light produced when Urza and Laxus confronted each other has dissipated. The figures of Laxus and Urza also reappeared in Yayu's field of vision. I saw that Urza and Laxus were still in the state of fist bumping together. It can actually block a blow from my giant armor, what a terrifying power. Urza, who was wearing giant armor, looked at Laxus in front of him, and said with a look of shock. You must know that her giant armor has very powerful power. But right now, Laxus was shaking with the power of her giant armor with bare hands, and did not fall into a disadvantage. Urza was naturally very surprised. Block your blow? Have you misunderstood something? Hearing Urza's words, Laxus raised his head and grinned. Click. As soon as Laxus finished speaking, a crack appeared on the fist part of Urza's giant armor. Kika. Soon, the crack was like a spider web, along Urza's arm, and spread towards the whole body. In the blink of an eye, the giant armor on Urza's body, like glass, shattered and shattered. Seeing this, Urza's pretty face changed suddenly. Without any hesitation, she stepped back straight away, and distanced herself from Laxus. Urza, you are indeed strong, but it's over. The roar of the thunder dragon. The moment Urza landed on the ground, Laxus took a deep breath and then let it out. Hum! A huge thunder and lightning beam directly charged at Urza with an astonishing momentum. It turned out to be Dragon Slayer magic. Urza watched the lightning beam sweeping towards her, her face was full of shock. Shock is shock. But Urza was terrified by it. Seeing the lightning beam magnified sharply in his eyes, Urza directly activated the magic power without any hesitation. Change. Armor of Vajra. In an instant, a thick diamond armor appeared on Urza's body. On her hands, there are two semicircular diamond shields. At the moment when the lightning beam hit, Urza folded his arms together. The two semicircular shields are joined together. Hum! Soon, the lightning beam hit the diamond shield. At this moment, an incomparably dazzling golden light burst out from the main hall of the church. Although Urza's diamond shield blocked most of the power of the thunder dragon's roar. But in the end the shield was still broken. And Urza's body also flew upside down under the impact of huge force. The moment Urza's body flew upside down, a figure appeared out of thin air and caught Urza. Yayu! Urza looked at the person who caught her, and she let out a soft cry. Then she suddenly thought of something, and immediately asked, Shenming Palace. Shenming Palace has been resolved. Hearing Yayu's words, Urza was overjoyed at first, and then had a complicated expression on his face. Originally, she asked Yayu to deal with Shenming Temple, and she came here to deal with Laxus. But right now Yayu has solved the Shenming Temple, but her task has not been completed. Sorry, I wasn't able to stop Laxus. Leave it to me next. After Yayu put down Urza in his arms, he looked at Laxus over there. Urza was not defeated. If Urza and Laxus continue to fight, it is hard to predict who will win. But even if Urza wins, Urza will definitely be hurt badly. Yayu, you are finally here. While Yayu and Urza were talking, Laxus over there shouted at Yayu with a look of war. I ask for flowers, monthly tickets, and all kinds of support every day, thank you guys. Chapter 46 I am also the Dragon Slayer of Thunder. Chapter 46 Cardia Cathedral. Yayu and Laxus faced each other far away. Although Yayu and Laxus have not made a move yet. But the terrifying magic power emanating from the two has already begun to confront each other. At this moment, the air in the church was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. If it wasn't for Urza being strong enough, it would be very difficult for an ordinary mage to breathe. Yayu, Laxus is also a dragon slayer, be careful. Urza thought Yayu didn't know that Laxus was a dragon slayer, so she reminded Yayu aloud. Hearing Urza's words, Laxus over there opened his eyes suddenly. Lightning shock. I saw Laxus suddenly waved his palm at Yayu. A powerful golden beam of lightning swept out from Laxus' palm and directly charged towards Yayu. The moment Laxus shot, Yayu also raised his arm and activated the thunder magic attribute. Chi chi chi. In the next second, a golden beam of lightning light rushed out of Yayu's palm and collided with Laxus' lightning beam. The two lightning beams collided with each other, and there were bursts of thunder and lightning explosions in the air. Exactly the same magic as Laxus. Urza behind Yayu saw that Yayu also cast Thunderbolt. She was startled at first. But soon she was relieved. Because she knows Yayu is a magic genius. As expected of Yayu, I learned the magic of Laxus in an instant. As soon as Urza's words fell, the two golden lightning bolts that collided with each other burst into an incomparably dazzling light. This light engulfed everything in the hall. After a brief silence, there was a terrifying explosion in the air. Originally, when Urza and Laxus fought, many cracks appeared on the walls of the church. Right now, under the impact of this terrifying explosion, the entire church collapsed. Levi and Kana, who were near the fairy tale guild, all looked around after hearing the terrifying explosion. It's the direction of the church. Urza, are they over there at the church? Without any hesitation, Levi and Kana's group rushed in the direction of Cardia Cathedral. When Levi and others came near the church, they saw that the huge church had been reduced to ruins. Soon, Kana, Levi and others saw Urza standing outside the ruins. Urza. Hearing Kana's words, Urza turned around. Kana, Levi. What is this? Just when Urza was about to answer, an extremely dazzling golden light suddenly appeared above the ruins over there. Immediately afterwards, there was another shocking explosion in the air. At the same time, the violent air wave mixed with rock fragments spread out in all directions. Urza and Levi and their group immediately raised their arms to protect their bodies. This terrifying explosion came and went quickly. In just one breath, the dazzling light disappeared, and the violent air waves also dissipated. After the weather calmed down, Levi, Kana and the others lowered their arms and looked up. On the ruins, there were two figures facing each other far away. Of these two people, one had golden lightning flashing all over his body, and the other was wrapped in crimson flames all over his body. The moment he saw these two figures, Levi exclaimed, "Yayu and Laxus! Urza, hurry up and stop them!" Kana also said hastily. Yayu and Laxus are not Natsu and Grey. If it's a fight between Natsu and Grey, Urza can easily stop it. But neither Yayu nor Laxus is weaker than her. What's more, at this time Laxus doesn't listen to people at all. I can't stop it, now I have to trust Yayu. Urza looked at Yayu above the ruins, and said to Kana. Yayu. Hearing Urza's words, Levi's face became more worried, and he prayed in his heart. Thunderstorm overwhelms the waves. While Urza and Levi were talking, Laxus on the ruins over there had already uttered a magic spell. At the same time, a thundercloud formed above Yayu's head. With a wave of Laxus' arm, the thundercloud formed a huge golden thunderball, which directly suppressed Yayu below. Soon, a huge thunderball bombarded Yayu's body. However, just as the thunderball was about to explode, the thunderball was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Urza and Levi, who were still worried about Yayu, now had doubts on their faces. As the thunderball continued to shrink, Yayu, who was covered by the thunderball, reappeared in their field of vision. At this time, they found that Yayu ate the huge thunderball just like Natsu ate the flame. To be precise, it absorbed the thunder in the thunderball. Seeing this scene, Loki, Max, and others next to Kana seemed to see a ghost, and they all shouted in surprise, "He ate Laxus' thunder! And Urza's Miyade is a cluster!" Urza knows that Yayu is the dragon slayer of fire. If Yayu ate flames, she would not be surprised. But right now Yayu is eating thunder. Urza knew that if the dragon slayer of fire ate magic power of attributes other than fire, the body would have a rejection reaction. In Urza's view, with Yayu's heart, he should not do something like Natsu's mana eating. Could it be that? At this moment, Urza had a guess in his mind. Just as Urza was thinking to himself, Laxus over there also had a look of astonishment. Eating my magic? In that case. The roar of the thunder dragon. Laxus with a displeased face, after he roared angrily, he launched the roar of the Brontosaurus. All of a sudden, a golden beam of thunder and lightning rushed towards where Yayu was. At this time, Yayu also took a deep breath, and like Laxus, unleashed the thunder dragon's roar. Sure enough, Yayu learned Laxus' thunder dragon slayer magic. After Urza saw that Yayu also used the thunder dragon's roar, her face was filled with joy. She knew that the battle was over. Lightning magic is invalid for thunder dragon slayer. Although both Yayu and Laxus are dragon slayers of thunder. But Yayu has other magic besides thunder dragon slayer magic. That is to say, Laxus' attack has no effect on Yayu. but Yayu's attack is effective against Laxus. Chapter 47 Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. Chapter 47 Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. Above the ruins where Cardia Cathedral stands. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Laxus and Yayu cast Bronta Dragon's roar almost at the same time. Under the watchful eyes of Levi, Kana, and others, two violent golden lightning beams collided together. But because Yayu's magic power is relatively strong, and Yayu absorbed the lightning just now, his strength has greatly increased. I saw that the lightning beam displayed by Yayu suppressed Laxus' lightning beam in an instant with a crushing force. It even bounced my magic back. Seeing that his magic had been suppressed back, Laxus had a rare expression of seriousness on his face. Before Laxus had time to make the next move, the suppressed lightning beam, together with the lightning beam cast by Yayu, impacted on Laxus' body. Bang! At this moment, a terrifying explosion sounded in the air. Immediately afterwards, the violent air wave spread out in all directions like ripples. The group of Urza and Levi, who were affected by the air wave, immediately raised their arms to protect their bodies, resisting the rock debris blown by the air wave. A few seconds later, Urza, Levi and the others put down the arms protecting their bodies and looked up. On the battlefield over there, Yayu was standing there, and where Laxus was, there was a lot of smoke and dust. "How's it going?" Levi glanced at Yayu first, and then shifted his gaze from Yayu to the place filled with smoke and dust. "Laxus won't just be killed like this." As soon as Levi finished speaking, Kana said with a look of astonishment. "Probably not. Laxus is the dragon slayer of thunder, and the magic attacks of the thunder system won't do much damage to him." Urza looked at the place full of smoke and dust, and said aloud. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the smoke gradually dissipated, and Laxus' body was once again exposed to everyone's sight. As Urza said, Laxus wasn't hurt too much. However, his state is quite embarrassing. "Didn't expect you to use Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Then if this battle continues, it will be meaningless." Hearing what Laxus said, Loki beside Urza and other members of Fairy Tale were overjoyed. Is Laxus willing to let it go? Then this farce is over. However, just when everyone was thinking this way, Laxus over there suddenly seemed to go crazy. "Then everyone must die." After Laxus hissed in a frantic tone, his palms snapped together. This reversed so quickly that Loki et al. Hadn't reacted yet. But Urza recognized Laxus' posture. "That is the law of goblins. Laxus, do you want to kill everyone in Magnolia Town?" Urza yelled at Laxus with a frightened look on his face. Hearing Urza's words, Levi, Kana, and others were shocked. Of course, they knew the laws of goblins. When the spectre invaded, Mark refused this trick to kill all the remaining ghosts. Right now, if Laxus uses the goblin's law, then the entire Magnolia Town will probably be affected. For Urza's yelling, Laxus seemed to have never heard of it. I saw a dazzling light cluster blooming between his palms. At this time, when Yayu saw the ball of light between Laxus' palms, his expression also changed slightly. In the original play, Laxus also casts the goblin's law. Since he didn't regard Fairy Tale as an enemy in his heart, after the fairy law was launched, it didn't have any impact. But right now, Yayu is not sure whether Laxus' goblin law will be the same as in the original drama after it is launched. Also, Yayu is not sure if Laxus sees him as an enemy. Just in case, Yayu has decided in his heart to kill Laxus before the goblin's law is activated. Lei Yanlong mode. Without any hesitation, Yayu immediately activated the magic attributes of Fire Dragon Slayer and Thunder Dragon Slayer. The moment Yayu activated the Fire and Thunder Dragon Slaying magic attributes, a berserk crimson flame erupted all over his body. In addition, within the crimson flames, streaks of golden lightning kept flickering. Is this the Lei Yanlong mode? After Yayu felt the soaring power in his body, his fists tightened suddenly, and his eyes were fixed on Laxus over there. The Law of Goblins. At this time, the light cluster between Laxus' palms had already begun to spread out a dazzling beam of light. And at this moment, Yayu in Lei Yanlong mode instantly disappeared in place. The next second, when it reappeared, it was already in front of Laxus. Seeing Yayu who suddenly appeared in front of him, Laxus' expression suddenly changed. Immediately under Laxus' watchful eyes, Yayu's fist wrapped in crimson flames and golden lightning bombarded Laxus' body. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the air. Immediately, I saw a violent thunder flame, like a shock wave, starting from Yayu's fist, and rushed out in the shape of an Laxus figure, together with the berserk Lei Yan, flew backwards like a cannonball. In the end, his body wiped a trace hundreds of meters long on the ground, and then he stabilized his figure. From Yayu's shot to Laxus being knocked into the air, it was only a blink of an eye. Because it all happened so fast. So much so that Levi, Kana, and others haven't reacted yet. When they reacted, they only saw the scene where Laxus' body was mixed with Lei Yan and flew backwards. Has the goblin law been broken? After Urza saw Yayu knocking Laxus into the air, she looked up at the sky again. When she saw that above the sky, the spreading clouds were healed together again, she was relieved in her heart. Chapter 48 Myra Jane and number 039, S Receiving Magic. Chapter 47. But damn it! Laxus, who was punched by Lei Yanlong mode Yayu, got up from the ground staggeringly. He wiped the corner of his mouth, and after seeing the blood stains on his arm, his pupils opened suddenly, and his face became ferocious. I am Laxus, and I am the strongest. Laxus clenched his fists tightly, and Yang Tian roared. At this moment, a violent golden thunder and lightning erupted from his whole body. A large number of lightning, centered on Laxus, spread out in all directions. Can he still stand up? Kana said with a look of astonishment when she saw that Laxus could still stand up after suffering such a heavy attack. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the crazy Laxus raised his arms. In the next second, a huge magic circle appeared on his palm. Chi chi chi! Immediately afterwards, the berserk golden thunder and lightning frantically gathered together, and finally formed a thunder and lightning painting halberd. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. The moment the halberd condensed into shape, Laxus used all his strength to throw it towards the place where Yayu was. It can actually materialize thunder and lightning, what a terrifying magic power! Kana looked at the high-speed thunder and lightning Fang Tian painted a halberd, she said with a look of surprise. Meanwhile, Urza's pretty face suddenly changed. No, this kind of magic cannot be absorbed. If it is ordinary thunder and lightning magic, Yayu can eat it. But this Fang Tian painted halberd formed by the condensed thunder and lightning, before you open your mouth, your head will be pierced. The flying speed of the thunder and lightning Fang Tian painting halberd was very fast, and it rushed to Yayu in just the blink of an eye. At the moment when the thunder and lightning Fang Tian halberd was about to hit Yayu, Yayu in Lei Yanlong mode grabbed the thunder and lightning Fang Tian halberd in his hand with lightning speed, and crushed it casually. Seeing this scene, Urza, Kana and others were all shocked. You caught it with your bare hands. Yayu, what is this? At the same time, Laxus, who was in a state of madness, moved his feet, and his figure turned into a golden lightning and rushed towards Yayu. After rushing to the sky above Yayu's head, his muscular arm clenched his fist tightly, and then, in a slam-dunk gesture, he suddenly blasted at Yayu below him. But before Laxus' fist approached Yayu, Yayu, whose whole body was filled with thunder flames, landed on Laxus' chest with one punch. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the air. And Laxus spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew upside down towards the sky like a fired shell. A few seconds later, Laxus' body crashed to the ground, and he remained motionless for a while. Laxus lost. Yayu is too strong, he even defeated that Laxus. Seeing that Laxus didn't get up again after landing, Max and other fairy tale members were amazed. At this time, Urza also breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Then, she looked up at Yayu over there, with a touch of tenderness on her pretty face. By the way, Levy, what about the president? Urza suddenly thought of something, and then asked Levy beside him. Fried set up a lot of spells in the town. The president and Natsu are trapped in the guild. Hearing Levy's words, Urza raised his eyes and looked around. Urza's expression changed slightly when he saw rows of purple runes that looked like words in the middle of a street. The spell hasn't been lifted yet. Laxus has already been defeated by Yayu, there is no need for Fried to. Before Urza finished speaking, there was a loud explosion in the air. Hearing the explosion, Urza, Levy and the others raised their eyes and looked in the direction of the explosion. This huge magical power is Myra Jane. Did Mirajana's magic come back? What happened? A few years ago, Myra Jane was an S-class mage. But after Elfman accidentally hurt his sister Lysina, Mirajana's whole personality changed drastically, and the magic power in her body was also sealed up. After many years, Myra Jane used that magic power again, and Urza knew something must have happened. Yayu, I'm going to find Myra, disappeared. Originally Urza was going to tell Yayu that she went to find Myra Jane, but when she turned to look at Yayu, Yayu had already disappeared. When Urza noticed Mirajana's magic power, Yayu naturally also noticed it. And Yayu also knew that Myra Jane was fighting Fried at this time. Originally, Yayu wanted to obtain the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute of Laxus, and the spell magic attribute of Fried. Right now the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic attribute is in hand, and there is Fried's spell magic attribute. Yayu, who disappeared in front of Urza and others through space magic, reappeared on the battlefield between Fried and Myra Jane. Yayu, who landed on a hill, looked up, and saw Fried with a team of purple phantom wings in the sky, fighting a female demon. This female demon is none other than Myra Jane, who has received the soul of Satan. Myra Jane at this time is completely different from the usual Myra Jane. Myra Jane usually has an angelic smile on her fair and pretty face. But at this time Myra Jane, like a real devil, is full of coldness on her pretty face. Is this Mirajana's reception magic? Yayu looked at Myra Jane, who kept attacking Fried. He thought to himself. According to Yayu's knowledge, Mirajana's reception magic has several forms. And in the back, after Myra Jane receives Liang Tianyu Sila, she can transform into Myra Jane Sila. Myra Jane Sila has the same personality as Myra Jane, but her figure and appearance are completely different from Myra Jane, but she is exactly the same as Liang Tianyu Sila. Just as Yayu was thinking in his mind, Myra Jane in the sky suddenly rushed in front of Fried at an astonishing speed. Before Fried had time to react, Myra Jane kicked Fried. Fried suffered a heavy blow, his body was like a cannonball, fell directly downward, and then hit a hill. In an instant, the hill was torn apart. And Fried's body was also buried in the rubble. At this moment, the mechanical notification sound of the system also came from Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a combat power attribute of 2.9. Chapter 49 Greatly Increased Combat Power. Chapter 49. Is this the power of the demon Myra Jane? Fried, who rushed out from the pile of rocks, looked at Myra Jane with a cold face, and said with a look of shock. As soon as Fried finished speaking, the demon wings behind Myra Jane suddenly flapped, and his body turned into a streamer of light and rushed towards Fried. But Fried wasn't slow to respond either. The moment Myra Jane attacked, his figure flashed, barely avoiding Mirajana's attack. But before Fried had time to breathe a sigh of relief, Myra Jane circled back at an astonishing speed and kicked Fried. It's such a terrible power, it can't win at all. Steady, Fried looked at Myra Jane, his face full of horror. There is no other way, so I have to use that trick. After finishing speaking, Fried waved his palm in the air. In the air, a row of pitch-black words suddenly appeared. Dark text. Darkness. In the next second, the pitch-black text was attached to Fried's body. At this moment, a black magic power erupted from Fried's body. And his body is also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Fried transformed from a human into a horned demon. Fried, who turned into a demon, didn't hesitate at all. The demon behind him flapped his wings and faced Myra Jane directly. After the demon Fried and Myra Jane rushed together, they punched almost simultaneously. Boom! At the moment when the fists of the demon Fried and Myra Jane shook together, there was a violent crash in the air. An invisible shock wave also centered on the two demons, Fried and Myra Jane, and spread out in all directions. After the surrounding hills were affected by the shock wave, they collapsed in an instant. The fists of the demon Fried and Myra Jane didn't last long, and soon they were fighting together again. Boom! 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 I saw the fists of the demon Fried and Myra Jane constantly colliding with each other. Every time there is a collision, there will be a violent impact sound in the air. As the demon Fried and Myra Jane continued to fight, Yayu also heard a series of prompts from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining combat power attribute plus 2.8. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining combat power attribute plus 2.9. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining combat power attribute plus 3.1. At the same time, on the battlefield where Myra Jane and the demon Fried are located, the golden combat power attribute is also continuously falling. Hearing the series of prompts from the system, Yayu was overjoyed. The attribute of combat strength is the most difficult to obtain among the three attributes dropped by the system. After all, the battles between mages usually use magic. Secondly, the combat power attribute value dropped by the system is generally very small. Like the battle between Natsu and Gray, the attributes of combat power are all dropped by a few tenths. But right now, in the battle between Myra Jane and the demon Fried, the combat power attribute is constantly dropping, and the value of each combat power attribute is around 3 points. 1 piece is 3 points, and 10 pieces is 30 points. In the past, Yayu would need to collect nearly 100 combat power attributes to obtain a 30-point combat power bonus. But right now, it only takes a few seconds to reach this value. How could Yayu be unhappy? Before the system prompted, Yayu directly took the initiative to say to the system, "Collect the combat power attribute." Following Yayu's order, the attributes of combat power on the battlefield over there all converged towards Yayu. After those combat power attributes entered Yayu's body, Yayu's combat power was constantly soaring. 467.1 469.9 501.3 However, in just a few breaths, Yayu's combat power soared from 467.1 to 501.3. However, when Yayu's combat power rose to 506.9, the data on the system screen stopped beating. Because Myra Jane over there has knocked the demon Fried into the air. Dark light bomb. The demon Fried, who stabilized his figure, raised his arms, and in the next second, a pitch-black magic ball appeared between his palms. As the demon Fried continued to inject magic power into the magic ball, the magic ball grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the magic ball grew to a certain size, the demon Fried directly fired the magic ball at Myra Jane. Seeing the magic ball full of destructive aura magnified sharply in her eyes, Myra Jane didn't show any expression, only she pulled her hands suddenly. At this moment, a pitch-black magic ball also appeared between her palms. Soul Destroyer. Then Myra Jane pushed again with both palms, and a huge lacquer dark magic shock wave hit the demon Fried. Soon, the dark magic shock wave bombarded the magic ball. The magic ball full of destructive aura was like paper in front of the magic shock wave, and it was swallowed in an instant. It's not over yet. After the magic shock wave destroyed the magic ball, it directly annihilated the demon Fried. At this time, the mechanical prompt sound from the system came again in Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get magic attribute plus 23. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute plus 67. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the magic attribute of the dark text. Just when Yayu was collecting attributes, Marajana's magic over there burst out an extremely dazzling light. This ray of light even overwhelmed the sunlight above the sky, illuminating most of Magnolia Town. At this moment, the world fell into a deathly silence. After a brief silence, destruction followed. Bang! With the sound of a terrifying explosion, a terrifying airwave instantly spread in all directions. Urza and Kana, who were rushing towards this side, had to stop under the impact of this terrifying blast. Myra Jane. Urza, with her hands in front of her body, looked at the terrifying explosion in front of her. Her pretty face became more and more serious. This horrible explosion did not last long. After a few breaths, the light from the explosion disappeared and the airwave dissipated. I saw that Fried had recovered from the demon form to a human form, and fell directly towards the ground below. Myra Jane clearly has no intention of letting Fried go. She rushed towards Fried with an angry look on her face, as if she wanted to kill Fried completely. At this moment, Urza rushed over and shouted at Myra Jane, "Myra Jane!" Hearing this, the angry Myra Jane recovered a little bit of reason. And the image of her sister Lysina also appeared in her mind. Lysina. Chapter 50. Obtain the magic attribute of the spell. Chapter 50. The civil war started by Laxus came to an end after Myra Jane defeated Fried. At this time, the members of Fairy Tale gathered in the guild again. Why? Why doesn't Fried's spell let me out, and I'm not 80 years old? Natsu complained angrily. In fact, he really wanted to fight Laxus. As a result, because of the Fried spell, he and Makarov were trapped in the guild. In the end, Natsu didn't do anything, and the matter was already quieted down. Natsu was naturally very dissatisfied. Why are you arguing? I'm still not 80 years old, and I can't get out. At this time, Gajeel came over and said to Natsu. Hearing the conversation between Natsu and Gajeel, everyone just took it as a joke and didn't fully care. No one thought about why Natsu and Gajeel couldn't pass Fried's spell. Perhaps in their view, there is a bug in Fried's spell. However, Yayu knew that this was not a bug at all. But Natsu and Gajeel are really over 80 years old. More than 400 years old to be precise. After all, Natsu, Gajeel, and Wendy all traveled back in time from 400 years ago through the Eclipse Gate. A spell that mentions Fried. Originally, Yayu wanted to collect Fried's magical attributes. However, when Fried and Myra Jane fought, no spell magic was used at all. As a result, Yayu only received combat power attributes, magic attributes, and Fried's dark text magic attributes. As for the attribute of the spell, it is not obtained at all. What should I do if I have not collected the attributes of the magic spell? It's very simple, find Fried, and let Fried cast spell magic in front of Yayu until the system drops the spell magic attribute. It's not the first time Yayu has done something like this. When the Ghost 4 elements invaded Fairy Tale, Yayu once shrank Arya, one of the 4 elements, and captured it. After the ghost retreated, Yayu forced Arya to perform magic in front of him. In the end, Yayu successfully acquired the 2 magical attributes of Arya's airspace destroyed and death airspace 0. Urza, do you know where Fried is now? Yayu walked up to Urza and asked Urza. In the hospital behind the guild, Laxus. Originally Urza wanted to tell Yayu Laxus was there. But before she finished speaking, Yayu was already walking towards the hospital behind the guild. Still in such a hurry. Urza watched Yayu's leaving back, and she couldn't help sighing. A little worried, Urza followed after hesitating for a while. After all, Yayu fought Laxus not long ago. Now that Yayu and Laxus meet again, God knows what will happen. When Yayu walked into the ward, he saw Laxus in a coat and white bandages, leaning on the wall of the bed. And Fried, with the white bandage on his body, was standing aside. But Fried has far fewer bandages than Laxus. The moment Yayu entered the ward, Yayu's gaze collided with Laxus' gaze. At this moment, a strange atmosphere filled the ward. Yayu, Laxus. Just then, Urza came in and said something out loud. Hearing Urza's words, Laxus turned his head and looked away from Yayu. Yayu. Is this the guy who beat Laxus? At this time, Fried heard Urza calling Yayu's name, and he immediately set his eyes on Yayu. Fried, don't do unnecessary things. You are no match for him. While Fried was staring at Yayu, Laxus, who was looking out the window, said something to Fried. Laxus. Fried turned and glanced at Laxus, then looked at Yayu and asked, Is there anything else you can do with Laxus? No, I'm here to find you. Find me? Fried looked at Yayu in surprise. Seeing that nothing happened between Laxus and Yayu, Urza breathed a sigh of relief. In order not to disturb Laxus, Fried came outside the hospital with Yayu and Urza. What do you want from me? Fried looked up at Yayu. I'm very interested in your technique. I see, you want to learn spells. Only then did Fried know Yayu's purpose. The technique is very complicated, and it cannot be learned overnight. Before Yayu could speak, Urza walked up to Yayu and said, Fried, you just need to perform spells on Yayu a few times. Maybe Fried didn't know. But Urza knows that Yayu is a magic genius. No matter what kind of magic, you can learn it with just a few glances. Urza still has some prestige in the guild. Hearing Urza's words, Fried first glanced at Yayu, and then said, All right then. While speaking, Fried pulled out the saber from his waist. Seeing this, Yayu gave Urza a thankful look. And Urza winked at Yayu. The technique is a type of enchantment magic. After Fried said something, he swung the sword in his hand towards the sky. In the next second, a large number of purple text symbols appeared above the sky. Those text symbols are closely arranged together, like a wall. Just add rules to the spell. While speaking, Fried activated another spell. At this moment, the system's notification sound finally sounded in Yayu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, gaining magic attribute +4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the magic attribute of the technique. While Yayu was collecting the magic attribute of the spell, Urza spread his palm and touched the wall of the spell in front of him. The magic wall was so real that Urza's palm couldn't go through it at all. Yayu, how are you doing? Although Urza didn't say much. But Yayu knew that what Urza asked was whether Yayu had learned Fried's spell. Yayu nodded to Urza, then raised his arm, pointing his finger to the wall of the art in front of him. In the next second, the text symbols on the wall of the spell changed. You actually modified my spell rules. After Fried saw Yayu modifying his spell rules, a look of emotion appeared on his face. Although the spell in front of him was just performed by him casually, it is not simple. In Fried's view, even Evergreen, who has worked with him all year round and knows some spells, may not be able to crack this spell. But Yayu changed the rules of this spell. At this moment, Fried couldn't help but wonder if Yayu could use spells before. Chapter 51 First Meeting Wendy. Chapter 51. Time flies, and a week has passed since the Harvest Festival in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Magnolia Town and Fairy Tale Guilds resumed their previous routines. When Yayu, who was wearing a black cloak, walked into the guild, he saw that the guild hall was very lively. Yayu, you are finally here. Not long after Yayu entered the guild, Urza walked up to Yayu, raised the worksheet in his hand and said, S-level mission, do you want to go together? Before the Harvest Festival, Urza had invited Yayu to do S-level tasks together. But Yayu declined Urza's invitation because he had just returned from a mission. And right now, Urza invites Yayu again to carry out the S-level mission together. S-rank mission. Yayu thought to himself, and then finished the work order in Urza's hand. After seeing that the remuneration on the work order was 8 million J, Yayu directly agreed. Very good, let's go now. After Yayu agreed to Urza's invitation, Urza had a lot of luggage in his hand more than once. So fast. Lucy looked at the luggage behind Urza, she complained in surprise. After a little preparation, Yayu, Urza, Lucy, Natsu, Gray and the others embarked on the journey of the mission again. Are you taking the train again? Natsu, who was carrying a big bag, looked at the train in front of him, and said with a weak face. Complaints are complaints. But for the S-level mission, Natsu is still very much looking forward to it. Then Natsu boarded the train together with Yayu and Urza. Yayu, who was standing on the aisle of the train, was just about to sit on his seat when a person bumped into Yayu's body suddenly. I saw that it was a little girl with long blue hair. Little girl holds a lot of gift boxes in her hands. The moment she bumped into Yayu's body, her small body fell straight down. And the gift boxes in his hands fell down one after another. Yayu turned his head to look, and when he saw the little girl's appearance clearly, his brows raised suddenly. Wendy. Yes, the little girl who bumped into Yayu at this time is the dragon slayer Wendy of the Sky. In the original play, Wendy's official appearance is when crusade against Oration cease. However, before Oration cease, she had a chance encounter with Natsu and his group on a train. What happened? When Urza on the side heard the movement, she immediately stood up and looked towards the aisle. After seeing Wendy fall, Urza is ready to pull her up. But at this moment, Wendy saw two strangers, Yayu and Urza, staring at her, and her little face turned red. Without any hesitation, she immediately stood up and apologized to Yayu in a panic. I'm very sorry, I'm really very sorry, I didn't see anyone in front of me just now. Hey? This little girl. At this moment, Natsu brought his face closer to Wendy's. Originally Wendy was afraid of strangers, and at this moment she was very flustered. Seeing Natsu approaching, she took a step back in fright, and tears kept rolling in her eyes, she didn't know what to do for a while. Natsu, what are you doing? Seeing that the little girl was about to cry, Urza punched Natsu directly on the head. Bang! With a crash, a bag appeared on Natsu's head instantly. And Natsu is holding his head, grinning in pain. After Urza picked up Wendy's package, Wendy hurriedly thanked, "Thank you very much." Then she stumbled towards another carriage. Is it okay for such a young girl to travel alone? Looking at Wendy's back, Lucy asked worriedly. There should be no problem, that little girl is a wizard. Urza also looked at Wendy, and a picture appeared in his mind. The content in the picture, Haran is the badge of the Guild of Huamao in Wendy's hand. And Urza also concluded that Wendy is a wizard. I seem to have seen that little girl somewhere. Natsu said aloud. How is it possible, that little girl doesn't know you at all? Hearing what Natsu said, Gray denied it. But Natsu didn't know how to refute either. He just thought he had seen Wendy somewhere. Maybe Natsu doesn't know why he has a familiar feeling for Wendy. But Yayu knew. After all, Natsu and Wendy both traveled back in time 400 years ago. Although Wendy is a little girl, the magic she masters is very against the sky. First up is the Sky Dragon Slayer magic. Followed by rare healing magic. In addition, she has additional magic. Although Yayu already has Irene's additional magic attributes, Yayu still wants Wendy's Sky Dragon Slayer magic attributes and healing magic attributes very much. Wendy? I believe we will see you again soon. Yayu glanced at Natsu first, and then set his sights on Wendy over there. Soon, Wendy's figure disappeared from his vision.